Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801 Finalization. February 6th exam day. Zhu Yuantang didn't go to morning self-study this morning. She slept soundly until 7 o'clock and then took Jiang Ning's electric car to go to school for the exam. Jiang Ning glanced at Tang Tang, who was lazing around in the back seat. Sometimes, he envied her a little. It was like a fairy day. He would activate the magic circle when riding a bike. Even if it was snowing heavily outside and the temperature was -8 or 9 degrees Celsius, his whole body was still warm. Tang Tang wrapped herself in a scarf, wore a hat, and covered her ears, revealing only a snow-white face. The cold wind could not invade her. Jiang Ning's consciousness extended across the snowy land under the dam, and extended all the way to the Hushu River. The low temperature for several days has made the thickness of the ice layer now reach 30 centimeters. This thickness is often achieved in the north in winter. After drilling a hole to survey the thickness, the Yuzhou officials were shocked. Linzada gave Jiang Ning the extra ice fishing tent he bought yesterday, which is now piled up in his main room. Linzada said seriously that the authorities would definitely lift the restrictions within 3 days, and the ice surface of the Hushu River would definitely be bustling. Finally, he was very embarrassed and asked Jiang Ning for some tea. Jiang Ning grew a lot of tea, and he couldn't drink it all, so he asked Tang Tang to give him a little tea. Tang Tang was very stingy, and it was really just a little. The battery car rolled over the snow on the asphalt road of the river dam, and then rolled over the snow on Nanhang Road. It snowed recently, and although the roads in the city had been cleared, it was inevitable that they would freeze, and the road surface was extremely slippery. It was early morning, and there were few cars on the road. Jiang Ning continued to ride slowly, and was about to drive to the middle of Nanhang Road. A black Mercedes-Benz with a vertical logo passed by, slowly slowed down, and finally became level with Jiang Ning's battery car. The rear window slowly lowered. Shang Keiwei's pretty face was hidden under her hair. She mustered up the courage to greet Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning, good morning. Zhu Yuantang found Shang Keiwei. She also waved. Keiwei, come on. At the same time, a man in his 20s in the driver's seat cast a look. His eyes were bright, and there was scrutiny in his eyes. He looked at Jiang Ning for a few seconds, which was a bit intimidating. Only people who often scrutinize others will have such a look, such as senior hours, but this man's eyes are much more confident. Jiang Ning estimated that the young man in the car was probably young and successful, and his status was not low. After saying hello, the window rose again, and the Mercedes-Benz accelerated away. Zhu Yuantang was generous. Forget it, I have an exam today, I'll let Keiwei go first. Otherwise, in such weather, Jiang Ning's electric car, coupled with Zhu Yuantang's guidance, will be able to achieve the state of unity between man and car, and become the king of speed. Jiang Ning said calmly, no one can overtake me. Zhu Yuantang crossed his arms. In that case go. She patted Jiang Ning and signaled him to speed up. Jiang Ning didn't care about her insolence. Anyway, he would get it back in full in the future. He twisted the handlebars, the ignition turned, and the speed increased suddenly. In the Mercedes-Benz, Shang Zhenghai asked about his sister's life. He had just returned from Wu City and planned to investigate the business environment in Yuzhou. By the way, he cared about his sister and learned about her social circle. Jiang Ning is just my classmate. He has a good relationship with Zhu Yuantang. He doesn't talk to me usually. Shang Keiwei replied in a low voice. Shang Zhenghai saw her cautious appearance and couldn't help sighing in his heart. This kind of character of his sister was actually caused by him. He has been very concerned about his sister since he was a child, especially likes his sister, and at the same time, a desire for control was born. He started to pay attention to her since elementary school. In the first grade of junior high school, a boy got close to Shang Keiwei and confessed to her. After Shang Zhenghai found out, he beat the boy violently, and Shang Keiwei was forced to transfer. Shang Keiwei's weak character can be said to be entirely his responsibility. So, when he saw Jiang Ning just now, he inexplicably began to be hostile to him. Shang Zengaiyu, I'm afraid that you will be deceived by others. I have also been through the age of teenagers, and I know what boys at this stage are thinking. At your age, it's no good to fall in love. What can they give you? They will treat you to a meal worth tens or hundreds of yuan, and then what? He said tirelessly. If his employees saw it, they would probably think that their general manager Shang had changed. Shang Zengai's expression was cold. Then what? In such cold weather, riding a broken battery car to take you? Suddenly, outside the car window, a titanium grey battery car flashed cool lights, like a stream of light passing by. Shang Zengaiu was stunned for a second. Isn't this the battery car just now? Immediately, he said coldly, are you still showing off? He stepped on the accelerator, and the 3.0-liter V6 turbocharged engine began to exert its strength, and the speed increased a lot, trying to show his sister's classmates a little bit of color. The result was outrageous, but he didn't catch up. The electric car was so fast that it left him far behind. Shang Zengaiu was puzzled. Because the ground was too slippery, he had to gradually reduce the speed for safety. Zhu Yuantang shouted excitedly, we won, we won. Her Jiang Ning was really the best. She thought to herself that when she got to school, she would definitely give Jiang Ning more delicious food to reward him for his greatness. When Jiang Ning was racing, his spiritual awareness covered 100 meters around him, and the electric car arrived at the junction of Nanhang Road and Zufu Road. A white BMW driving in the opposite direction lost control of the car body when turning, right because of the high speed in the slippery ground, and crashed into the guardrail. With a loud bang, the collision of metal and steel instantly burst into sparks, twisting and deforming the guardrail. The front of the car was severely damaged under the huge impact force, and the hood was lifted. The weight of more than 1 ton was not under control at all. The front of the car, wrapped with a steel guardrail, plunged into the green belt fiercely. The green plants were scattered under the impact, and the soil and dead branches and leaves were lifted high. Jiang Ning braked accurately with a tap. There were several pieces of broken headlights flying in front. Zhu Yuantang opened her mouth. Although there was a green belt between them and the car, the sudden collision also scared her. Shang Zengaiu was talking a little later. A loud noise in front startled him back to his senses instantly. He tapped the brakes and stopped the car with a narrow margin. He looked up and saw that the BMW had plunged into the green belt, with broken mud and rotten leaves all over the ground. The front windshield of the BMW was covered with cracks, and the front of the car began to smoke, with a tendency to catch fire. In such chaos, the middle-aged woman in the driver's seat frantically slapped the car window and shouted outside, "Someone come and save me." In the south, Huang Yasu came on foot in a black fleece jacket. The weather has been cold recently, and the ground is too slippery. He didn't ride a bike and walk to school every day. Huang Yasu has always been a warm-hearted person. When he saw someone asking for help, he rushed over regardless of the danger. As a result, before he reached the front of the car, his feet slipped, and he actually sat on the ground. Zhu Yuantang held back his laughter. Jiang Ning said, "Those who do good are judged by their hearts, not their deeds." The BMW caused quite a stir. Passing vehicles in the surrounding area stopped one after another, and several car owners got out of the car to observe the situation. The Mercedes-Benz that Shang Kaiwei was riding in was also forced to stop because the mess on the ground caused by the BMW just blocked the car's way. Shang Zengaiu frowned and got out of the car to check. For a moment, 7 or 8 people gathered around the vehicle. Some people pulled the door handle, but found that the handle was stuck because of the strong impact. The trapped middle-aged female driver found that the front of the car was smoking, and many panic scenes suddenly came to her mind. The spontaneous combustion of the car would burn people to death. The instinct for survival made her frantically slap the car window and try every possible way. "Hurry up and save me. Help me." The incident happened suddenly, and some car owners were also scared when they saw the smoking car. For a while, they only knew to pull the car door hard. How could steel be shaken by human power? Shang Zengaiu saw this scene and was about to turn around and go back to the car to get the safety hammer. "Call the police," someone suggested. Yes, call the police." Some people saw smoke coming out of the front of the car and there were signs of fire, so they quickly moved away for fear that they would be blown up. The female driver saw that some people were starting to move away, and she panicked and shouted in a hurry, "I'll give you money. Whoever saves me, I'll give you 10,000. No, 30,000. At this time, Huang Yazhu, who had fallen, finally walked to the front of the car. He took off his backpack, took out a pair of pliers from it, and then found a nail. He clamped the nail with the pliers, and then hammered it down, hitting the edge of the car window, and the car glass shattered instantly. Huang Yazhu used leather gloves to tear open the glass, calmly pulled the middle-aged woman out of the car window, and took her away from the BMW car quickly. The onlookers also breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing this, Shang Zhenghai felt that this dark and honest man was really calm and looked very strong, much better than the group of sneaky employees under him. The female driver narrowly escaped death, and her legs could not help but go weak. She looked at her smoking BMW and hurriedly shouted, "My bag, my bag." At this time, smoke began to come out of the cockpit. Huang Yazhu put her down, took a few steps forward, got into the car, and fished out the brown bag. He held the bag in one hand and led the female driver with the other hand to continue to back away from the dangerous BMW. The bag could be rescued, but the car was gone, and the female driver wanted to cry, but had no tears. She took out her mobile phone and started to dial. After Huang Yazhu rescued the people, he silently installed the pliers and turned to leave. The female driver glanced at him, said nothing, and continued to play with her mobile phone. This scene was seen by many people who felt that this old woman was too ruthless. An old man driving a Magaton reminded, "Sister, the brother saved you. Aren't you grateful?" The owner of a Cadillac wearing a cotton padded jacket spoke up, who said to give him 30,000 just now. "You don't keep your word?" There was a chattering sound in her ears. The middle-aged woman was reluctant to put down her phone. She unzipped her bag and took out 3 red bills from the stacks. "Come back, I'll give them to you." Seeing this, the young man who owned the Civic couldn't help but curse, "Burn you to death, you stinky woman." The middle-aged woman cursed back at him, "You must be responsible for your words and deeds." The old man of the Magaton, "Sister, aren't you insulting me?" The middle-aged woman yelled, "Was it difficult for him to save me? Didn't he break it open in one go? What's the difficulty? This money is good enough for him to do hard labor for a day." Huang Yazhu pushed his hand. "Auntie, I can't take this money." The middle-aged woman's beloved car was destroyed, and she was blamed by everyone. She held her breath in her heart. "Who are you calling auntie? How many years younger than me are you? Are you deliberately disgusting me? Huang Yazhu, doesn't he just look a little older?" The middle-aged woman, "If you don't save me, I can get out." Jiang Ning came from a distance. "You talk too much nonsense." He grabbed the money in the middle-aged woman's hand, grabbed her shoulders, and dragged her to the smoking BMW. The middle-aged woman shouted, "Who are you? What's your business? Let me go." "Jiang Ning, you almost scared me when you drove." Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Jiang Ning opened the car door with one hand, threw the middle-aged woman into the car, and kicked the door closed. Then he waved, "Yazhu, let's go." Hello everyone, I recommend a very good love light novel. I heard that the author is a female college student. Love After Renewal Chapter 802 Sister Shang Wei. The intersection of Nanhang Road and Zufu Road. At the scene of the car crash, the steel guardrails and neat green belts were destroyed, and scattered branches and soil were scattered everywhere. A long tire mark extended from the road to the green belt, recording the process that just happened. Bang! The car door was stuck. Huang Yazhu was still in a daze after hearing Jiang Ning's call. Huang Yazhu was a child who grew up in a poor family. Because of the difficult living environment and the words and deeds of his parents, Huang Yazhu can be called a simple person. He never thought about accepting the money from the female car owner, but Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang grabbed Jiang Ning's hand and dragged him forward, saying in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Let's go quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome if she crawls out." She walked hurriedly, obviously afraid that she would be settled later. Jiang Ning smiled and crawled out, to cause trouble for him? Did Tang Tang think that the other party was a ghost? Even if a ghost crawled out, he would kill it. However, he did not resist Tong Tong and let the little Tong Tong drag him away. The young man driving the Civic gloated, "Damn, bitch, you deserve it." The older brother driving the Magaton looked at Jiang Ning, his eyes almost popped out. At first, the female owner was trapped, and he helped to pull the door. He pulled it hard several times, but the door didn't move at all. In the end, the young man pulled it open casually. Could it be that he used the so-called clever strength? After the female owner was pulled into the car, the tip of her nose was filled with the smell of gasoline and pungent smoke in the air. The instinct for survival took effect again. She desperately shouted for help and reached out to grab something to try to escape. But Jiang Ning threw it directly to her. She lay in the car, her posture was twisted, and she couldn't turn over at all. The smoke in the car was getting thicker and thicker, and a heavy haze enveloped her brain. The female owner regretted it to the extreme. Jiang Ning walked slowly towards his electric car. Magaton elder brother waved his hand at Huang Yazhu. "Let's go. People in the world are not so bad." Of course he will not watch someone die. If a living person was burned to death in front of him, who would not be panicked? Magaton elder brother entered the BMW car, pulled the female owner's leg, and prepared to pull her out. Huang Yazhu saw that someone was coming to rescue him. He felt relieved and joined Jiang Ning. Shang Zhengai looked at Jiang Ning twice more. He took in the scene just now and thought to himself, this class of young men are really bold and good at causing trouble. Unfortunately, causing trouble is not a skill, but being able to settle things is a skill. He kicked away the broken branches and car parts blocking the Mercedes-Benz with his feet and prepared to restart the vehicle. After all, he had to continue to send his sister to school. The final exam was today. After Shang Kewei found Huang Yazhu, she hesitated for 2 seconds. She was not familiar with Huang Yazhu, but he was now with Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning. Shang Kewei greeted timidly. "Good morning." Huang Yazhu said in a kind manner, "Hello, hello, have you eaten?" Shang Kewei, in the cafeteria. Huang Yazhu, "Oh." The two chatted awkwardly for a few sentences, and Shang Zhengai's unique scrutiny moved to Huang Yazhu's face. He said uncertainly, "Your teacher?" Shang Kewei gave Huang Yazhu an apologetic look, and she explained, "He is a classmate of our class, Huang Yazhu, a very good person." Shang Zhengai was extremely surprised. He stared at Huang Yazhu's dark and mature face. "This person looks older than him, right? You told me that this is a high school student?" Huang Yazhu is often misunderstood. Before, when he and Tang Jing met her classmates, they were teased by others that he used soy sauce to protect his skin. After hearing this, Shang Zhengai said, "Oh, sorry." He looked at Jiang Ning again and said, "You did a good job, very brave." Jiang Ning, "I just saw injustice." Shang Zhengai didn't say anything else. People must control their emotions, otherwise, if they act impulsively, their lives will be over. Of course, he has been in the business world for many years, so he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. "Let's go." Shang Zhengai opened the car door and let his sister get in. The Mercedes-Benz left quickly. At this time, it was not far from the school. Jiang Ning held the handlebars and pushed the battery car, while Zhu Yuantang pushed the rear of the car. The two of them served this precious car together. Huang Yazhu waved his hand. "You go first." Jiang Ning, "It's okay, we are almost there anyway." He and Huang Yazhu used to have a good relationship. They didn't have many friends, so they often went out of school together after school in the afternoon. Jiang Ning once found that cheap and affordable red taro dry porridge and excitedly shared it with Huang Yazhu, who praised him greatly and became a regular customer there. They also pooled money to order side dishes together. The two of them just finished eating and could save 1 or 2 yuan. As for what the saved money is used for, forget it. Now that Jiang Ning has Tang Tang and Zhenglu, he rarely goes out with Huang Yazhu. However, according to Jiang Ning's observation, now that Huang Yazhu has met Tang Jing, he also rarely goes out alone. Huang Yazhu took a few steps and looked back at the BMW. At this time, the female owner was rescued again. She collapsed on the ground, wiped her tears miserably, and took money out of her purse to give to the big brother. Huang Yazhu's heart was hanging, and finally he let it go. He sighed, "I'm really afraid that the car will catch fire." Jiang Ning, "It's not that easy to catch fire. Zhu Yuantang snorted. She is so hateful. I risked my life to save her, but she didn't say a word of thanks and took it for granted. Jiang Ning, many people are like this. They only know how to ask for things, but not how to give back. Huang Yasu said frankly, it's nothing. I just did what I should do. Jiang Ning shook his head. I can't do it. When I see injustice, I must take action. Zhu Yuantang supported him unconditionally. That's right. She is now Jiang Ning's #1 little fangirl. Huang Yasu found that the two had different opinions. He smiled honestly and expressed his envy. Outside the school gate, the long street running north and south is a little narrow. After the Mercedes-Benz drove in from the intersection, the speed of the car dropped a lot in an instant and moved forward slowly. Shang Wei suggested at the right time, brother, let me get off and walk. Okay. Shang Zengaiyu pulled the Mercedes-Benz to the side. After Shang Wei got out of the car, she picked up the portable bag and walked towards the school gate. Shang Zengaiyu sat in the car for a while, looking at his sister's back. He felt that the world was so beautiful, and the intrigues for careers had disappeared unconsciously. Unfortunately, he could sense that his sister was not close to him from the bottom of her heart, and even had a little fear. Thinking of this, Shang Zengaiyu felt a little tired. He stepped on the accelerator, but did not turn around. The front of the car continued to drive towards the school gate. At this time, at the door of UK store, pseudo UK internet cafe, Duan Shigen was sitting on a bench, drinking Coke alone. It was not iced Coke taken out of the refrigerator, but in the weather of -8 or 9 degrees, it was stronger than ordinary iced Coke. In the past, Duan Shigen was next to his brothers, but now, he is next to loneliness. After becoming a snitch, Duan Shigen became a lonely man and lost everything. He walked towards the school gate with a can of Coke in his hand, and happened to meet his classmate Shang Wei. Frustrated, Duan Shigen hurried forward and shouted, Shang Wei. In order to frame the 4 golden flowers, he and Liu Chuandao beat Che Wei in the middle of the night. They invited Shang Wei. He knew that this female classmate had a strong talent. Shang Wei heard the voice. She stopped and lowered her little face to respond. Hello. Shang Wei was not aggressive at all, and was as docile as a little deer. Duan Shigen glanced at Shang Wei's portable bag, and saw the particularly complete test supplies in it. He couldn't help asking, did you bring an eraser? Shang Wei, I brought it. Duan Shigen, who had been frustrated recently, had tears in his eyes and thought of people. He couldn't help but recall the past years and the deeds that had happened. It was like a campus in winter, with a bleak and vibrant green. Shang Wei, to be honest, you look a lot like a primary school classmate I knew, but she was twice as fat as you. Haha. I once took a math test and I didn't bring an eraser, so she was very kind and lent me one. Haha. Then one day after school, she was bullied by a senior boy, and I went right up to her and beat her up. I didn't know how to fight back then, so I could only get beaten up. I'm not bragging, but as soon as I started to fight, all the senior boys beat me up, and I was pushed away by the female classmate. Mentioning the past, Duan Shigen was very proud and cursed, but those dogs were really cruel. They wrapped the sickle head in a book tube made of books and hit me. I still have scars on my arms now. Duan Shigen threw away the Coke can, took off his cotton padded jacket, and prepared to roll up his sleeves to show Shang Wei his medals. Suddenly, the combat consciousness developed by countless single-player and group fights suddenly stimulated Duan Shigen's cerebral cortex to numb, and he immediately stepped back. A fist hit his left face, and the force was very light at this time. If Duan Shigen had not dodged in time, he would have been beaten with a mouthful of blood. Fuck. Duan Shigen raised his head and saw a handsome man in a black windbreaker. The man's face was full of coldness, and his eyes were like a man-eating beast, fierce and violent. Shang Wei hurriedly shouted, brother. She was extremely frightened. The tragic scene of her brother beating the boys in her class in the first year of junior high school appeared in her mind again. She shouted, Duan Shigen, run. Her brother is a sander expert. According to his parents, he is an amateur expert. If he hadn't been worried about the danger, and that sander had no future, he would have become a professional. Shang Zengaiyu originally saw an unattractive boy walking very close to his sister, and he was just angry. Now he heard his sister telling him to run. He immediately escalated into a rage. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were fixed. He took a step forward, quickly closed the distance, and punched out with his right fist at a very fast speed, smashing out with the sound of wind. The speed was too fast. Even with Duan Shigen's experience, he couldn't dodge it. He raised his arm and blocked it in front of him. There was a dull sound of bang. Duan Shigen's whole arm was numb. Seeing another fist shadow coming, Duan Shigen raised his arm again to block it and dodged backwards at the same time. Shang Zengai's face was cold, and he kicked Duan Shigen's knee with his right leg. Duan Shigen screamed and fell to his knees. In a flash, Duan Shigen was beaten to the point where he almost lost his fighting ability. When Shang Zengai wanted to attack again, Duan Shigen used the force of falling to tilt his body and hugged Shang Zengai's right leg, looking for death. Shang Zengai despised him. With the absolute gap in strength, any strange ideas would be vulnerable. He stepped back, pulled away, and wanted to send out a sharp low whip. An unimaginable scene appeared. Duan Shigen hugged the enemy's legs like a fucking crocodile and actually performed a death roll. Shang Zengai was caught off guard and was directly knocked over. Duan Shigen fluttered again, and he had enough strength to grab the ice and snow on the ground and smashed it on Shang Zengai's face. Shang Zengai's nose felt hot after being hit, and he reacted quickly, kicking Duan Shigen with his leg. The question is, a professional Sanda athlete and a battle-hardened high school bully, who can gain an advantage in a ground fight? When Director Wang of the security department arrived, he saw the two sides fighting hard. Director Wang pulled out a rubber stick, swung it down, and shouted, "Let go, let go." Finally, the two were separated. Director Wang looked at the two and shouted, "Which class are you from? Which class are you from?" Duan Shigen's arm was shaking with pain. He said aggrievedly, "I'm Duan Shigen from class 8 of senior 2. He suddenly attacked me, and I was forced to resist." Although he was aggrieved and depressed, he used to be a gangster and knew that some people were like psychopaths and didn't need a reason to beat people. Director Wang stared at the man in the black windbreaker and asked, "What about you?" Shang Zengai took out a tissue and wiped the blood from his nose. While he was still angry, he was depressed in his heart. This is out of the ordinary. A high school student so good at fighting now? Shang Kaiwei whispered, "I'm sorry, Director Wang, he is my brother, not a student of number 4 middle school." Director Wang said with a serious expression, "You rushed into the school and beat people without permission. Do you know that this is illegal? This kind of case not only involves students, but also his dereliction of duty." Shang Zengai took out a business card, handed it over, and said, "Hello, can we find a place to talk?" Shang Zengai calmed down and felt embarrassed after helping his sister beat up a classmate and not winning the fight. Now he is surrounded by so many people. This was exactly what Director Wang meant. His expression was still serious. "Let's go to the academic affairs office." During the half-hour conversation, Duan Shigen emphasized the symptoms of his arm numbness, right leg limp, and severe back pain. Shang Zengai expressed his willingness to spend money to settle the matter. In the end, Duan Shigen received 38,000 yuan in compensation to settle this ridiculous matter. Duan Shigen left the academic affairs office and looked at the bank account information on his mobile phone. He suddenly felt that his physical condition had recovered by 99%. He had been beaten since he was a child, and he knew his ability to withstand blows better than anyone else, and he was not injured at all. 38,000 yuan, much more than he could earn working hard in the factory. This fight was worth it. Although he was suppressed in the first half, Duan Shigen also dealt damage in the ground battle in the second half. He even thought that the damage he caused to the opponent might be more serious than the beating he suffered. After all, the opponent was bleeding. Haha, isn't this easier than beating Pang Jiao? You know, it is very difficult to break Duan Shigen's defense when he beats Pang Jiao. Brother, he didn't. Shang Kaiwei explained weakly. Enough. You still have to protect him. Do you want to take care of him? Shang Zengai said coldly. Shang Kaiwei had no choice but to tell her brother Duan Shigen's deeds from beginning to end. After listening, Shang Zengai calmed down. You mean, you have nothing to do with him? Shang Kaiwei, yeah. The big stone in Shang Zengai's heart fell. He took out a tissue stained with a lot of blood, continued to wipe his nose, and joked, "It's so embarrassing." Wei raised her face and looked at her brother's stained face and suddenly thought of his hard work in starting a business outside. In fact, her family conditions were only average before, but now her father drives a Mercedes-Benz and her mother drives a Porsche, relying on their son's success. Her brother is only 28 years old this year. With his talent and opportunity, his net worth has already exceeded 100 million. Wei took out wet wipes from the portable bag. Brother, here. Shang Zhengai, who was stunned, stared at his sister for a few seconds and gently took it. He wiped the stains on his face. No matter how successful a man is, he always cares about winning or losing. Little did he know that during the United Nations meeting, representatives of various countries could fight in the venue and persuade each other physically. Shang Zhengai asked, Gangzi is so good at fighting, doesn't he have the final say in your class? Shang Wei thought for 2 seconds and said, he can't even get a number. Chapter 803, Persuading the Player. Canteen. Chen Xiao was browsing her phone while saying to everyone at the small dining table, did you hear that? 2 male students in our school had a fight because of Shang Wei. At this point, she deliberately looked at the edge of the small dining table where there was an empty person. Sister Chen Xiking was not as impetuous as her sister. She was a little surprised. In everyone's impression, Shang Wei was a very low-key little girl who never spoke at the dinner table, just ate silently, and most importantly, couldn't eat. Bei Yuxia sneaked a peek at Chen Xiao's phone screen and saw the theme of the post in one sentence. 2 men fought for me. The post even came with a photo. Helpless Shang Wei stood on the side of the road and saw 2 men fighting on the ground. Bei Yuxia, this Chen Xiao commented, Sister Wei is very charming. Chen Xiking agreed, beauty is a disaster. Foolish people are still gossiping, and smart people have already started to seize the opportunity to act. Zhu Yuantang secretly contacted Shang Wei and asked with concern, Wei, are you okay? Soon, she got the news that Shang Wei was safe and sound. You are so unlucky, eh? Zhu Yuantang changed the subject. Are you going to have breakfast? Shang Wei said that she was in the academic affairs office and had no time. So Zhu Yuantang happily got a breakfast. While the twins were still gossiping, Tang Fu came quickly with 2 cans. She said righteously, look what I brought you. As she said that, she put down the cans in her hand. Tang Tang immediately cast a glance and found that the cans contained food similar to small fish. Tang Fu curled her lips and said very proudly, this is a can of sardines and olive oil brought by my relatives from Northern Europe. You must have never eaten it. Chen Xiao sent a message to her sister and Bei Yuxia with her eyes, saying, Tang Fu is so good at pretending. Chen Xiking, indeed. For example, every time Bei Yuxia shared something, she would often say that she thought it was delicious and then brought it back to share with everyone, hoping that you would be happy too. The 2 used their eyes to belittle silly Tang Fu. Tang Fu was totally unaware and continued to introduce this can of sardines. Only olive oil and salt are added. It is super healthy and it is sold at a super high price. Many Michelin restaurants use this. Smart Zhu Yuantang thought to herself, Xiao is too stupid. She was ready to pick up the small fish and eat it. Stupid Chen Xiao was still saying, Tang Fu, you are too vain. You specially introduced it again. Tang Fu responded domineeringly, if I don't introduce it, you 2 stupid pigs don't know what kind of bran you are eating. After being belittled, Chen Xiao felt very embarrassed and blushed. I want to see what kind of bran this is. In order to vent her anger, she and her sister took a can of sardines directly. Zhu Yuantang's little face was silly. Looking at the only can left, she always felt that something was wrong. During the meal, the small dining table talked about the news that the Hushi River was frozen. Tang Fu said it was very strange. When the river was open, she would definitely go to play. Chen Xiao asked her what she was playing. Tang Fu said she wanted to go ice fishing and sledding. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. She didn't know much, so she asked curiously, is it like on TV, where you sit on a sled with sled dogs pulling you? Tang Fu said calmly, yes, I went abroad before, and the sleds were pulled by Siberian huskies. Chen Xiao asked some more questions, and Tang Fu answered them all, very skillfully. Bayuxia also looked at her because she had no such experience. Tang Fu blabbered, actually, compared to Siberian Huskies, I think Alaskan Huskies are more loyal. Tang Fu was pretending, and Zhu Yuantang was unhappy. She was showing off, but why did she always stretch her legs to her side? Seeing the long legs under the dining table, Zhu Yuantang suddenly said, Siberia and Alaska are not very good. I used dang dang to pull the sled. Tang Fu looked confused. In addition to the above two dogs, I also know Greenland dogs, Samoyed dogs, Huskies, Akita dogs, but what breed of dog is dang dang? Chen Xiao and Bayuxia's attention was all on Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang said, dang dang is the naughty child of my neighbor. After breakfast, there was still more than half an hour before the exam, and scattered students from other classes began to occupy class 8. Zhu Yuantang and her classmates couldn't drive others away, so gradually they had no place to stay. Chen Xiao suggested, let's play badminton. Zhu Yuantang was considering. At this time, Duan Shigen walked into the classroom with a triumphant step. Cuiu came up quickly and asked, Brother Gang, you are so hidden that you actually fought for Shankai Wei. Duan Shigen's face straightened and clarified, brothers, don't talk nonsense. The whole thing has nothing to do with Shankai Wei. It's purely my problem, 38,000 yuan, let him take all the responsibility. If you ask, it means he is blind. Everyone asked for a while. Duan Shigen kept taking the blame and didn't say the compensation of 38,000 yuan. After a while, everyone felt bored and dispersed. Playing badminton is not good, Bayuxia said. Although she was just eavesdropping, she heard some rumors from Yuwen by eavesdropping, because Yan Tingting wore tight clothes to play badminton downstairs every day, which attracted many male classmates to watch. Yan Tingting even became a character appraiser for boys. As long as they liked to watch Yan Tingting play, they were all classified as boys with low moral sense. As a result, many girls who played badminton downstairs were named as burned goods. Bayuxia disdains those brain-dead women, but she will not get involved, because when public opinion is popular, it is better to remain silent, rather than face the challenge. After Duan Shigen dealt with everyone, he was very proud of himself, and heard Bayuxia's words, and said solemnly, I suggest that female classmates don't go downstairs to play badminton. There will really be people staring at you, especially the prettier girls. Chen Xiao looked at her, why do you know so clearly? Duan Shigen said bluntly, because my friends and I look at people like this. In the end, Zhu Yuantang decided to play table tennis. She took the twins and Bayuxia, and the four of them set off. Jiang Ning is now a lonely man, so he went to the corridor outside to see the scenery. Yan Tingting downstairs was surprised to find that Jiang Ning was actually on the second floor. She waved her racket and shouted in public, Uncle, come down and play. Jiang Ning smiled and refused. The male classmates next to him were furious. They cursed Yan Tingting for being a braggart in their hearts, and they were indignant. Why didn't they call them to play? Yan Xianpeng and Zhang Kai were also on the balcony, but Zhang Kai had no intention of looking at the scenery. He looked at the chat history on the screen of his mobile phone, and was stunned for a while. Gambler, son, dad will not go home for the new year this year. Zhang Kai, where is my living expenses next week? Gambler, you are on vacation next week, and your grandparents will cook at home. How much money can they spend? Zhang Kai, didn't you cheat all my grandparents' money? How can they buy food? Gambler, you know, dad is having a hard time now. Zhang Kai, can we not eat? Can you have some shame? Do I have no money? Do I have to rob people? Gambler, then you rob better, and take care of yourself. Zhang Kai sent another message, and found that he had been blocked. He was so angry that he was shaking all over, and the anger in his eyes almost came out. Yan Xianpeng didn't pay attention to his younger brother Kai Zi's thoughts. His attention was all on Lu Kiki, because he found that Kiki was a little listless today, and the dark circles under her eyes were quite serious. Yan Xianpeng bent his waist and asked about her well-being. Kiki, what happened to you last night? Are you overworked? Lu Kiki raised her eyelids and glanced at Yan Xianpeng, who was like a bear. Last night, Lu Kiki was kicked by Qi Xianheng. Her dreams about being a rich wife and her fantasies about the upper class were all shattered. What reappeared in front of her was the exhaustion of life. It is very tiring to please someone, especially for a girl like Lukiki who enjoys the emotional value of men all day long. Suddenly changing roles to please an unattainable man, the exhaustion is deep in her bones. She weighed every message over and over again, and was emotionally affected by the other party's reply, worried about gains and losses. This feeling must be the most empathetic for those boys who pursued the girls they liked, and failed miserably in the end. Lukiki suddenly felt emotional. Many people came and went around her, but in the end, only Yan Xianpeng remained true to his original intention. Lukiki was tired and exhausted. She even had the idea of finding an honest man and living a peaceful life. Lukiki's tone was rare and calm. "I'm a little tired." Yan Xianpeng was surprised and quickly expressed his concern. "Kiki, I really like you. Can't you give me a chance? I have been pursuing you for a year and a half." Lukiki hinted, "I'm a little hungry now, but there is no food in the cafeteria." Yan Xianpeng sighed. "Okay, there is nothing I can do about it. Remember to eat on time next time. This time will be a lesson." Lukiki was so angry that her maku turned white. At this moment, all her thoughts disappeared. Lukiki cursed, "I don't want you to care about me. You idiot. Get out." Yan Xianpeng left comfortably. Playground, table tennis table. Songsheng, Kyo-kun, Jiuo-kun, and Liu Chuandao were playing table tennis. The 4 people only had a pair of rackets, so they played the champion system. Whoever lost the ball would leave the court, and the strong could always occupy the table. Songsheng has been the dominant player for 2 rounds, and the others are no match for him. When Songsheng plays, he likes to make fake moves. He clearly makes a domineering move, but when the racket touches the ping pong ball, his strength becomes very small, so he successfully confuses his opponent and eliminates others. Liu Chuandao is unhappy. "Are you playing the game, or are you playing tricks?" Songsheng doesn't give in at all. He squinted his eyes and said, "You are a novice. Practice more. Don't make excuses." He felt that he was strong and could play tricks on them at will, but they couldn't catch the ball. This feeling made Songsheng feel happy to be superior to others. After Liu Chuandao left the court, it was Kyo-kun's turn. "I don't believe it." Kyo-kun served the ball. Bang! The ping pong ball bounced towards Songsheng. Songsheng made a gentle move to catch the ball, and Kyo-kun hurriedly approached the table, ready to catch the ball. As a result, Songsheng hit the ball violently to the left. Kyo-kun wanted to retreat to catch the ball, but he had already lost enough distance. Songsheng won again. Kyo-kun was convinced. "Who would want to play with you with your style of play?" Liu Chuandao provoked. "Anan, Kunzi, how about we team up to beat up Songsheng?" Songsheng shouted angrily, "You dare?" Jiuo-kun advised, "It's okay, I'll serve a spin ball later and see how he can deny it." Jiuo-kun came on the court. Jiuo-kun's serve was crooked, and Jiuo-kun was eliminated. Songsheng was very proud and shouted, "Who else?" Such a scene made the people playing ball nearby look sideways. Pang Jiao jumped off the podium, and the ground shook. She walked towards Songsheng and shouted in a heavy voice, "Songsheng, do you dare to play ball with me?" She was tutored by Songsheng recently. Although she gained some knowledge, Songsheng always implied that she was stupid. Pang Jiao had long wanted to find an opportunity to retaliate. Songsheng had been in close contact with Pang Jiao for a few days recently and witnessed Pang Jiao's weaknesses. He was not afraid at all at this time. "Haha, you." He looked at the big Pang Jiao with his small squinting eyes. Perhaps because his eyes were too small, Songsheng's squinting eyes moved from bottom to top. Such a scene angered Pang Jiao. Pang Jiao glared, "If you lose, you will be my son. You will call me mom when you see me in the future." Songsheng wanted to say that if Pang Jiao loses, she will call him dad in the future. Later, he felt that it was really embarrassing to have such a big fat pig daughter. Songsheng changed his words, "If you lose, eat 3 pounds of braised pork every day for me to see." Jiuo-kun heard the oath of the 2 people, and he said embarrassedly, "I don't think it will be that bad. At present, the people in their class 8 are still relatively trustworthy." Kyo-kun, are you really not afraid? Liu Chuandao was afraid that the world would not judge him. He took out his mobile phone. "Brothers, in order to prevent you from breaking your promise, I will use my mobile phone to record it first." He asked the two to swear again. Next, the official batting session began. In order to ensure the reliability of the bet, Liu Chuandao also called Bayuxia and Shen Xiao who were playing nearby to watch the game. The battle was about to break out. Song Sheng stared at Pang Jiao. The humiliation he had suffered in the past few months gathered in his heart. It was time for revenge. Pang Jiao also stared at Song Sheng with bulging eyes. Song Sheng was sure to win. With his skills, he would never lose. Song Sheng hit the ball. He chose the most reliable way to serve. Bang bang, the ping pong ball jumped out. Although Pang Jiao was fat, she was quite flexible. She caught the ball and hit it back. Song Sheng narrowed his eyes and used the same trick again. He first made an exaggerated shot action, which really made Pang Jiao retreat. Then, Song Sheng gently pushed the ball forward. At this time, Pang Jiao was still some distance away from the table and had no time to catch the ball. Song Sheng was ecstatic. Haha, I won. Who knew that the next second, in the shocked eyes of everyone, Pang Jiao grabbed the table with one hand and pulled it hard. The table shifted instantly and the ping pong ball fell directly to the ground without touching the table. Pang Jiao, roar. Song Sheng was furious. You are cheating, aren't you? Wang Yan'an, who is cheating? You don't want to admit your defeat, right? Song Sheng, you are breaking the rules. The two of them actually quarreled. Chen Xiao is a good person. She came to mediate. Stop quarreling. Why don't you both take a step back? How about this? Both of you lose. Chapter 804. Don't tell anyone. Table tennis court. What are you arguing about? If you continue to argue, you two will go to the podium to argue at the flag raising ceremony next week. The patrolling Gao Hishui shouted loudly. The simple school spirit of number 4 middle school would never tolerate any blasphemy. Song Sheng and Pang Jiao stopped arguing. Song Sheng wiped his face with his hand, which was sticky. Fortunately, his sense of smell had weakened recently, and he had a 60% resistance to odors. Chen Xiao reminded, Teacher Gao, we will have a holiday next week. After saying this, Pang Jiao planned to continue arguing with Song Sheng. Song Sheng inadvertently took a half step back. Liu Chuandao added insult to injury. Haha, Shenjia, you are a coward. Gao Hishui glanced at Chen Xiao. He was an iron-faced and selfless teacher, and he wanted to scold Chen Xiao immediately. Chen Xiao quickly retreated behind Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang stood proudly. She used to be protected by Jiang Ning, but now she can stand on her own. When Gao Hishui saw Zhu Yuantang, who ranked first in the city, and remembered the repeated explanations of Shan Qingrang and Principal Yu, he gave up on pursuing Chen Xiao's responsibility. He asked Song Sheng with a squinting look, what are you two arguing about? Pang Jiao yelled. He didn't keep his word after losing the game. Song Sheng stiffened his neck and angrily retorted, you don't follow the rules, so you don't win at all. He told Gao Hishui about Pang Jiao's action of pulling away from the table tennis table, and Gao Hishui thought it was Pang Jiao's fault. Wang Yan'an also told Gao Hishui about Song Sheng's playing style of fake moves, and Gao Hishui thought Song Sheng also had problems. Song Sheng was more stubborn. He looked disdainful. I'm good at playing. I can play the way I want. Gao Hishui stared at Song Sheng with his eyes. When classmates play, don't be too concerned about winning or losing. Isn't it fun to play? Song Sheng, I'm having a lot of fun. Gao Hishui, you just rely on the fact that you are a little better at playing than them. It is not advisable to use this method to tease others. Table tennis should be played uprightly. Kao-kun said bluntly, when I started playing, I fed the ball to Song Sheng, but he just attacked me directly. Song Sheng was not polite. Isn't it because you are not good enough? Kao-kun looked unhappy. Even in the face of Gao Hishui's accusations, Song Sheng still didn't take it to heart. I play to win. As long as I win I'm happy. If I can win, then my skills are upright. Gao Hishui was silent for a few seconds. He picked up the racket on the table. Come on, play with me. A duel between teachers and students unfolded, and everyone cast their eyes. Gao Hishui served a backspin ball, and just as Song Sheng's racket touched the ping pong ball, the ball instantly spun away. Song Sheng couldn't believe it. In the next round, Song Sheng served the ball, and Gao Hishui pulled it backhand, breaking Song Sheng's defense with lightning speed. Gao Hishui put down his racket and left without looking back, leaving behind only his back that was admired by everyone. Song Sheng held the racket and stood there, his face full of surprise. Jiuo Kunan, fuck, is Teacher Gao's skills so good? Zhu Yuantang said. Teacher Gao said in the office before that he was the junior high school campus table tennis champion. When he was a teacher in Nanxi, he was also the champion of the teacher group table tennis competition. Wang Yanan stared at Teacher Gao's tall and majestic back and suddenly said, he is so manly. Chen Xiqing praised Zhu Yuantang for being so cool just now. Bai Yuxia looked at Tang Tong and found that she seemed to be really different. Chen Xiaoyu nodded. Indeed, you usually just follow Jiang Ning, and you can't tell that you have such prestige. My sister and I admit that we underestimated you. Zhu Yuantang is not Jiang Ning's vassal, she is always above Jiang Ning. She snorted, you are blinded by appearances. In fact, you have not discovered the level between Jiang Ning and me. After that, she took out her mobile phone and typed to Jiang Ning, table tennis is not fun at all. I don't want to play. Find an excuse to let me go back to the classroom and send a voice message. At this time, Jiang Ning, who was in the balcony blowing the cold wind, took out his mobile phone. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning pressed the voice button and said, Tong Tong, it's too cold outside. Go back to the examination room early. After Zhu Yuantang received the message, she clicked play in public, and the mobile phone speaker really emitted the voice of Jiang Ning calling her home. Zhu Yuantang replied arrogantly in front of Bai Yuxia, I know, you just keep pushing me every day, what are you pushing me for? After that, she put her phone in her pocket, picked up the table tennis racket, and said calmly, don't worry about him, let's continue playing table tennis. Chen Xiaoyu and her sister looked at each other, but the two girls hesitated. Zhu Yuantang, but what? Chen Xiqing, but you hold the racket upside down. Zhu Yuantang looked down and saw that she was holding the racket. She maintained her aura. Do you think you can't win if you hold it upside down? The Chinese language test was in the morning. The atmosphere in the first examination room was relatively relaxed because everyone was a top student. Even the worst student would be guaranteed to go to a top 211 university in the future. The atmosphere in the last examination room was also relatively relaxed because all the candidates were college graduates. I'm already in college. Is the exam still important to me? There was a crowd of people in the examination room. Wu Zhaoqi was holding a basketball and resting his eyes. Jeheo quietly took out his mobile phone and tried to use the Zhaoyan question search app to search for reading comprehension, but unfortunately there was a shielding device in the examination room. Zhao Xiaofeng danced and performed pantomime for Brother Shan. It's true to say that the performance was so realistic that the female teacher behind the examination room covered her mouth and laughed. Zhao Xiaofeng seemed to be recognized and performed even more vigorously. Duan Shigen raised his head and overlooked the confused people. He lowered his head and wrote furiously. After experiencing the betrayal of his brother, he has become indifferent to everything. Bloom, my glorious years. Duan Shigen, who was once lazy and waited for death, died. Now, from his corpse, a new Gangxi has been born. Only after thousands of tempers can you be truly strong. Duan Shigen picked up the composition and began to write frantically. He was so moved by what he wrote that he burst into tears and put in real feelings. At the end of writing, he glanced at the title of the composition. He was stunned for a moment and cursed, fuck, it's off topic. The original title of the composition was My Mother, and the introduction was, I still remember those years when my mother stood at the school gate. As a result, Duan Shigen read the title as My Campus and wrote an article about his junior high school years, directly substituting himself for the topic, so he was so inspired. Duan Shigen was very anxious. What should I do if the composition is off topic? Especially for a student who has turned over a new leaf and pursues progress. This is no less than a huge mental blow. Duan Shigen pondered, and finally a light bulb flashed, and he thought of it. Duan Shigen wrote at the end of the composition, I'm an orphan. I grew up eating at hundreds of people's homes. The school is my mother. The first examination room. After Zhu Yuantang finished writing the test paper, he lay on the desk, curled up, waiting for Jiang Ning to finish. Jiang Ning put down the last word and he poked Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang immediately told the invigilator to hand in the paper and the two left the examination room happily. Ding Xuan, who was in the 5th row of the classroom, noticed the movement. She raised her head and glanced at Jiang Ning's back. At this moment, her eyes moved and her face turned to the right, only to see a plain and beautiful female classmate looking at her. Beiyuxia. Ding Xuan's mind popped up her message. His mother is Dr. Feng from Yazhou First People's Hospital. Her suturing skills are top notch in the entire Anhu province. When Zhuang Jianhe broke his bone, the hospital invited Dr. Feng. Ding Xuan thought about this. Her eyes gradually became indifferent, full of aggression, until Beiyuxia lowered her head in a natural way. Haha. Ding Xuan's eyebrows became soft again, and she overflowed with a bit of playfulness. Interesting. Jiang Ning, why are you walking so fast? Zhu Yuantang walked with his short legs and shouted behind him. The canteen is not open for dinner. Jiang Ning, it's not that I'm fast, it's that you walk slowly. Humph. Zhu Yuantang didn't care about his disrespect. She took out a small can of Wangzhe milk from her cotton padded jacket. Here you go. Jiang Ning was surprised. Usually he gave Tang Tang snacks, but today he actually received a return shipment. Of course, it's not that Tang Tang is stingy, but because all her money was cheated away by Jiang Ning. Why are you standing there? Zhu Yuantang raised her little hand and waved it in front of him. Jiang Ning took the Wangzhe milk and felt warm in his hand. Needless to say, this was Tang Tang's body temperature. Zhu Yuantang smiled. Drink it. Be careful not to get cold. She stepped past Jiang Ning and walked in front of him. Her steps lifted high, showing her joy. Jiang Ning opened the can and tasted it. It was very sweet. Zhu Yuantang didn't look back and asked him, is it delicious? Jiang Ning, the one you give is delicious. Zhu Yuantang proudly, of course, mine is the best. Before the exam, she used Jiang Ning to show off in front of the twins. In order to express her gratitude, she ran outside the school to buy a small can of Wangzhe milk. That was all the money she had. Zhu Yuantang disliked it because it was too cold and she put it in her cotton padded jacket for 2 hours before it became warm. Jiang Ning drank a sip of Wangzhe milk and called out, Tang Tang. Zhu Yuantang turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? Jiang Ning, do you want to drink it? Zhu Yuantang wanted to drink it, but since it was given to Jiang Ning, she certainly couldn't be greedy for something she had given away. So she said disdainfully, I won't drink something you've drunk. Jiang Ning turned his palm over, and a can of the same Wangzhe milk appeared in his palm. He took a few steps forward and said, here. Zhu Yuantang's eyes sparkled. Where did you get it? Jiang Ning said seriously, I also gave you a can. Zhu Yuantang was very happy. Jiang Ning opened the pull ring and handed the Wangzhe milk to her little hand. Zhu Yuantang was happy. It's warm too. She took a sip, and it was sweet as well. The two strolled around the campus. Because of the exam, the surroundings seemed a little empty. Zhu Yuantang chatted with Jiang Ning. The sunlight was like fine golden silk, sprinkled on their figures impartially, coating them with a layer of warm and soft light. Zhu Yuantang's face was filled with a carefree smile. Her eyes were shining with joy, and her voice was crisp and pleasant. I didn't want to drink it before. Because the bulk sold outside was very expensive, her mother would buy her yogurt, a box at a time. Jiang Ning listened quietly on the side, occasionally saying, I used to buy a box. Zhu Yuantang, my mother used to cook instant noodles for me, beat 2 eggs, put a small green vegetable, a piece of instant noodle partner brand ham, and a box of yogurt. It was so delicious. Jiang Ning, so comfortable? Zhu Yuantang, of course. Don't you eat it like this? Jiang Ning, I usually eat it with boiling water, and the taste is not bad. Zhu Yuantang, yeah. Because they talked about food, Jiang Ning gave some examples of weird ways to eat. Jiang Ning's parents work away from home, and he is in junior high school at home, so he can only buy food all day. If he were a rich person, he could eat well, with 4 dishes and a different soup every day, but Jiang Ning's living expenses are not much, and he often eats boxed lunches, fried rice and fried noodles, so in terms of quality of life, he is not as good as Tang Tang's family. Jiang Ning, have you ever eaten want snow cake? Zhu Yuantong, yes, they're around, sweet snow cakes, and there is another kind of want snow cake, which is oval and salty. Jiang Ning smiled. There was a period of time when I bought a steamed bun for $1 from the street after school at noon and brought it home, then tore the steamed bun apart, put 2 pieces of salty snow cakes in it, and ate it as a side dish. Zhu Yuantang opened his eyes and asked him, is it delicious? Jiang Ning, it's okay. He had long forgotten the taste, but he still remembered those embarrassing years. The hardship of childhood will be deeply scratched in the soul and can never be removed for a lifetime. Zhu Yuantang grabbed Jiang Ning's sleeve and yelled at her to go buy a bag of want snow cakes at the gate to experience the taste. When she was about to walk to the school gate, her steps suddenly stopped. Jiang Ning, aren't you going? Zhu Yuantang smiled. Buy it after lunch in the cafeteria, otherwise the twins will grab it all. Jiang Ning looked at her. She smiled foolishly. If it was Zhu Yuantang herself, she would be generous, but she didn't want others to know about Jiang Ning's previous embarrassment, so she chose to take it home and taste what it tasted like when they were alone. Jiang Ning reached out and touched her little head. Tang Tang's hair changed color slightly in the sun, which made her even warmer and more moving. The poverty he talked about, such as Xin Yaoling and Bei Yuxia, who grew up in a privileged environment, actually didn't understand. In a sense, in many things, only Tang Tang was closest to him. Jiang Ning said, well, okay. The two turned back from the school gate and walked north along the spacious main road of the campus. Zhu Yuantang finished drinking Wangzhe milk and only an empty can was left. She deliberately lagged behind Jiang Ning by 5 meters. Jiang Ning, I'll show you my skills. Zhu Yuantang held the can and motioned him to watch carefully and learn well. Jiang Ning was next to a trash can. Seeing Zhu Yuantang's appearance, she was ready to throw something into the can. She was about 5 meters away from the trash can, and Jiang Ning felt that it was probably impossible to throw it into the trash can. At this time, it was very close to the time to hand in the Chinese paper. Many candidates left the examination room and appeared on the campus. Near the main road of the campus, there were more first-year high school students, and the 2 grades took the exam at the same time. Several classmates passed by and talked and laughed. Lan Zichen, a first-year high school student, had a bun and a calm expression. She was followed by a handsome boy who talked to her about Chinese questions. Jiang Ning thought to himself, the little girl is not as outstanding as Bei Yuxia in appearance, but she is much better than Yuxia in terms of opposite sex popularity. The reason is probably that many boys know that Bei Yuxia's father drives a BMW to pick her up, so they stay away. Tang Tang, I'm going to throw it away. Jiang Ning, throw it away. Tang Tang threw the Wangzhe milk can in an arc and threw it into the trash can. As expected, it was off target, and the can hit the edge of the trash can with a bang, and then bounced off. Zhu Yuantang sighed. At this moment, Jiang Ning raised his foot, and his toes touched the free-falling can. He kicked it lightly, and the can jumped up again. Jiang Ning bounced it several times like a ball, and finally kicked it into the trash can. Zhu Yuantang, who had been sighing, showed a bright smile. The male classmate who was explaining the Chinese test paper to Lan Zichen saw this cool scene and he couldn't believe it. No, buddy. Chapter 805 Destroy. Bang. The can sank into the trash can, and the eyes of the surrounding students were immediately focused on Jiang Ning. Some were surprised, some were astonished, some were envious, and some were disdainful. At this moment, Zhu Yuantang came over with light steps to take advantage of the situation. Her tone could not hide her joy, and her eyelashes were like fine silk threads, catching every ray of warm sunlight, making her bright eyes sparkle with light. Jiang Ning, am I super awesome? Jiang Ning agreed. Indeed, it just passed to my feet. You must have predicted it. Zhu Yuantang was proud of it. You guessed it as expected. She changed her tone and said, you are also awesome. Jiang Ning noticed the unconcealable admiration in her eyes, as bright as starlight. Jiang Ning felt warm in his heart, and he laughed. We are both very capable. Lan Zichen, who had a bun on her head, was originally slightly dazzled by Jiang Ning's behavior just now. Such fancy skills always attract attention. At this moment, she saw the atmosphere of the two chatting, and suddenly she felt an inexplicable envy. It would be nice if she could joke with her male classmates like this, but unfortunately, those boys who approached her were all for the purpose of dating, and ended up in a bad way. The handsome boy saw Jiang Ning showing off his skills, and his tone was a little excited. Zichen, that guy just now was handsome. Lan Zichen, yeah, pretty good. After hearing this, the handsome boy immediately promised, I will practice and show you in the future. Lan Zichen's mood fell. She didn't like others to practice hard for her, and she would feel psychological pressure. Why can't we get along equally? Lan Zichen was disappointed. After some business exaggeration, Jiang Ning and Tan Tan walked towards the cafeteria happily. When the two walked to the location of teaching building number 3, the Chinese test had just ended, and several acquaintances appeared downstairs. See you seeking, Tang Fu. Zhu Yuantan shouted. The tall Tang Fu walked closer with her long legs. Because Tang Tang was too short, Tang Fu inevitably looked down at the short man from a high position. A small action, but such a big mockery. The first person Zhu Yuantang saw just now was Tang Fu, and she called the twins first. Compared with Tang Tang's inferiority complex, the twins were not jealous of Tang Fu at all. First of all, they were smarter than Tang Fu. Secondly, the two of them together, although not as tall as Zheng Lu, were definitely taller than Tang Fu. When you are better than someone in every aspect, how can you be jealous of her? Chen Xiaoyu summarized the exam. I was so lucky for this exam. Teacher Day assigned a similar essay not long ago. Zhu Yuantang, yeah, I just copied the essay I wrote last time. Tang Fu, so lucky? Chen Xiaoyu, of course. I also copied the essay I wrote. Haha, with the same essay topic, I will definitely get a high score. That's amazing. Tang Fu was very envious. The luckiest thing in the exam was that I had done this question before. She asked again, oh, by the way, Xiaoyu, how many points did you get for the essay last time? Chen Xiaoyu, 51 points. Tang Fu was stunned, thinking that the full score for the essay was 60, which was not high. She asked again, how many points do you usually get in your essays? Chen Xiaoyu replied, also around 50. Tang Fu thought, then what's the point of copying it? Chen Xiaoyu was also stunned. She fell into doubt about life. Yes, what's the point of copying it? Sister Chen Xiaoyu was very disappointed. Chen Xiqing was happy for herself at first, because she and her sister changed the examination room, which was equivalent to her getting a high score in Chinese. Who knew that now it would be damned? Tang Fu laughed at her above Chen Xiaoyu's head. At this moment, Chen Xiaoyu felt Tang Tang's displeasure. She said in an unhappy tone, and wanted to humiliate Tang Fu. How many points do you get in your essays? Tang Fu answered quickly, 55 points last time. Chen Xiaoyu asked again, what's the total score? Tang Fu, around 125. Chen Xiaoyu was upset. Tang Fu was still laughing. Chen Xiaoyu was even more upset. Sister Chen Xiqing couldn't bear to see her sister being bullied. A sister is someone who seeks justice for her sister. It's useless to just study well. Tang Fu, I'm better at sports, number 1 in the school. Well, now the twins are upset. Jiang Ning thinks Tang Fu is too domineering and bullies the twins too much, so he decides to help the twins calm down. Jiang Ning said, it's useless to just talk, we'll know who runs faster after a race. After Jiang Ning's mediation, Tang Fu and Chen Xiaoyu will have a race. Whoever runs to the small dining table in the cafeteria first will win. Tang Fu kicked her long legs and rushed to the cafeteria without looking back. The air was full of youthful vitality. Chen Xiaoyu sighed. Jiang Ning, you really made me suffer. Jiang Ning, today, the fried cakes made in the cafeteria need to be queued up. Chen Xiaoyu stopped sighing immediately. It's really silly Fufu. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Tang Fu was holding a basket of fragrant fried cakes. I won, didn't I win? Tang Fu won on the behavioral level, but Chen Xiaoyu won on the psychological level. Zhu Yuantan commented, you both win. At lunch, Shang Keiwei didn't come to eat again. The victorious Tang Fu called Yang Sheng over to have fun, and asked her if she wanted to go skiing after the exam. After lunch, Hu Jun was going to go out to buy snacks. Ji Yuo-kun went with him, and Ko-kun went home on the way. Brother Gang is really generous. I heard that he invited Pastor Liu and Wu Zhaoqi to go online. It's a sunny day today, and the campus seems to be covered with a warm filter. The three of them were talking and laughing, chatting about today's exams, and how to plan for the upcoming vacation. A few girls came to the front, and a girl in a white down jacket had a very charming figure. Jiuo Kunan followed her for 20 or 30 meters, and finally, on impulse, he pretended to jog forward, ready to pass the girl, and see what she looked like from the front. Kyo-kun saw through Kunan's thoughts, and he shouted from behind, "Anan, is the girl in white clothes pretty?" Jiuo Kunan was just about to turn around, but when he heard this, his face was so wonderful. Several girls turned around. Jiuo Kunan was in a dilemma, and ran back in embarrassment. Damn, Akan. Jiuo Kunan was depressed. Kyo-kun and Hu-jun laughed. Kyo-kun patted Jiuo Kunan on the shoulder. "People, don't be too fickle." Jiuo Kunan, "I just took a look." Hu-jun knew him too well. "I fell in love with her after just one look." Kyo-kun, who had been sitting at the same table with Jiuo Kunan for several months, suddenly asked, "Didn't you say that you were going to contact your female junior high school classmates when you go back during the winter vacation?" Jiuo Kunan, "I'm just worrying about this." Jiuo Kunan used to study in the town and was admitted to a middle school in the city. He was already a representative of a comeback. He found out about his former junior high school classmates and planned to get together, so he thought about how to show his extraordinariness in front of his female classmates. "Last time I saw her complaining on question space that her new shoes didn't fit her feet. I plan to give her a pair of shoes as a meeting gift. Does Brother Kun have any recommendations?" Jiuo Kunan said, "Such as Nike, Adidas, and New Balance." Kyo-kun did not recommend a brand to him. Instead, he looked at him carefully and said, "Why are you thinking of giving her shoes?" Jiuo Kunan sneered, "Anyway, I've made some money from playing as a substitute recently, so I can afford it. Besides, she must be very happy if I give her a gift after not seeing her for a long time. Don't give it." Kyo-kun's expression was gloomy. "I use my lifelong experience in love to tell you that if you use money as a bargaining chip in love, you will not only lose money, but also lose love." Jiuo Kunan was stunned. Kyo-kun thought of his past with Meng Xian, and Meng Xian's ruthless determination to withdraw. He said from the bottom of his heart, "If you choose to be a dog from the beginning, then no matter how good you are, you will always be a dog." These two sentences silenced Jiuo Kunan. Hu-jun agreed, "That's right. If you use money to open the way for this love, then it is definitely not pure." Jiuo Kunan was taught a lesson by the two masters, and his plan was shattered all at once. If chasing someone with money is not love, then what is love? Jiuo Kunan was puzzled. Hu-jun smiled calmly, "Let me tell you." He whistled, and on the lawn more than 20 meters away, a little yellow dog whoosh ran over and licked Hu-jun's shoes. Hu-jun said, "Love is when a dog licks your shoes." Kyo-kun frowned, "That's not right. What kind of love is this?" At this time, a shout came from a distance. "Wankei, Wankei, where are you running to?" Hu-jun, "Even if this is not your dog." Hu-jun kicked his feet to drive the dog away, but the puppy was still licking his shoes. Hu-jun, "Even if you don't want it anymore." Kyo-kun was shocked. "Oh my god, this Hu-jun who looks a bit mature, a bit honest, and a bit simple, is actually so insightful." Kyo-kun extended the topic. "You should cherish the people who love you, not those who need you to pay money to make her smile." There was pain and disgust in his eyes, with a heavy emotion towards someone, and the past, that he could not bear to look back on. His tone contained extremely heavy emotions. "They are not worthy of being human, they are garbage." Jiuo Kunan sighed deeply, "But, no one loves me, an ordinary boy, and he still wants love from others?" Hu-jun blamed. "Nonsense, doesn't your sister love you? Buy you a mobile phone, clothes, snacks, and give you red envelopes?" Jiuo Kunan pointed at him and said angrily, "Fuck, you are still thinking about my sister." In the afternoon, there was a math test. Jiang Ning sent Tang Tang to the examination room to sleep. He went downstairs alone, passed by the stairs, and ran into Yun Ting Ting and two girls going upstairs. Jiang Ning avoided to the side. Even though he was now superior to others, Jiang Ning still had a very high quality. Jiang Ning smiled coquettishly, rubbed his arm, and then teased, "Why are you hiding?" Jiang Ning ignored her. Jiang Ning didn't care about his reply, since she had taken advantage anyway. The other two girls looked at Jiang Ning and went upstairs with Jiang Ning, flirting with each other. It was just a few little girls flirting with each other. As a cultivator, Jiang Ning would naturally not argue with them. This was just one of the tests of entering the world. Jiang Ning walked towards the UK small store outside the school. He bought a can of Coke and 3 bags of dried fish. Jiang Ning handed over a 10 yuan bill. The one who was watching the store at this time was Wei Ziyuan from class 1. After more than a year of training, he gradually matured. Seeing an acquaintance, Wei Ziyuan waved his hand. "Forget it, it's just a few dollars." "Jiang Ning, you still have to pay." Wei Ziyuan took the 10 yuan and gave him a change of 5 yuan. Jiang Ning took the money and took out 50 cents and put it away. Wei Ziyuan, okay. He was also in examination room 1. The two chatted briefly about the afternoon exam. Jiang Ning sat on the bench outside, drank Coke, and ate dried fish. Jiang Ning looked at the long street in front of the school gate, where people were coming and going. Wei Ziyuan was sitting at the counter, holding a book of wrong answers. He looked up at Jiang Ning and inexplicably felt a little envious. Jiang Ning was good at studying, good at sports, and also popular with women. Jiang Ning, who was famous in the grade, was very close to him, which made people envious. Although some boys said that Jiang Ning was pretentious, Wei Ziyuan knew that they were just jealous. He put down the book of wrong answers, opened the oven, took out 2 volcanic stone sausages, and then walked to the bench outside. "Please." This time Jiang Ning accepted it. Wei Ziyuan wanted to chat with him, but a few more students came outside to buy things, so he had to go back to the house to do business, and he was skilled in dealing with all kinds of words, and he was at ease. Jiang Ning retracted his gaze. When he was a student in his previous life, he envied Wei Ziyuan quite a lot. He was tall and handsome, good at studying, and his family was rich. Later, after graduation, he envied him even more. He worked all his life and might not be able to afford a house in Nanshi, but Wei Ziyuan owned one at the age of 18. After Jiang Ning finished eating the grilled sausage, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. He was 1.7 meters tall, with jet black hair falling down like a waterfall, covering his buttocks, giving people a visual impact. Jiang Ning went back to the small shop and took 2 cans of Wangzhe milk. He urged the magic power in his palm, and the heat wrapped around the cans. He gave the money and walked straight to the school gate until he was next to the girl, Pei Yujing. "Ah." Pei Yujing responded, looking at a loss. She had a beautiful face, but it was extremely cold, with a kind of indifference to external things, but at this moment, there was a trace of panic. Jiang Ning looked at her. Pei Yujing 10 years later seemed to be no different from now. "Let's go together," Jiang Ning said. "Yeah." Pei Yujing agreed in a low voice. After Wei Ziyuan collected the money, he planned to continue to chat with Jiang Ning, but when he looked up, he found that Jiang Ning and a long-haired girl were walking side by side, and their backs were particularly matched. "Wei Ziyuan, damn," the campus master said. Jiang Ning handed over Wangzhe milk. "Drink it." "Ah. Oh." Pei Yujing took the Wangzhe milk, and her cold hands touched a trace of warmth. She didn't say anything, and she was very flustered. Why did he give me milk to drink? Does he like me? But getting close to me will make me unhappy. Pei Yujing's heart was gathering and dancing, and her face was still icy cold. How can I refuse his kindness? Should I give the milk back to him? But he has saved me several times. She wanted to peek at Jiang Ning, but was afraid of being discovered by him, so she had to move forward in silence. Jiang Ning didn't say anything either, so the two of them were silent. Pei Yujing felt like a cat scratching in her heart, and she broke the silence. "Jiang Ning, did you come to school today to take an exam?" After asking, Pei Yujing found out how stupid this question was, and she felt like she had no desire to live. "I really want the school to explode, and I'll go to heaven with it." Jiang Ning answered quickly, "Great, you guessed it all." Chapter 806 Seeing Through. 2:10 p.m. In the corridor in front of class 8, Chen Qian, an excellent student, loudly discussed today's math test with Deng Qingfeng and others, and made bold predictions on some test points. Many students with average academic performance passed by here, admired their brilliance, and retreated for fear of being burned by the scorching light. In high school, even if you have many shortcomings, as long as you have good academic performance, you are a good student, because as a student, the main task is to study. Just like an athlete's character is bad, as long as he wins the world championship, he is awesome. The excellent students are wielding their power and pointing out the world how happy they are. The poor students sit in the dark, secretly looking at their high-spirited appearance. Occasionally, a girl with a bookish air would join Chen Qian's team to talk about the content of the exam. Deng Jiayi, the beautiful girl from class 1, looked at Chen Qian with curiosity. Our head teacher said that you are making progress in every exam. Maybe you can be in the top 5 in this final exam. Chen Qian smiled faintly. The top 5 is not my ultimate goal. Deng Jiayi was surprised. Do you want to get the first place? Chen Qian wanted to say that she was right, but there were so many people around. He thought of Zhu Yuantang's strength, and felt that, if he didn't do it now, he would be ridiculed by everyone. But he couldn't lose his dignity. So, he stood with his hands behind his back, and began to recite, I think I should be reckless, be proud of myself, travel around mountains and rivers, and have all the romance in the world. Deng Jiayi was confused. Chen Qian, just kidding. I don't fight with the sky or the earth. I just want to fight with myself, and surpass myself every time. Deng Jiayi covered her mouth. You talk so funny. Chen Qian pushed his black framed glasses and smiled implicitly. In the east corridor, where Zhuan clenched his fists, after seeing this scene. His progress in pursuing Deng Jiayi has reached 99.9%, but she has never praised him for being interesting. Duan Shigen walked towards class 8 with a confident step. Cuiyu shouted, Brother Gang is so generous. He actually invited Zhaoqi and Xuandao to surf the internet. I heard that you also invited Brother Ma. Duan Shigen smiled like an elder brother and waved his hand casually. It's a pity that Ma Shichen refused. Cuiyu casually said, has Brother Gang made a fortune recently? Duan Shigen's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he has been a big brother for many years and has a domineering aura. We are all classmates. It's nothing to treat them. Not only did he treat them, he also bought some snacks so that Wu Zhaoqi and Liu Chuandao could play games at ease. Duan Shigen secretly took out his mobile phone in the internet cafe and took the opportunity to review the mathematical formulas for the afternoon exam. It not only reduced the opponent's state, but also improved his own strength. This is called killing two birds with one stone. Duan Shigen was awe-inspiring. Everything he did was just for that woman. At 2:30, the math test began. Unlike the usual sleepy long afternoons that seemed to take a century, the math test seemed to pass in a flash, and it was almost time to end at 4:30. However, thanks to Jiang Ning, he cut off the long river of time at 3:30. He handed in his paper early. Glancing at the sleeping Tang Tong, Jiang Ning walked out of the number 1 examination room in a leisurely manner. Bai Yuxia wanted to look up again, and suddenly thought of the girl. She suppressed her curiosity, and continued to do the questions silently. On the left, by the window, Ding Xuan's mouth corners inadvertently lifted, as if a breeze gently brushed across the quiet lake, rippling a ripple that was not noticeable, but had a long-lasting charm. At the back of the examination room, Chen Qian found that Jiang Ning handed in his paper early. He looked at his large blank questions and secretly vowed, one day, After Jiang Ning left the examination room, he went downstairs and walked straight to the office. The holiday was about to start. Jiuran would return to her hometown after the exam. This time, they would not be able to meet for more than a month. As a close disciple, Jiang Ning was keenly aware of teacher Jiu's mood changes, so he had to come and visit him no matter what. Jiang Ning walked along the number 2 and number 3 examination rooms and ran into Gao Hishui, who was taking a breath outside. Gao Hishui stared at Jiang Ning, his cow-like eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. Have you handed in the paper? Jiang Ning, I'm done. If it was any other student, Geo Hishui would definitely scold him, but Jiang Ning had almost full marks in mathematics, so he couldn't say anything. Jiang Ning walked past Geo Hishui, pushed open the door of the office, and was greeted by the warm air. Geo Ran, who was looking at his phone in front of his computer, noticed the noise and immediately looked over. He was slightly surprised at first, then delighted. Have you finished the test? Jiang Ning closed the door with his backhand and said lazily, yes, the questions are not difficult. Geo Ran, you are too good. After saying that, she was afraid that he would be proud, so she said, compared to the questions in the mathematical Olympiad, these are indeed simple. She was afraid of discouraging him, so she said again, don't compare yourself with monsters, you are very good. Jiang Ning was speechless. In just a few seconds, it fully reflected the change in teacher Gio's mood. Gio Ran moved a chair for him. There are no oranges today, no orange juice, eat grapes. She pushed the porcelain plate in front of her to Jiang Ning's hand. Jiang Ning pinched one and tasted it. It was very juicy and sweet. Gio Ran and Jiang Ning chatted about school, river dams, and the ice on the river. Jiang Ning said that, if the Hushu River is open, he is ready to play on the ice. Gio Ran joked, who are you going to take? Jiang Ning was about to reply, but suddenly, the phone on the table lit up, and a WeChat message popped up. Gio Ran's pretty face showed a hint of helplessness. Jiang Ning, what's wrong? Gio Ran complained, I had relatives in Yuzhou before, but unfortunately the person introduced was not good, so my mother introduced me to a man from my hometown. Gio Ran is a teacher, less than 23 years old, young, and beautiful, and is a relatively high quality resource in the blind date world. In the past, some elders often used her as a product to promote and do favors. Fortunately, after encountering this several times, Gio Ran resolutely refused. Now, her parents are personally involved. Jiang Ning, how is the other party? Gio Ran picked up the phone, unlocked it helplessly, and said to Jiang Ning, you can see for yourself. She usually doesn't show chat records to others easily, but in front of Jiang Ning, she has no such scruples. She often gossips with Jiang Ning about the bloody incidents of the teachers around her. Gio Ran opened the screen and received a greeting from the other party. Are you off work, teacher Gio? When Gio Ran saw this address, she replied helplessly, not yet, I have a meeting later. The man, okay, teacher Gio, I will wait for you, grin. Gio Ran was puzzled, why call me teacher Gio? The man, because I'll leave this lesson of love to you. Love? Gio Ran felt a chill in her heart, and she typed a reply. Are you usually so oily to others? The man, no, I only make your own fried dough sticks. Do you want to take a bite? Grin. Gio Ran, she silently deleted the chat box, because she couldn't chat anymore. Before she could complain to Jiang Ning, a WeChat video suddenly popped up, and the contact note was mother. Gio Ran glanced at Jiang Ning, and finally decided to answer the phone. If she didn't answer it now, her mother would definitely call directly later, a series of death calls. If she answered the phone, she would definitely be blamed by her mother, blaming her for not answering the WeChat video, and wasting the phone bill. After the video call was connected, Gio Ran turned on the hands-free mode, and the voice jumped out of the speaker in a hurry, and jumped on Gio Ran's face. Gio Ran, why don't you listen? The person I introduced to you is handsome, has a house and a car, and is honest. What are you picky about? Your aunt said before that you are picky, but I didn't believe it. A few hundred words omitted. Do you want me to jump off the building and make me go to the hospital so that you will be satisfied? Gio Ran's face was not good. I can't talk to him. What is there to talk about? Didn't your father and I not talk to each other at the beginning? So many years have passed, and you have to drag it on. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to scrape the screen. It was a middle-aged woman with eyebrows and eyes that looked a bit like Gio Ran, but under the ruthless invasion of time, she has gradually become secular. Even teacher Gio, who has always been gentle and quiet, still couldn't control her temper in the face of her mother's aggressiveness. Parents are the dearest people, but how many children can communicate with their parents calmly? Most people are impatient and start quarrels with a few words and then regret their actions afterwards. Family affection is the most difficult problem in the world. Jiao Ran held his breath. I say one sentence, and you wait for me for 8 sentences, right? I don't want to quarrel with you. I'm explaining the problem to my students now. Jiang Ning ate another grape and watched Jiao Ran and his mother quarrel heartlessly. Who is waiting for me? The middle-aged woman couldn't help it. I have introduced you so many people, but you don't like this one and that one. Tell me what you want. The middle-aged woman exploded. The one I introduced to you this time can do housework and cook, and gave you 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. He has a car and a house, and is willing to buy a house in Yuzhou. But you can't talk to me, and sent me away. If you tell others, people will laugh at you. The daughter of the surname Jiao has such a vision. Do you want to go to the temple for a blind date? Ah, what kind of person do you want to find? She asked loudly. Jiao Ran, find someone I like. The middle-aged woman looked sarcastic. Yes, you find someone you like. You find someone who can fly and breathe fire. Jiao Ran saw his mother's reaction and said angrily, do you think I can't find someone who can breathe fire? Ha ha ha, a loud laugh came from the speaker. Jiao Ran yelled at Jiang Ning, spit fire for my mom. Jiang Ning, who was watching the fun. Am I a bargaining chip for you and your mom to quarrel with? Jiao Ran lightly kicked Jiang Ning's chair, signaling him to hurry up. Don't you know how to perform magic? Okay. Jiang Ning replied. Jiao Ran moved closer to Jiang Ning and recorded Jiang Ning on the screen with the front camera. Jiang Ning silently urged his magic power to highlight his appearance a little. The middle-aged woman was originally very angry, but suddenly she caught a glimpse of Jiang Ning's bright eyes and 3-dimensional facial features. She was surprised and said, the young man is so handsome. Are you his student? Jiang Ning greeted. Hello, auntie. I'm teacher Jiao's student. The middle-aged woman changed her previous irritability. She smiled and said, hey, the young man is so polite. Jiao Ran was anxious and urged her. Jiang Ning, have you forgotten what I asked you to do? The middle-aged woman looked at the young man's face and her mood became much better. She blamed her daughter. What nonsense are you talking about? She asked, hey, where is the young man from? What do his parents do? And how is his study? Jiang Ning answered honestly, I'm from Yuzhou. My parents work at Changqing Liquid. The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up. Changqing Liquid is good. Changqing Liquid is good. Who doesn't know that Changqing Liquid has good treatment these days? She looked through the screen and saw her daughter in the same frame with the young man. They are really a perfect match. Oh, but really good. Jiao Ran's mother liked the boy more and more. Jiao Ran pinched Jiang Ning and said anxiously, you are going to spit fire. After the math test, Chen Kan and his group reunited in front of class 8 to summarize the test. Chen Kan said in a low voice, oh, it's over. I didn't do well in math. I didn't do a lot of questions. This math test is too difficult. He muttered, with a very regretful expression, as if he had suffered a great hardship. After Duan Shigen found out, he came over and said, haha, Qianzi, I don't think it's that difficult. I did all the questions I knew. Chen Qian, oh, there are so many questions I'm not sure about. Jiang Yanan, who was nearby, talked about the 7th multiple choice question. What did you choose for the multiple choice question about the polar coordinate system? It's the question about the circle P equals to cos. Chen Qian answered in seconds. Choose B. Jiang Yanan, are you sure? Chen Qian said, the tangent equation. This question is very simple. He talked about the coordinate system of the center of the circle, the left tangent and the right tangent, and then the tangent equation. Jiang Yanan suddenly realized that he had calculated it wrong. Duan Shigen was confused when he heard it and asked, Chen Qian, didn't you fail the exam? Chen Qian pretended, oh, I only know the basic questions. Duan Shigen realized that he had been fooled and cursed Chen Qian in his heart. Damn top student. After Duan Shigen left, Chen Qian felt very comfortable all over and continued to sigh in a pretentious manner, repeatedly saying that he had failed the exam, but in fact he was implementing a phishing plan. Everyone got smarter and no one was fooled. So Chen Qian formally discussed the difficult questions. The last multiple choice question, if the function f, x, equals x, the number of different real roots of the equation of x, that you finally calculated, how many did you calculate? Dunking Feng, I choose A. 3. Song Sheng is also in the circle of top students. He was 4th in the class last time, second only to Qin Qian. King Feng, you are wrong. Choose C. Jiang Yanan, didn't you choose D? Chen Qian took out a piece of draft paper with dense symbols on it, and he actually copied down the question. I will calculate this problem for you. Several people actually calculated in public, as if no one was around, and didn't care about other people's opinions at all. The gloomy Che Wen passed by and spit in his heart. What a pretentious person. However, he forgot that he was also this kind of person when he was in class 6, but when he came to class 8, he was not worthy. After Qin Qian finished the calculation, Deng Qingfeng felt that it was wrong, and he said, wrong, I chose A. Song Sheng, Qingfeng, you are too stubborn. Qin Qian advised, it's only 5 points. Qingfeng, you should admit your mistake. At this time, a childish voice came out from the side. Use the substitution method to calculate. Choose A. Chen Qian sneered. No, who are you? Do you know numbers? When he turned his head and saw Zhu Yuantang's face clearly, Chen Qian shut up tactfully. Office. Ji Yuoran's mother hung up the phone with a face full of joy. Ji Yuoran immediately grabbed Jiang Ning's ear and asked, why don't you spit fire? Don't spit fire. Jiang Ning raised his hand to break free. At this time, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. Gao Hishui stared at the scene with his bull eyes, shocked. Ji Yuoran immediately let go of her hand and sat down gently and ladylike. Jiang Ning glanced at Gao Hishui and greeted him in a friendly manner. Teacher Gao, your computer desktop is very beautiful. I didn't expect that you also like magical girl Madoka Magica. Gao Hishuo's face darkened, and he felt guilty, as if he had been seen through. He explained awkwardly, haha, the desktop was set automatically. Chapter 870 Betons. Winter night. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky fell into darkness, and the whole world seemed to be covered by a piece of black velvet. The lights in the city and the stars in the sky complement each other. The bungalow located on the river dam is like a small lighthouse, with only peace and tranquility. Tang Tang was very angry because Jiang Ning carried her out of the examination room on her back during the math test, so she ate all the sugar roasted chestnuts that Jiang Ning used to apologize. However, according to Jiang Ning's judgment, she was obviously afraid that he would eat her sugar roasted chestnuts. Tang Tang went to Chachu's hut and stopped Jiang Ning's idea of cooling Chachu's hut. After all, Tang Tang was there, and she couldn't let her find out that she was secretly doing bad things. Otherwise, with Tang Tang's intelligence, Jiang Ning would suffer her fierce revenge. In order to make Tang Tang more comfortable, Jiang Ning was going to raise the temperature of Chachu's hut, but then he thought it wouldn't work because Tang Tang would definitely find out. Although she would play dumb. Forget it. Jiang Ning gave up and suddenly felt that Tang Tang was too smart, which also had disadvantages. Jiang Ning stayed in the small bedroom. He closed the door and cut off everything outside. Jiang Ning swiped his fingers in the air twice, turned on the computer, and found a movie to play. The only bad thing now is that there is no self-media as developed as in the future, so there are not so many ingenious long videos to use as a meal. However, because of this, it is possible to make up for the carefully made movies. Jiang Ning turned his palm over, and a small stainless steel rice bowl flew out from the storage ring. There were some rosy and attractive stewed food in it, including duck feet, duck necks, duck wings, duck tongues, etc. Recently, the wild ducks in Qinghai Lake have been flooded. The food is particularly good. Everyone is strong and healthy. The fish raised by Jiang Ning are almost eaten up by them. So Jiang Ning caught a batch of wild ducks and sent them to Qinghai for further study. Xiao Shuangshan asked the chef to cook it to reward the executives of Qinghai. Because the taste is very extreme, it has set off a huge sensation. It was even spread as imperial meal within the company, which made Xiao Shuangshan helpless. She is not an empress. Xiao Shuangshan was not arrogant. She deliberately reserved some ducks and asked the best chef in the company to stew them. Finally, she transported them to the villa in Huqi Mountain and left them for Jiang Ning to taste. Jiang Ning sent out a magic power and circled the stainless steel rice bowl. Soon, the cold ducks entered the heating state and became more flavorful. Then he took out a can of Coke. Jiang Ning drank Coke, ate stewed food, and watched movies. It was a different kind of fun. Heba is located in a remote area and life is comfortable. There are no supermarkets, no vegetable markets, no hospitals, and no schools nearby. Many people with conditions at home do not live here. But Jiang Ning does not care about these shortcomings. Anyway, he can solve them. He likes quietness the most. Of course, Heba has a fatal shortcoming, which is the safety issue. After all, there are only a few families. If they are targeted by some people with bad intentions, the consequences will be disastrous. However, with Jiang Ning here, it is not only not dangerous, but also a kind of entertainment. He prepared a bucket of concentrated sulfuric acid in his storage ring to wash the faces of criminals. The only pity is that there are relatively few opportunities to use it. Although Jiang Ning's current life is very good, he knows that there are many dark things in this world, even in a small city like Yuzhou. The last time Jiang Ning and Tang Tang went to the supermarket, they passed by the two most prosperous apartment buildings in the city. He scanned the inside with his spiritual sense and saw all kinds of filthiness of human nature. Even after 10 years, the authorities still go to sweep from time to time, but it is still difficult to eradicate the chaos, toxic smoke, and laughing gas. Jiang Ning watched a movie, tapped the table with his fingers, and thought, maybe, this city needs a hero. With his ability, if he has the ability to act, he can kill all the evils in the several apartment districts. Jiang Ning gradually retracted his thoughts and took out his mobile phone. Class 8 group. Wang Yanan posted a picture of her dinner. There was only a small piece of corn on the big plate. Jiang Yanan, no wonder you are so thin. You only eat so little? Wang Yanan, oh, actually it was Jiao Jiao's dinner. Pang Jiao, that's me, shy. Cuiu sent a mocking expression and then said, haha, are you pretending? Jiao Jiao won't even have the energy to go home and hang herself after eating this little meal. Liu Chuandao, what are you thinking about? I don't even have the energy to go home. The two of them sang the same tune, belittling Pang Jiao to their heart's content. Anyway, the holiday is coming soon, so they are not afraid at all. Wang Yanan quarreled with the two and greeted their dear families. The group was in chaos. Xin Yaoling came out to mediate, but no one listened. Meng Jiui sent a red envelope, which was snapped up in seconds. All of them were 1 cent. Everyone started to scold Meng Jiui again. Pang Jiao, who was silent for a few minutes, suddenly sent a selfie. In the selfie, she was very thin and slender, and her face was covered and beautified by super filters. She was actually a real internet beauty. Liu Chuandao questioned, is this you? Pang Jiao, are you blind? Who else is this? Liu Chuandao was scolded and was unhappy. He flipped through the photo album and found a photo of Pang Jiao secretly taken in the classroom. Her body was as majestic as a mountain. Liu Chuandao sent a photo. Who is this then? Cuiu, don't say anything. This is Pang Jiao's martial spirit. Ko-kun couldn't hold it anymore. Fuck. Meng Jiui cheered for his good brother. Excuse me, is this a weapon martial spirit or a beast martial spirit? The quarrel broke out again, and Xin Yaoling banned them all. The lively group suddenly became deserted, and Jiang Ning swiped out of the class group. Jiang Ning, who had nothing to do, opened WeChat. He swiped through the contact list. Jiang Ning never took the initiative to add people. There were only some relatives, classmates, and girls on campus who took the initiative to add him, so the number of contacts was not large. Jiang Ning saw Ding Xuan's WeChat ID. Her avatar was different from those cute pets, anime heads, and abstract paintings. It was a clean hand-painted little girl, simple and simple. Clicking into the moments, she was not like many vain girls who posted their fake beauty selfies every day, as well as those watermelon heads, deformed heads and other stupid special effects. Ding Xuan's moments were also very clean, with half-length photos of her in sportswear, mountain scenery, afternoon tea, and calligraphy. Jiang Ning glanced at her signature. Abandoned sensibility. Absolutely rational yo. Jiang Ning thought about it, and suddenly, as if with a bad taste, sent her a message, looking for trouble. Why do you lie in the list every day, and don't chat with me? Hukishan Villa District. On the third floor, in the south-facing bedroom, Ding Xuan sat on the bed, holding a book, her face sometimes thoughtful, sometimes understanding, and her eyes flickered with a faint silver light. The bright moonlight poured into the room from the window, brushed the ends of her hair, fell on the soft pajamas, and dyed her figure with a hazy and elegant beauty. At this time, the mobile phone at hand vibrated. Ding Xuan picked it up casually. She didn't care at first, but she found out that it was a message from Jiang Ning. When she saw the content, she was speechless again. Ding Xuan's white fingers tapped the screen. You told me not to talk to you if there was nothing to do. Jiang Ning sent another message and asked her, oh, has nothing happened in these days? Ding Xuan replied silently, because I didn't chat with you. Jiang Ning, Ding Xuan is very mature and knows when to advance and retreat. When Jiang Ning was taking the exam today, he used his spiritual sense to check her and found that she was not completely indifferent, but she hid it very well. This mind is extraordinary. People's mind is not proportional to age, but more to do with experience. It is common in life that people in their 50s and 60s are still as irritable and angry as children. And some great people, at a young age, can remain unmoved even when Mount Tay collapses in front of them. Girls are more mature than boys in terms of mental age. She is also a child from a family. Her mind is not on the same level as the girls around Jiang Ning. Even Bayuxia is far inferior to her. After sending the message, Ding Xuan regretted it a little. She admitted that she was a little angry just now, and did not show the admiration she should have. Wouldn't it offend him? Just as she was about to organize her words, she received another message from Jiang Ning. Was there an earthquake just now? Ding Xuan was puzzled. No. Jiang Ning thought of the greasy words of Mr. Guo's blind date. He said with a bad taste, then why did my heart tremble when I received your message? Ding Xuan looked at the screen of the mobile phone and opened her mouth slightly. No, why is he like this? Why is he different from the lonely and extraordinary she imagined? Why is he a little greasy? Ding Xuan has always cared about Jiang Ning because he is her goal, an extraordinary existence, but now, her belief has collapsed a little. She picked up the water cup beside the bed, took a sip, and calmed her mind. She didn't rush to reply, but used a search engine to search. After a while, she found a few books. President is on top, and please respect yourself, President. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, you can fight 100 battles. Ding Xuan began to study. Chachu's hut. Chachu sat at the desk to study. Tong Tong sat next to Chachu, eating sugar roasted chestnuts, and she wrapped a small blanket on her legs. Tong Tong and Chachu had always been like this in their childhood. They had shared joys and sorrows, and they were still happy even in a cold environment. Chachu had to study, so she had no hands to eat the sugar roasted chestnuts, so Tong Tong peeled them for her and put them in her mouth. Zhu Yuantang played with her mobile phone next to the studious Chachu, doubling her happiness. Her questions popped up a message. Tong Tong, are you playing games now? This was a message from her game friend, Shang Wei. Zhu Yuantang, no, I'm eating, I'll play later. In an esports room in the city, Shang Wei was disappointed. Zhu Yuantang hadn't played games with her for a while. One of her few friends was about to quit the game. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Shang Zhengai walked into the room with a fruit plate. Even though he was wearing home clothes, he was still handsome. Eat some fruit. Shang Wei, oh, okay. Shang Zhengai sat down next to her and asked with concern, what are you doing? Shang Wei said timidly, preparing to play games with friends. Shang Zhengai nodded, you play. No one wanted to play with Shang Wei. Shang Wei took out her mobile phone and sent another message. What time will you play? Zhu Yuantang, at least an hour later. Shang Wei, it's okay, I can wait for you. She was a little afraid of his brother, and she was not used to getting along with him, so she just wanted to find an excuse to avoid him. Zhu Yuantang, it's hard to say, maybe Jiang Ning will play with me. Shang Wei, oh can I add one more? Just play one game. Seeing her so humble, Zhu Yuantang replied, okay. Shankai Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Yuantang peeled a sugar-roasted chestnut, and Chachu ate one. Later, Tang Tang stretched out her hand, and Chachu opened her little mouth, and they cooperated very well. From an angle that Chachu didn't notice, Zhu Yuantang showed a mischievous smile. She deliberately took out an unpeeled chestnut and put it to Chachu's mouth. Chachu chewed it seriously for 2 bites, but couldn't bite it at all, so she bit it hard. Zhu Yuantang laughed, and after laughing, she quickly pushed the door and ran away. Zhu Chachu finally realized that she had been fooled. A layer of annoyance covered her face. She didn't do the test paper and got up to catch Tang Tang. At this time, Tang Tang had run to Jiang Ning's courtyard and pushed open the door. Then, she saw Jiang Ning's fairy-like life, watching movies, drinking coke, and eating braised food. In an instant, her eyes widened, and she felt that she had been betrayed. How abominable, she said. Jiang Ning, Chachu is here to catch me. Open the closet quickly, and let me get in. Jiang Ning wasted no time and quickly opened the closet, and Tang Tang rushed into the closet. The moment she entered the closet, she stretched out a hand, grabbed a duck wing, and closed the closet door. Jiang Ning waved her spiritual power, closed the door, wiped away the traces, and created a scene that no one had been there. Just a few seconds after entering the closet, Zhu Chachu pushed open the door, and a pair of watery eyes swept across Jiang Ning's room. Her cold eyes stayed on the bed, under the bed, and in the closet for several seconds. Then, she realized that she was a little fierce, and immediately retracted her gaze, and her temperament became as light as water. Jiang Ning, what's wrong? Zhu Chachu asked. Is Tang Tang here? Jiang Ning was very calm. No. Okay. Zhu Chachu turned around and prepared to leave, going to Tang Tang's house to settle accounts with Tang Tang. Before leaving, Zhu Chachu inadvertently saw the braised food on the table. The aroma was really tempting. Jiang Ning was polite. Try it? Zhu Chachu. Jiang Ning, I can't finish it by myself. Zhu Chachu. Okay. Zhu Chachu sat upright on the sofa. Jiang Ning was well versed in hospitality. He pointed to the braised food on the small table and introduced. It tastes very good. I originally planned to let you and Tang Tang try it. Tang Tang in the closet was very angry. In anger, she secretly ate duck wings. It was delicious, much better than the one sold on the street. Zhu Yuantang quickly finished a duck wing. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning did not drive Chachu away, so she could only hide in the closet. It took about 10 minutes, and Zhu Chachu realized that she had eaten too much. She wiped her mouth with a tissue, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiang Ning asked, studying has been hard recently, right? Zhu Chachu, it's okay, mainly because of the exams. Jiang Ning, yeah, come on. Yeah. The two chatted awkwardly. Zhu Chachu realized that she seemed too cold, and she ate Jiang Ning's food again, which was not good. Out of politeness, she took the initiative to say, I suddenly thought of a joke about come on. Jiang Ning, what joke? I was reading a forum before, and someone asked, why are there still people rushing to work at gas stations, even though the salary is very low? Then someone replied below, because every day you hear encouragement from strangers, come on. Jiang Ning didn't react yet, but Tang Tang, who was hiding in the closet, laughed out loud. Zhu Chachu's eyes instantly moved to the closet. Chapter 808 My NIU classmate. February 7th exam day. Class 8, Grade 2. After today's exam, brothers will meet again next year. Jiuo Kanan sighed. They are in grade 2. Who would have thought that they would have so many days off during the winter vacation? I don't know what the school leaders think. After sighing, he looked at Liu Chuandao and found that he looked listless, with dark circles under his eyes, and his eyes could hardly open. Jiuo Kanan wondered, what's wrong with Brother Dao? Duan Shigen laughed. It's almost vacation time, so I took Brother Dao out for a night of fun. Last night, Duan Shigen hired Brother Jehao with the power of money. Then, he and Haozi invited Liu Chuandao and Wu Zhaoqi to a black internet cafe for the night, and bought instant noodles. Duan Shigen left halfway, because of physical discomfort, and asked Haozi to take them to have fun. In the second half of the night, Haozi took the two to eat hot pot and then played billiards. After eating hot pot, they played until dawn and didn't let the two close their eyes. Liu Chuandao was almost killed. On the contrary, Wu Zhaoqi was still full of energy. He arrived at school early in the morning and went to the playground with a basketball to exercise, which puzzled Duan Shigang. How can he be so excited? Cuiu was amazed. Brother Gang is righteous. He is becoming more and more like a big brother. Duan Shigang accepted the compliment modestly. Cuiu appreciated righteous people. He patted Duan Shigang on the shoulder and said, "The exam is about to start. Brother will take you to have some fun." The two hit it off and went to building 1 of the senior year together. The senior year exam just started today and the air in the corridor was filled with a different kind of tension. Admiring the beautiful senior sister, at this moment, Duan Shigang seemed to become younger. He sighed. It's great. Cuiu felt a little regretful. It was a cold day now and the senior sister was wearing too much and it was not enough. Cuiu looked at the girls along the classroom. He saw that there were many beautiful girls in the examination room 12, so he swaggered into the examination room. At this time, there were less than 15 minutes before the exam time, and most of the students had arrived in the classroom. Cuiu came empty-handed and immediately chose an empty seat in the back row with the admission number on it. After he sat down, he did not attract much attention. Cuiu suddenly screamed, "Oh my god, I forgot to bring my draft paper and pen." Immediately, people around him cast their eyes. Cuiu clapped his hands. "Forget it, I won't take the exam." He got up and left the examination room directly and walked away. The senior high school students around him were stunned. Cuiu was secretly happy. Duan Shigang appeared in the examination room number 13 next door. He randomly chose to sit behind the girl and then sat there casually. He touched the female classmate at the front table and said, "Hey, can you let me copy the exam later?" The female classmate turned her head. Duan Shigang, just say whether you will or not." The female classmate was very entangled. If she let him copy, what if the teacher found out? Wouldn't she be implicated? If she didn't let him copy, this person looked so fierce. What if he was angry? Will he kick her stool? When the female student was struggling, Duan Shigang was deliberately angry. "You don't want to copy, right? Forget it. I won't take the exam." He left the examination room with a wave of his sleeves. Female student. Liu Chuandao blinked, and the morning exam was over. When he was woken up by the invigilator, he was confused. When did I fall asleep? After eating lunch in the cafeteria, all the students went home. Yuan and Jiang Ning were together. Shen Qinj went home for lunch recently, so now they are best friends. The two walked on the spacious main road of the campus. On the flower beds on both sides, the winter sweets bloomed with small and exquisite flowers. The snow covered them, but they were even more bright and colorful. However, Yuan was in a gloomy mood. She felt tired. "Hey, Yanan, this semester is almost over, but there is no substantial progress between me and the class monitor." Jiang Ning was very good at comforting people. From nothing to something is the biggest progress. Think about what your relationship with the class monitor was more than a year ago. Memories rippled in Yuan's heart. She said, "A year ago, he didn't know me, and I didn't know him. You're singing now." Jiang Ning was sweating and continued to comfort her. "So taking the first step is half the success." When? Come on. Yuan sighed. "It's almost a month since the winter vacation. I miss him so much." Jiang Ning, "It's better to act than to think." Yuan's face was happy. "What do you think? Should I try to ask the class monitor out on a date?" After getting Jiang Ning's affirmation, Yuan was full of confidence and thought of a wonderful idea for this. She was excited to discuss with her sisters. At this time, Zhang Kai hurriedly passed by and didn't even notice the two of them. Yuan was surprised. "Why is he walking so fast?" Jiang Ning shook his head. "I don't know. High school students are like this. Even if they are in the same class, even if they have moved to the back row, Jiang Ning and Zhang Kai's group still have a sense of alienation. They have no idea what he usually does. They are both familiar and strange." Zhang Kai went all the way to the bus stop outside the school and found Tang Jing waiting for the bus. He greeted him. Are you waiting for the bus too? Tang Jing looked at him. At this time, a black Accord car stopped in front of the platform and the window slowly lowered. She replied indifferently, no, I'm waiting for my dad to pick me up. After that, Tang Jing opened the car door. The next second, the car started slowly. Zhang Kai looked at this slender and handsome car, and his face showed a complicated expression. Even if he didn't know much about cars, he could tell that this car was definitely not cheap. He suddenly felt that every classmate in the class seemed to be very rich. Dong Qingfeng went on a trip every day during the holidays. Huang Zhongfei treated the whole class to food and used an Apple phone. Bai Yuxia's parents seemed to be the only one who drove a BMW to pick him up. They were extremely poor and worked hard for a little living expenses. Thinking of his gambling father who had cheated his grandparents of their savings, Zhang Kai might not be able to go home for the new year this year. He suddenly felt sorry for himself. Zhang Kai went to apply for a job today. The bricks in winter were too cold for his hands. Even he couldn't stand it. Fortunately, when he was a substitute in the same city, he met a boss. There was an employee under the boss who went back to his hometown in the next 2 days because of a family accident. He could only come back after the new year. Zhang Kai could just take over the shift and get paid on a daily basis. The bus arrived. Zhang Kai got on the bus and set off to the next destination. He thought, if everything goes well, I can move the quilt over tonight. At noon, Jiang Ning, who worked hard for the exam, returned to the river dam bungalow. In the open space at the door, Zhang Ruan and Lin Zida were playing badminton. The two played back and forth. Seeing Jiang Ning coming back, Lin Zida waved his hand to signal a pause. He walked over and took out 10 yuan from his pocket, the money Dong Dong earned yesterday. Before Jiang Ning could speak, Tong Tong's crisp voice sounded, with a bit of surprise, so little? During this period, Dong Dong could earn at least 50 yuan a day, which really made Tong Tong realize how happy it was to master the means of production. However, today's income suddenly plummeted, and she was slightly unhappy. It must be that Dong Dong was lazy. The only bad thing about slavery is that black slaves have no initiative at all. Lin Zida explained the reason. Dong Dong claimed that it has been a few days since the winter vacation, and he hasn't done his winter vacation homework. He is going to study hard. Zhu Yuantang was dumbfounded. What a joke. Dong Dong is doing winter vacation homework. Lin Zida analyzed and fanned the flames. He must be trying to avoid hard labor and avoid blessings, so he made an excuse. Jiang Ning, are you ready? He looked eager to try, wanting Jiang Ning to beat him up, and he watched the naughty kid get beaten up. Forget it, we can't delay his study. Jiang Ning decided to let Dong Dong go for the time being. He was tired for so many days, and it was time to take a rest. Otherwise, how could he maintain his best working condition when the Hushi River was opened? Lin Zida regretted and continued to play badminton with Zhang Ruan. Dong Dong's grandmother was very excited and ran to the west side of the bungalow to show off. She praised her grandson for his progress and how he knew to do his homework on his own initiative. It was like my grandson had the potential to be at Tsinghua student. Sunshine Deer Courtyard is a high-end residential area in Yazhou New District. It has an artificial lake, rockery pavilions, separate areas for people and cars, and a floor area ratio of only 1.1. Zhang Kai stood in front of the residential area, looking up at the imposing gate. He lowered his head and took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello, brother, I'm at the door. While talking, he looked around the residential area and said with a smile, brother, the residential environment is really good. Inside Sunshine Deer Courtyard, Building 5, the king of the building. In a second bedroom facing south, Tang Jing sat on a chair, basking in the warm sun through the French window. She took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Huang Yazu's questions. After 15 minutes, there was no reply. Tang Jing was upset and couldn't get out of breath. How dare he not reply to my message? Under the strong desire for control, Tang Jing called Huang Yazu's phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service. Tang Jing logged into the mobile business hall and recharged Huang Yazu with 100 yuan of phone bills. After waiting for a few minutes, she called him again, and the call was connected. Tang Jing asked bluntly, why don't you know that the service is shut down? Are you stupid? In the old city, in the dilapidated house, due to the original planning problems, Huang Yazu's house faces east, and there is only a short period of sunlight in winter, which makes the house cold. In fact, in a sense, sunlight also has a price. Huang Yazu let her scold for a while, and then said honestly, I saw you recharge my phone bill, you recharge too much. Tang Jing was unhappy. I'm short of that little money? She was extremely irritable now. At this moment, she heard Huang Yazu's steady voice across the phone, and felt inexplicably unhappy. Why was she so worried? But Huang Yazu was so calm. Why? She only hated that she couldn't control Huang Yazu's will and make him become what she wanted, so that if there was a slight inconsistency, his temper would explode. Tang Jing scolded for 2 minutes, took a breath, and remembered her purpose. Her expression changed immediately and she asked, Yazu, what are you doing at noon? Huang Yazu said in a delighted tone, my sister left me an orange, and I ate it at home. Tang Jing, I love oranges, too. Huang Yazu, I can share some with you. Tang Jing was overjoyed by Huang Yazu's kindness, and she asked, but what if I'm not at your house now? Huang Yazu stopped. I'll bring you some oranges in the afternoon. Tang Jing glanced at her parents' room, and her ordinary face had some seductiveness. What I mean is, if there were no oranges and we were the only ones at your house, what would you do? Huang Yazu looked at his room and said honestly, I'll go downstairs and buy you some oranges. Tang Jing scolded him, are you sick? Huang Yazu looked puzzled and thought Tang Jing was really weird. Although today was the exam day, Jiang Ning was still in high spirits. He moved the recliner to the door, put a small tea table beside him, and made some fragrant milk tea. Jiang Ning lay lazily on the chair, basking in the warm sunshine. He took a sip of milk tea, pinched a piece of the Katia crisp snack contributed by Zhu Yuantong, and then tasted a piece of watermelon cultivated in Huqi Mountain. Jiang Ning rarely showed his literary side, keep the time, and wait for the passing years. Linzida, who was playing badminton at the door, saw the comfort of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantong, and wondered why they could live so leisurely. Although he was only 16 or 17 years old and came from such a family, Linzida still felt that he had many troubles. He didn't want to live under the wings of his elders all his life. Unfortunately, how difficult is it to surpass them? Zhu Yuantong wore sunglasses, held his mobile phone, and chatted with Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu, although my sister looks like me, she is very useless. She always needs me to show her the way when she goes out. Zhu Yuantong, although Jiang Ning doesn't look like me, he is also very useless. He does nothing at home and can only eat the food I cook. Chen Xiaoyu, my sister is the same. Not only does she do nothing, she always makes the wrong things. Zhu Yuantong, Jiang Ning is not only lazy, but also often takes the initiative to cause trouble. I need to step in to settle it afterwards. Chen Xiaoyu, my sister can't take care of herself. Zhu Yuantong, Jiang Ning becomes a useless person as soon as he gets home. She argued with Chen Xiaoyu about whose family member was more useless, and the argument was endless and fierce. Jiang Ning suddenly asked, what are you doing? Zhu Yuantong took back her phone, as if nothing had happened. Are we discussing studying? Jiang Ning stared at her, as if she were an idiot. You, studying? Zhu Yuantong asked back, if I don't study, will my grades be good? Jiang Ning was too lazy to pay attention to her. Zhu Yuantong realized her mistake and changed her mind. Someone is comparing with me about my deskmate. Let me tell you, you have never lost. Jiang Ning recalled Tang Tang's chat history just now and was quite speechless. You have never lost when you compare with me, right? In a rage, he raised his hand and shouted, Linzida, get some watermelon. Linzida ran over and picked up Jiang Ning's small half basin of watermelon. He ate a piece and smelled the fruit fragrance. He exclaimed, wow, it's so delicious. Without having time to speak, he ate 2 pieces and asked, where did you buy it? Jiang Ning, eat your watermelon. Linzida noticed Zhu Yuantong's angry eyes and wisely ran away with the melon basin in his arms without even looking back, ready to show off to Jiang Hu. Zhu Yuantong saw this scene, her voice changed, pouted her lips, and felt very aggrieved. You can't be like this, even if you are angry. 2:30 in the afternoon, sunny deer courtyard. Tang Jing carried her handbag, faced the warm sunshine, stepped on the clean stone road, and walked out of the community. At a corner, Tang Jing saw an uncle introducing the situation to a security guard in security uniform. These areas are patrolled regularly every day, so be careful. Tang Jing didn't care. These security guards had nothing to do with her life. Just as she was about to pass by, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the security guard's face, and she couldn't help but be stunned. Zankai, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809, Seeking Extraordinary. On Saturday afternoon, the citywide unified exam, the last exam, was English. At the entrance of Class 8, Liu Chuandao walked to the corridor with dark circles under his eyes, like a consumptive ghost. Others looked at him and were shocked. Liu Chuandao gathered some strength and complained to Duan Shigang. Gangzi, I can't stand it anymore. Don't call me at night. He was originally planning to have a good rest at noon, but Duan Shigang asked him to have a massage. Who could resist this? He thought about resting and enjoying the massage at the same time. Liu Chuandao ran into the club excitedly, only to find out that it was a Thai massage. Duan Shigang said to the eldest sister, please try harder, my brother can bear it. Liu Chuandao was grinning, and he even added extra hours. He didn't sleep for the whole afternoon. It was simply torture. Duan Shigang said regretfully, okay, I'll let you rest at night. Anyway, the exam was over, and he didn't want to spend money to ask Liu Chuandao to be cool. Duan Shigang almost laughed out loud when he learned that Liu Chuandao had handed in a blank paper this morning. Oh, I'm so happy. Duan Shigang used to solve problems with his fists, but now he chooses to use strategies, and he finds that it is also a kind of happiness. He was obviously plotting against Liu Chuandao, but you see, Liu Chuandao thanked him. Duan Shigang felt that he had changed from a hot-blooded and aggressive boss to a godfather who was good at playing tricks. Of course, even as a godfather, he must take the English test this afternoon. English is a strange subject. Due to the differences in educational resources in various places, some students have started learning English since the first grade of elementary school, while some students have started learning since the first grade of junior high school. As a result, English scores are most likely to be polarized. Students who don't know are stupid and their scores are all based on guessing. Duan Shigang happened to be a student who started learning English in the first grade of junior high school. Originally, he was going to guess, but at noon today, a post circulated in the 4th middle school forum. Someone analyzed the shielding device of number 4 middle school and claimed that the shielding device of number 4 middle school is not full band. Although it can block the signals of Wi-Fi, 4G, and 2G, some frequency bands of China Unicom 3G can still be used normally. The host demonstrated it in detail in the group and taught everyone how to modify the settings. The replies below were all cheering the host is awesome. Duan Shigang collected it silently and downloaded Zio and search questions thoughtfully, ready to show his skills. Duan Shigang touched his mobile phone with full confidence. On his way to the examination room, he met Ma Shicheng. Looking at this guy, Duan Shigang felt that the other party was very smart and had helped him before. He was a talent. Duan Shigang put his arm around his shoulder and whispered, Zio Ma, I found a way to cheat on today's English test. He said a lot, and Ma Shicheng glanced at him in surprise. I got 140 points in English last time. Duan Shigang seemed to be strangled by the throat. After a while, he said, I was careless. I'm sorry. After the failure, Duan Shigang was depressed 140 points. Could he get this score by cheating? Duan Shigang thought it was unlikely. After all, English involves listening. However, Duan Shigang was satisfied with getting 120. Unknowingly, Duan Shigang walked to the entrance of the examination room and was faced with an obstacle. Gao Hishuoi had a black stick in his hand. Stop. Beep. Take it out. Duan Shigang was confused. Take out your cell phone. Gao Hishuoi looked stern. Duan Shigen knew what the black stick was. It turned out to be a fucking metal detector. Duan Shigen turned in his cell phone with a dark face and walked into the examination room sullenly. What the hell was that? The students in the last examination room were not considered human beings in the eyes of the teacher. Geo Hishuoi grabbed them all roughly, and they were all those who loved playing with their mobile phones. At this time, Wang Yanan arrived at the entrance of the examination room. Geo Hishuoi gestured to her with the detector. Beep. Geo Hishuoi had a blank expression. Take it out. Wang Yanan defended herself. I didn't bring my mobile phone. Geo Hishuoi. Impossible. Wang Yanan. I really didn't bring my mobile phone. This is my belt. Geo Hishuoi sneered. You still want to quibble when the time comes, right? People can lie, but machines can't lie. Watch it. Geo Hishuoi picked up the metal detector and pointed it at his belt. Mine is also made of metal. Listen carefully. It won't make a sound at all. Students in and outside the examination room cast their eyes. The next second, the metal detector made a beep. Geo Hishuoi's face turned black. 2 hours later, with Geo Hishuoi's loud collect the papers, the final exam of the second grade of high school ended here, and it also meant that the boys and girls had spent half of their high school. Duan Shigen sighed. It's finally over. Ma Shichen passed by him, smiled slightly, and said something that Duan Shigen could not forget. The real challenge has not yet begun. Duan Shigen had a headache. He looked up and saw the figure of the woman in the examination room. She was so conspicuous in the crowd, releasing such brilliance, which made people's hearts tremble. Examination room number 1. Jiang Ning did not hand in the paper. He waited until the last moment of the paper collection before getting up and walking out of the classroom. In the corridor outside, Huang Yazu was running away with his head in his hands, and Tang Jing was chasing him and beating him. There were students watching the excitement next to him. People were laughing and joking. Tang Jing couldn't help laughing while chasing him. Jiang Ning turned around, and the boys and girls in examination room number 1 behind him put away their stationery with a sense of relief and exchanged their thoughts on the English test with each other. It's great. It's like passing by the youth of countless boys and girls who only have this once in their lives. He walked into the crowd and asked Chen Xiaoyu why Tang Jing hit Huang Yazu. Chen Xiaoyu, I was there. I know, she said. After the test, Tang Jing said that the English test was very difficult and she couldn't do several questions well. Huang Yazu kindly comforted her. He knew that Tang Jing couldn't do it, so he copied down the difficult questions and prepared to tell Tang Jing the answers. After that, Chen Xiaoyu was still surprised. Isn't this good? Why is Tang Jing angry? Jiang Ning, because the test is over. It's useless to teach. Chen Xiaoyu, after enlightening Xiaoyu, who had not yet opened her spiritual wisdom, Jiang Ning entered class 8. Shan Qingrong explained the precautions for the winter vacation and solemnly announced that this semester was over. The next teachers of each subject came on stage and gave everyone a winter vacation gift package. Geo Hishuoi was the most generous. He waved his hand and gave everyone 10 test papers. Some students were so moved that their eyes were red and red. After the short meeting, everyone had a pile of test papers in their hands. The students who were active in thinking began to plan how to copy the test papers. Of course, Jiang Ning was very skillful. He directly asked Zhu Yuantang to help him write. Some people were talking about the test papers, while others were talking about love. Yuan was so excited that she kept shaking her legs, making Chen Xiaoyu's test paper dance. Chen Xiaoyu didn't bother with her because the holiday was coming soon. Jiang Yanan held Yuan's hand and encouraged, come on. Shenkinj, you are too nervous. Drink some water to calm down. Yuan unscrewed the lid of the cup and took a big sip. As a result, she forgot that it was freshly filled with water, and it was so hot that she turned into a fire-breathing dragon on the spot. The authentic girl's chewing water sprayed all over Liu Chuandao. Liu Chuandao didn't react, he was still sleeping. Yuan escaped. Deng Qingfeng and others at the front table were startled and stared at Yuan in amazement. Huang Zhongfei handed Yuan a tissue. Yuan wiped her mouth awkwardly but politely. Jiang Yanan grabbed Yuan's hand and encouraged her. Hold on. Yuan wiped the tissue Huang Zhongfei gave her over and over again, and folded the tissue solemnly in front of Huang Zhongfei and kept it. Huang Zhangfei wanted to say something, but didn't. Yuan wiped the scars and seemed to be a different person. She forced a smile. Squad leader, I heard that you know more about mobile phones. I want to change my mobile phone, but I don't know whether to change to 32G or 64 grams. I'm a little entangled. Huang Zhangfei was very easygoing. You take a lot of photos, so 64G is better. Yuan deliberately sighed. 64G is more expensive, and 32G has a high cost effectiveness. Alas, it's hard to choose. She changed the subject. How about this, squad leader? You accompany me to choose, and to express my gratitude, I will treat you to a movie tonight. Jiang Yanan looked at her sister's operation and thought she was really bold. Huang Zhangfei analyzed. In fact, there is no need to be entangled. You can save the money for watching the movie and buy a 64G with a little more money. Yuan sweated. After finishing the last dinner in the cafeteria, Jiang Ning led Tong Tong back to the river dam. It was already evening, and the sky was a light orange-red, interweaving with the sparse clouds to form a warm and slightly chilly picture. Smoke rose from the chimneys of each house, as if connected to the sunset, exuding a faint smell of firewood. Dong Dong, who had been doing homework for a day during the winter vacation, ran to the door of Zhang the butcher's house with powerful steps. Zhang Ruan sat on a stool and played subway surfing. Jiang Ning was drinking tea from a cup, enjoying the sunset. He noticed Dong Dong coming and asked, Dong Dong, are you the last in grades? Dong Dong replied unwillingly, I'm not the last, my little brother is the last. Jiang Ning said, hey, you have a little brother? Dong Dong showed an arrogant look and said domineeringly, I'm the boss, whoever I ask to rank last must rank last. Jiang Ning looked at Dong Dong's body shape. Needless to say, with such a big body, he can definitely beat 10 people with one punch when fighting with his peers. Such an extraordinary little friend has broken the rules of this world and must be restricted. Jiang Ning added some correctness to his move. Zhang Ruan was generous. After all, he worked part-time in the student union and learned a little bit of communication skills. After he died, he gave his mobile phone to Dong Dong to play with. Dong Dong had a lot of fun. Jiang Ning asked, Dong Dong, if one day they don't listen to you, won't you be the last one? Dong Dong, who was having fun, suddenly looked ugly. Zhang Ruan noticed Dong Dong's displeasure. He looked at Jiang Ning and said with some instruction, Jiang Ning, you can't talk to children like this. He said, I guess when you were a child, you hated adults asking about grades the most, right? It's very annoying. I hate that kind of adults. So when I grow up, I will never become that kind of person. So I never ask Dong Dong about his academic performance or winter vacation homework. I only play with him what he is interested in. So, I'm good friends with him. Zhang Ruan spoke loudly. He was simply the most decent and cultural person. After the voice fell, he looked at Jiang Ning and asked, what? Jiang Ning looked at him and said, I don't want to be good friends with him. I just want him to do my best for me. Zhang Ruan was stunned. His three views were impacted. Wait, he seemed to have thought about something else. Jiang Ning shouted at Dong Dong, I'll let you take a break for now. If you don't come back to work in a few days, I'll break your legs. Dong Dong was playing a game. When he heard this, he trembled all over, and the little man in the game was directly sent away. After teaching Dong Dong and Zhang Ruan a lesson, Jiang Ning was in a good mood. He sipped tea and wandered to Tong Tong's small bedroom. Tong Tong was curled up in the corner of the bed playing with her mobile phone. After school today, she wanted Jiang Ning to buy her delicious food, but Jiang Ning refused to buy it for her. She had no money, so in the end, she could only go home with Jiang Ning obediently. Tong Tong heard the noise coming from outside the door. Her eyebrows raised, but she pretended not to hear it and continued to play with her small mobile phone. Jiang Ning saw that she looked like a punching bag and asked, what's wrong? Zuyuan Tong, nothing. Jiang Ning, yo. Zuyuan Tong, huh? Jiang Ning, what are you humming? Zuyuan Tong, just hum. She turned around, facing Jiang Ning with her back to him, not wanting to pay attention to him. Her back was small, facing the wall, revealing a bit of pity. Jiang Ning sighed, why do you always compare me with others? Zhu Yuantang not only spread rumors about him in front of the twins, but also spread rumors about him when chatting with Bayuxia. Even when chatting with Chachu, he would say bad things about him. Jiang Ning found out everything. Zhu Yuantang said sullenly, just say it. Jiang Ning, okay, you say I'm bad, so I'm such a person in your heart. Jiang Ning was very hurt. Zhu Yuantang heard the change in his tone and turned around quickly, saying in a mosquito-like voice, I won't say it anymore, okay? If she didn't say Jiang Ning's badness, but praised him every day, wouldn't she be coveted by others? She didn't want to praise Jiang Ning in front of other girls, she had to hide him well. After Jiang Ning taught Tang Tang a lesson, he felt better. He left 2 bags of snacks. You are a punching bag. I bought them for you a long time ago. Zhu Yuantang's slightly downturned mouth corner suddenly rose, and the originally dim eyes passed through the clouds, dispelling the haze, flashing light, and it was so beautiful. After dealing with Tang Tang, Jiang Ning returned to the door. It was completely dark. Dong Dong was still playing games with Zhang Ruan. The lights of the farmhouse in the east were bright. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone, scrolled through the list, and selected Ding Xuan. He raised the corners of his mouth with a wicked smile and sent a message. The clouds are like clothes and the flowers are like beauty. The spring breeze blows the threshold and the dew is gorgeous. Beautiful peony, are you asleep? Ding Xuan, who was working on a plan with her aunt Lin Han in the studio at Hukishan Villa, noticed the movement of the mobile phone. After seeing the message, she was confused. However, Ding Xuan is not the same person as yesterday. She has gained experience. Since the extraordinary person likes this, she will cater to his preferences. Not yet, I'm eating sweets. Do you like sweets? Jiang Ning replied, I like it very much. Ding Xuan's face tightened and replied, you even like sweets. You must eat the sweet me in the future, shy. After sending this message, Ding Xuan couldn't hold it anymore. Lin Han noticed something was wrong and looked at her phone. What's wrong? Ding Xuan turned off the screen as if nothing had happened and said lightly, nothing. Chapter 810 A Little Revenge. February 8th, the first day of the holiday. In the morning, the ground outside was covered with frost. In the house, Zhu Yuantang wrapped herself in a quilt and slept comfortably until 11 o'clock. At 11:30, she ran to Chachu's house with a radiant face. Chachu was cooking in the kitchen. Jiang Ning was sitting on a stool, eating peanuts, and the earthen pot was emitting tempting aroma. Zhu Chachu tied an apron around her waist, and her facial lines were particularly soft. She whispered, it's almost done. Zhu Yuantang immediately took the bowl out of the cupboard and put it on the dining table. She glanced at Jiang Ning with a bit of contempt in her eyes and snorted, what's the point of coming early? You don't work anyway. Alas, the burden of the family is borne by Chachu and me. Jiang Ning sat there carelessly, calmly. Haha, I won the ribs from Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang's business was good today. The pork was sold out before 8 o'clock. He rode a day-end motorcycle and carried fresh ribs home, preparing to make some good dishes for his son to taste at noon. Who knew that, when he just arrived at the bungalow, he saw his son holding a bamboo pole and trying to retrieve the badminton on the roof, but he failed several times in a row. He heard Jiang Ning saying beside him that it was better to step on the wall and go to the roof to find it instead of using a bamboo pole. Although Uncle Zhang was an alcoholic, raised a vicious dog, and bullied weak neighbors, there was no doubt that he was a good father. Uncle Zhang was very upset when he saw his son being taught by Jiang Ning. My son Ruan is a college student and will be a talent in a big city in the future. What right do you have to point fingers at him? I will come to find the face that my son lost. Butcher Zhang, you said it, as if you can take it down. In a few words, the bet was settled. Then, Jiang Ning showed them what modern flying over the eaves and walls is. He tapped the wall with his toes twice, like a dragonfly touching the water, and his body instantly rose, as if lifted by an invisible force, and flew to the roof, to pick up the badminton. Uncle Zhang cursed, and lost 2 pounds of ribs. Uncle Zhang has been in the pig slaughtering business for 20 years. He brought the fine ribs that he had specially reserved, which are perfect for making soup. Zhu Chachu was watching the fun nearby. When she saw Jiang Ning win the bet, she pursed her lips beautifully. Zhu Chachu had never dared to think of such an outrageous thing before. Zhang the butcher was such a fierce man. If he were in the village, he would definitely be a tyrannical overlord. From ancient times to the present, in the countryside, pig butchers are not easy to bully. Being able to kill pigs means being strong and good at using knives. As a result, Jiang Ning, a teenager, treated him so well that he became obedient. It felt magical. With the ribs, contributed by Zhang the butcher, Zhu Chuchu took out the corn grown in her hometown and stewed corn and pork rib soup at noon. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang opened her eyes wide and felt very sorry. Why didn't you call me when you made a bet with Uncle Zhang? For the first time, she hated sleeping in. Jiang Ning, you are still sleeping. Zhu Yuantang emphasized, can't you wake me up? Zhu Chuchu spoke for him, if I called you at that time, wouldn't it be a bit deliberate? Jiang Ning glanced at Chuchu with an appreciative look. Not bad, you have improved. He said to continue cooperating. What if Uncle Zhang cancels the bet? Wouldn't it be a loss? After the two testified, Zhu Yuantang realized that she was careless, but she would never apologize. So she said, okay, then I'll eat the lunch included pork ribs and corn soup, stir-fried lotus root, hot beef tripe shreds, and a few steamed buns and dumplings. Jiang Ning took a photo and shared it in the class group. It immediately attracted the attention of classmates. Jiang Yanan, it looks quite rich. Afterwards, Shan Keiquan, Jiuo Kunan, Ko Kun and others posted their first lunch during the winter vacation. Lukaki posted a photo of the western food she ate, including a medium rare steak, medium rare fried eggs, and salad. Zenkai looked down on it. Is this stuff really that delicious? Duan Shigang, I think the runny egg yolk is really disgusting. Lukaki, haha, what's it to you? Xin Yaoling saw the trend of quarreling and showed up in time at Jiang Ning. It's really good. Did you make it yourself? Jiang Ning, my friend made it. Your friend's cooking skills are so good. Xin Yaoling was surprised. People who can be friends with Jiang Ning should be of the same age. Jiang Ning, well, she's a good cook. Great. Xin Yaoling knows almost nothing about cooking except cooking noodles and wontons. Even a lazy guy like Duan Shigang, facing a girl who can cook, also showed kindness. You are so virtuous. Jiuo Kunan, there are very few girls who can cook now. The group was praising her with all kinds of compliments. Zhu Yuantang didn't play with her phone. She concentrated on eating. She took a bite of the bun and said, Chuchu, your mother's steamed buns are more delicious than before. Zhu Chuchu smiled and said, my mother learned some skills from the kitchen staff at the company. Zhu Yuantang blinked. What skills? Dough fermentation skills. My mother said that the most important thing about buns is the taste of the dough. The two girls chatted about it. Jiang Ning tasted a piece of lotus root, which he picked from Qinghai Lake. It was very crisp and refreshing. He drank pork ribs and corn soup. When he was a child, Jiang Ning always felt that these two things would have some flavors if they were stewed together. After all, corn is sweet, and pork rib soup is delicious when it is made salty. Who knew that, when he really ate it, it was just the right blend. He listened to the two girls talking about cooking with great interest. Although it was related to their greed, it was indeed virtuous. Ko-kun pointed out, having someone who can cook at home can greatly improve the quality of life. Even if your family can only make ends meet, as long as your mother is a good cook, then you will eat about the same as well-off or even middle-class families. Ma Shiqing, it's no different from the rich. Deng Qingfeng, that's true. We can see it. For example, the top rich people in domestic internet companies usually have a few more dishes for their meals. I'm afraid only a very small number of people can eat delicacies from land and sea every day like Carol Lagerfeld. Jiuo Kunan, this proves the importance of finding a virtuous wife who is a good cook. Lukaki was ridiculed for posting a photo of Western food just now. She said unhappily, what does her virtue have to do with you? She spoke for the female group. Now that society has progressed, women can make money and their social status has improved. Why should they work and make money like you, have children, and be responsible for cooking and housework? Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you are like? Lukaki learned her lesson. She didn't deny everything. Of course, there are still gentle, virtuous, and beautiful girls, but they have gradually become the exclusive property of rich men. If you have the ability, you can become rich. Ha ha ha. This ridicule was so devastating that the male classmates in the class group fell silent. Does what Lukaki said make sense? Without a doubt, it makes sense. Dan Cakeman and the others were furious, and for a while, they couldn't think of any words to refute. Ma Shiqing, you are quite right. If we want fairness, then we should make it completely fair. I'm afraid that some people want equal work and preferential treatment everywhere. They want independence and full house deed. They want to break the shackles and 3 gold gifts. Lukaki did not curse at Ma Shiqing because she knew she was not as good as him. She just said, haha, the future will prove who is right. Jiang Ning looked at the chat records silently. At this time, no one except him would know what the ideology of society would evolve into in the 10 years after 2015, from 16 million births in 2015 to halving in 10 years. The upper class is still high above, and only the lower class is left. The intensified fighting and hurting each other is ridiculous. Afternoon. Jiang Ning bought 2 pairs of shoes online a few days ago, and the courier sent a text message to pick up the package. Heba Pingfang is too remote, so there is no courier point, so he needs to ride his bike to the city to pick up the package. Before Jiang Ning asked Tong Tong if he was going, he pushed the cart to the door and saw Tong Tong blocking the way, staring at him intently. It's the first day of vacation. What are you doing? Tell me the truth. Jiang Ning, I bought you a pair of shoes. I'll go get them. Zhu Yuantang was confused for a moment and asked in surprise and joy, you won't lie to me, will you? Jiang Ning patted the back seat. Let's go. Zhu Yuantang happily climbed onto the battery car and sat very straight. She turned around and waved to Chachu. Let's go. The cool looking battery car set off quickly and only Chachu was left alone at the door of the bungalow. Looking at their figures, Zhu Chachu felt inexplicably disappointed. She seemed to have become an outsider. The battery car rushed onto the asphalt road of the river dam smoothly. Zhu Yuantang pointed to the north. The surface of the Hushi River was covered with thick ice. A cordon was drawn around the river. There were 2 uniformed personnel patrolling to prevent people from going on the ice without permission and causing accidents. In fact, the river surface was frozen enough for cars to run in the past 2 days. The battery car drove past the sub-bureau under construction, and Zhu Yuantang suddenly had an idea. Jiang Ning, do you think there will be a courier point after it is built there? In that case, she and Jiang Ning could walk to the sub-bureau to pick up the courier. Jiang Ning was speechless. How could she be so thoughtful? That was a police station. However, Jiang Ning suddenly felt that this suggestion was good and could indeed save a lot of trouble. He planned to ask Xiao Xuanshan to arrange it. Although they were going to the city to pick up a courier, they were definitely not just here to pick up the courier. Jiang Ning first found a snack shop and took Tong Tong to pick out snacks. She saw the small packages of peeled pecans and the crispy and sweet amber walnut kernels. After picking them up, she was reluctant to put them down because she thought they were too expensive. Jiang Ning took out a red banknote. This is Dong Dong's hard-earned money. Can you bear not to spend it? Zhu Yuantang thought of the hateful naughty child Dong Dong and transferred this hateful attitude to the banknotes, so she finally had the heart to buy snacks. After the final calculation, she actually bought 160 yuan. Dong Dong will be a slave for 2 days. Tong Tong, who is petite, was holding a big bag and didn't feel tired at all. Passing by a fruit store, Jiang Ning went in to pick up a grapefruit, then picked up the express delivery, put all the things on the battery car, and Jiang Ning took Tong Tong home. Along the way, Tong Tong talked about the various snacks she bought and her fate with snacks, and Jiang Ning listened quietly. The spiritual power blocked the sound of the wind, and it was not cold at all, but Tong Tong would still reach out to straighten his scarf while talking, just like when he fell asleep when he was a child. His mother helped to straighten the quilt. Jiang Ning's mouth corners raised and suddenly felt really good. Happiness does not have to stand at the highest point and be admired by thousands of people, but more often starts from the ordinary. The next second Tong Tong's voice came to his ears. Jiang Ning, there are candied haws for sale. Do you want to eat them? Jiang Ning, after returning home, Tong Tong put the snack bag on the table, and she couldn't wait to open the outer packaging. It turned out to be a pair of mini white shoes, low top shoes. The upper is covered with stitching, simple lines, and pure white tone, which is very versatile. Zhu Yuantang has bound feet and now wears size 34 shoes. It is difficult to buy shoes of this size, because the smallest size of big name women's shoes is usually size 35.5 or size 36, which means that she can only wear children's shoes. After Zhu Yuantang put on the shoes, she found that they fit her feet very well. The lining of the shoes is very soft, very comfortable to step on, and there is no rubbing on the feet. Her eyes were full of admiration. "Jiang Ning, you are so good at buying shoes." Jiang Ning said lightly, "It's okay." He used his spiritual sense to accurately measure the length of Tang Tang's feet, and the shoes he bought were of course suitable. Zhu Yuantang opened another pair of shoes, and found that they were much larger. She looked at Jiang Ning with a suspicious look and doubted him. Jiang Ning said lightly, "I guess the merchant sent the wrong size." He took out his mobile phone, and showed Tang Tang the size of the shoes. Sure enough, he bought a size 34. Zhu Yuantang suddenly realized, it turns out, that the merchant sent the wrong size. How stupid. Jiang Ning looked at her silly appearance, and was too lazy to argue with her. He told the merchant that the wrong pair of shoes were sent. "This pair of shoes is a little big." Tang Tang thought of her best friend Chachu. She held the shoes, ran to Chachu's house, and tried them on for Chachu. In the afternoon, Hua Fengmei came back. These women who used to do hard labor are more hardworking than each other, and can even work for a month without rest, and can work overtime at night. They came back tonight, because they thought of something tomorrow. They invited Tang Tang and Jiang Ning from next door to dinner. After all, their daughter is taken care of by them every day. Hua Fengmei spent money to ask the kitchen to help cook 2 dishes, and brought them home. She also cooked fish in the kitchen to entertain Jiang Ning. At sunset, the kitchen of Hua Fengmei's house was illuminated by incandescent lamps, showing a warm light. Hua Fengmei's face, which had become cold because of life, has recently regained a lot of gentleness. She said in a gentle tone, "Auntie came back in a hurry today, and didn't prepare many dishes. You can make do with it." Jiang Ning smiled and said, "It's already very good." Zhu Yuantang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Delicious, delicious." She picked up a piece of braised beef tendon, which was soft and chewy, and very tasty. Zhu Yuantang thought that her mother actually worked in such a good company, and could eat such good food. She was so envious. Zhu Yuantang had an idea. "I will also join Changqing Liquid, and become a big leader in the future." Hua Fengmei asked Jiang Ning about his studies, winter vacation plans, and where he was going during the new year. She now knew that Jiang Ning's parents were the general managers of Changqing Liquid in Danjiang province. Even if they were placed in the headquarters, they could still be called executives. Jiang Ning responded one by one. The more Hua Fengmei talked, the more she felt that Jiang Ning was a really good guy. Hua Fengmei was obsessed with looks, otherwise she would not have married Chachu's father. Jiang Ning is tall and handsome, and most importantly, his facial features look very comfortable. His grades are better than Chachu's. He has a good family background, good physical fitness, and is responsible and capable. He is simply perfect, right? No wonder Sister Gu is so satisfied. Hua Fengmei said regretfully. "And Tang Tang, you should get along well with Chachu," Hua Fengmei said. Zhu Chachu knew that Tang Tang was not good at dealing with her mother, so she helped and said, "Tang Tang also gave me a pair of shoes today." As she spoke, she showed her pink and white low-top sneakers. The shoes looked particularly pure on her feet. Zhu Yuantang ate without raising his head, and said sullenly, "I didn't buy it. Jiang Ning bought it for you." As soon as he said this, the dining table suddenly fell silent. Hua Fengmei was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on her face. Did Jiang Ning really buy it? Chapter 811 Assimilated. Did Jiang Ning buy shoes for my Chachu? Does he like my Chachu? These thoughts popped up in Hua Fengmei's heart. She looked at her daughter's appearance. Under the dim incandescent light, Chachu's face was white and clean, much better than when she was young. When Hua Fengmei was a teenager, she often went to the fields to do farm work, exposed to the wind and sun. Hua Fengmei knew her daughter's appearance very well, so she repeatedly instilled in Chachu the idea of protecting herself, not to fall in love, and not to take the wrong path for money. It's not surprising that Jiang Ning likes Chachu. If it were someone else, Hua Fengmei would definitely not be willing, but Jiang Ning saw it. Chachu played with him every day and had more smiles on her face. But what about Sister Gu's family? Hua Fengmei was very entangled and worried about her daughter. Zhu Yuantang noticed Hua Fengmei's abnormality, and she added, "It was bought by Jiang Ning, but the merchant sent the wrong size." Oh, Hua Fengmei's expression froze. She bought the wrong size and then let her daughter wear it. Did she worry in vain? After realizing the mistake, Hua Fengmei still expressed her gratitude and asked Jiang Ning to eat more dishes. The atmosphere at the dinner table eased a lot. Hua Fengmei talked about family matters. "Chu, I told you the day before yesterday that your eldest cousin gave birth to a child. I won't go back this time. Someone should go from our family. You have a good relationship with your cousin. By the way, bring some things for me." Zhu Yuantang was surprised. "Ah, Chu is leaving?" Zhu Chachu, "Yeah, it happens that today is a holiday, so I'm going back to my hometown to visit my grandparents." With just a few words, her plan to return home was finalized. Hua Fengmei said, "You should go back tomorrow morning. Don't delay until the afternoon, otherwise it will be dark. When you get home, I will send you then." At this point, Hua Fengmei's heart moved, and she looked down at Chachu's shoes. No, even if the merchant sent the wrong size, how could it be the size of Chachu's feet? There must be something complicated here. Hua Fengmei was much more decisive than Sister Gu. She sighed, "I'm afraid I will still be working in the company by then." "Jiang Ning, do you have anything to do tomorrow?" Jiang Ning, "No, I'm quite free recently." Hua Fengmei immediately said, "Chachu has to bring a lot of things, and she has no place to park her bike. Could you please send her to the bus stop?" Jiang Ning agreed. "Okay." Hua Fengmei forced a smile on her cold face and said warmly, "That's great. It's a great help." Zhu Chachu ate silently and didn't speak. Zhu Yuantang had a sullen face and didn't speak. After dinner, Hua Fengmei drove Jiang Ning and the others away, and she took on the work of washing dishes and cleaning up. Jiang Ning changed his base to his own cottage. He tore open the grapefruit he bought in the afternoon, peeled it, and put it in the fruit plate. Zhu Yuantang sat on the sofa, holding up a pair of small white shoes. The more she looked at her shoes, the more beautiful she thought they were, and her expression was beautiful. She was looking at the shoes, and Jiang Ning was looking at her. Tang Tang's skin was particularly good, as if it could be blown away, and there was a very light fuzz. If Chachu hadn't been there, Jiang Ning would definitely pinch it. Zhu Yuantang ate a piece of grapefruit, which was sour and sweet. She suggested, "Chachu, do you want to play games?" "Yeah, okay." Zhu Chachu agreed quickly, because it was just the winter vacation, and she could have a good time recently. "Fight until dawn." Zhu Yuantang cheered. She didn't log into her own account because Jiang Ning gave her the account. After she logged in, she found that her rank was master, and she had a lot of skins. "Chachu, you log into this account," Zhu Yuantang said, and gave Chachu a master level game account. Zhu Chachu let him arrange it. "Yeah, okay." Jiang Ning leaned against the sofa, watching the two of them play in a duo, feeling inexplicably relieved. They could really make money. The income from playing for this level of players every day is much higher than that of ordinary office workers. Jiang Ning thought that, if he squeezed Tang Tang more in the future, he could save up enough money for her college tuition and living expenses. Then he thought, she probably went to college for free. In that case, let me squander it. Jiang Ning felt no burden. Zhu Chachu's gaming skills were obviously not as strong as Tang Tang's. She felt a lot of pressure when she broke into the master's game. She filled in the top position and played the favorite of elementary school students, Narcissus. Facing the master of weapons, Zhu Chachu was under a lot of pressure now. When the jungler prince from the opposite side came, Chachu was killed. She tried to be more conservative, but was suppressed even more severely. In contrast, Tang Tang's fizz was like a fish in water, carrying a harpoon and killing people everywhere. The arrogant prince was killed twice by Tang Tang in his own jungle and ran to target Chachu in a rage. In the first round of the double row, Chachu had no gaming experience, but the super god Tang Tang won the game. In the second round, Chachu was suppressed again. After the second round, Zhu Chachu pursed her lips and said, "I don't want to play anymore." Tang Tang turned her face away. "What's wrong?" Zhu Chachu told the truth. "I keep dying and holding you back." Tong Tong comforted her. No way, you've made a great contribution. Zhu Chuchu was speechless. Do you mean 0 to 7? Tong Tong, the more you die, the less valuable you are, but the more the opponent kills you, the more valuable he is. I just killed the blind monk and got 500 yuan. Zhu Chuchu. Zhu Yuantang spoke quickly and subconsciously said, inferior horse. Let's continue. Zhu Chuchu was furious when she heard that. Are you really playing Shanji's horse racing game? Zhu Chuchu is a stubborn person. She knows that Tong Tong is good at cooking, so she has been practicing secretly. Now her gaming skills are not as good as Tong Tong's. She secretly decided that she must become stronger, so the two continued to play games. When Jiang Ning was browsing his phone, Chen Xiao asked him if he was free. Jiang Ning said he was free. The next second, Chen Xiao's video call popped up. Jiang Ning just answered it and saw Chen Xiao in pajamas on the screen excitedly shouting, Jiang Ning, where is Tong Tong? Jiang Ning turned on the hands-free and turned the screen towards Tong Tong, who was playing games. Zhu Yuantang turned around and greeted them. Xiao and Siking, good evening. Chen Xiao said, Tong Tong, I miss you so much that I'm sick. Zhu Yuantang was busy playing games. The opponent in this game was very strong. From what her teammates said, there was a Baganka player on the opposite side, and she had the useless Chuchu on her side. She needed to use a little wisdom. I miss you too. Tong Tong replied. Chen Xiao was wearing a furry pajamas. She covered her hair with a hat, looking a little cute. How much did you miss us? Zhu Yuantang said affectionately. I left you, like a fish left a bicycle. Chen Xiao bit her lip and pretended to be pitiful. Woo woo woo, I'm so touched. Sister Chen Siking actually wore glasses and became a smart girl with glasses. She read, the fish left the bicycle? Zhu Yuantang, yes, yes. Chen Xiao reacted, the fish left the bicycle, what's the difference? Zhu Yuantang grinned, no. Chen Xiao was angry, and the two sisters abandoned Tong Tong and talked to Jiang Ning. Not to mention, there were two identical faces on the screen, one with glasses and the other without glasses, and they looked quite comfortable. Chen Xiao said, did you see Yuan posted on question space? She bought a 64G mobile phone. Jiang Ning, Zhang Fei didn't go to the movies with her. Chen Xiao covered her mouth and laughed, while Chen Siking was much more normal, with no change in expression, only occasionally looking at her sister with disdain. Chen Xiao talked about the holidays at home, saying that her parents made a lot of delicious food and bought snacks and fruits to serve them well. They also said they were going to buy Apple phones for both of us. Chen Siking whispered beside her and me. Jiang Ning, if you want to change it as soon as possible, otherwise they will dislike you in a few days. The two sisters laughed. Chen Xiao said, but I heard people say that the iPhone 6 is not good. The iPhone 6s is better, but the iPhone 6s is not out yet. Jiang Ning thought about it. The iPhone 6s is a great phone. It is indeed much better than the iPhone 6, and it is also a male phone for later generations. He said, you can wait for the iPhone 6s. For ordinary people, buying such an expensive device as the iPhone, of course it is recommended to choose a classic model. The twin sisters knew that Jiang Ning was very knowledgeable about electronic devices, and they gladly accepted his advice. Chen Xiao sighed, if I really change my phone, I will be reluctant to give up my current phone. This is my first phone. I have feelings for it. I used it from the first year of high school to the second year of high school, a year and a half, and it has become a little stuck. Now is the 2 years when the performance of smartphones has developed by leaps and bounds. It is normal for an Android flagship phone to be stuck in 1 year, unlike the Android flagships of later generations, which can still run smoothly after 3 years of use. Chen Xiao regretted it and moved her eyes to the side, as if she wanted to play with her precious phone again, but after searching around, she couldn't find her phone. Chen Xiao on the screen looked puzzled. It's broken. Jiang Ning, I can't find my phone. I don't know where it is. Jiang Ning was stunned. Then, he said, I see that the light over there is not very good. How about this? You turn on the flashlight on your phone to look for it. Chen Xiao hurriedly did as she was told. While she was talking to Jiang Ning on the phone, she got out of bed to look for her phone. Sister Chen Siking looked at her sister with an idiotic look, looking for her phone with a flashlight. After instructing the wise Xiao, Jiang Ning hung up the phone with satisfaction, swiped the list with her fingertips, and found Ding Xuan's avatar. Jiang Ning's mouth automatically raised a wicked arc. Good evening, what are you doing? Hukishan Villa, built on the mountain, has a large horizontal hall on the second floor. Secretary Zhuang was talking to Zhuang Jianhu, and Lin Zida was holding a PSV game console, playing a horizontal version of a beautiful girl-slashing gamer Boro Muramasa. Lin Han, dressed in formal clothes, sat next to Secretary Zhuang, chatting from time to time. A middle-aged aunt came up with a fruit plate and quickly went downstairs. Ding Xuan sat on the sofa, holding a thick book, reading quietly. Occasionally, she looked out the French window. Her sight passed over the hills and cast towards the neon lights of the city. Due to the rise of Changqinghai, Yazhou has become more prosperous in the past year. The comprehensive shopping mall integrating entertainment, leisure, culture and shopping, which is managed by Lin Han, will surely benefit a lot in the future. Ding Xuan lowered her head to read the book and studied the theory of e-commerce. She thought of the strong rise of Taobao. She herself shopped online more and more frequently. After thinking about it for a while, she knew that the offline model would definitely be squeezed in the future. I'm afraid that only catering can survive. She heard from her aunt that Taobao Group has been negotiating with Lin Zongsheng Group, hoping to reach a brand cooperation plan to integrate online and offline businesses and absorb more traffic. This is a need for business model innovation. Grandpa and others are still in the negotiation. Ding Xuan feels that it is necessary. Cooperation may not be beneficial, but if there is no cooperation, the future situation will be more passive. Now Taobao has reached a strategic cooperation plan with Yantei and other large department stores in the neighboring city. Lin Zongsheng can no longer continue to be trapped in Anhui province. While Ding Xuan was thinking, she noticed a message popping up on her phone. She picked it up and saw that it was indeed Jiang Ning. She replied, I'm reading a book. Jiang Ning, you like books? Uncle likes you too. Ding Xuan curled her lips and almost laughed out loud. It doesn't matter, she is stronger now. Since she knows that the extraordinary people like this, Ding Xuan simply acts, which is very simple. A message popped up on Jiang Ning's WeChat. What's your zodiac sign? Jiang Ning, Sagittarius. Ding Xuan, then do you have a sniper rifle? I look forward to you sniping my heart. Small bedroom. Zhu Yuantang snorted. Jiang Ning, you are laughing so stupidly. Jiang Ning restrained his smile, picked up a piece of grapefruit, and stuffed it into Tang Tang's mouth. Play your game. Zhu Yuantang grumbled his cheeks, and continued to kill. Time passed bit by bit. Secretary Zhuang said goodbye and left. Zhuang Jianhu went downstairs to see his father off. Lin Han rubbed his temples, holding a teacup, walked to the sofa, and gently sat on the armrest of the sofa. When she came, she found that Xuan had quietly put away her mobile phone. Lin Han was so perceptive that she immediately noticed her weirdness. Lin Han frowned slightly and thought to herself, are you in love? Something is wrong. On weekdays, she often took Xuan to various activities, and Xuan didn't seem to be close to anyone. Lin Han was as usual, and asked with concern, what are you doing? Ding Xuan blurted out, thinking about you. Lin Han was stunned, with an incredible look in his eyes. Lin Zida, who was playing games, also looked shocked. No, sister, you? Ding Xuan finally reacted. She felt embarrassed and complained, Jiang Ning, you have hurt me so much. She and Jiang Ning had been playing the role of a domineering president and a little wife for more than half an hour. Her head was full of authentic love words, and now her mind was polluted. Ding Xuan's face was normal, and her voice was calm, just a joke. Lin Han, she always felt that Xuan was not right today, too abnormal. Lin Han smiled and said, oh, Sister Yan, it's rare to see you have this side. The last time we went out, a client said that you are more mature than me. In order to save face, Ding Xuan showed a smile, because I'm happier recently. Lin Han, oh, tell me. Ding Xuan began to put herself into the role again. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lin Han took a sip of tea. Good news. Ding Xuan, the good news is that there is no bad news. Lin Han, what about the bad news? The bad news is that there is no good news. Having said this, Ding Xuan couldn't stop talking and subconsciously said, I just miss you a little bit. After saying this, Ding Xuan was silent. Lin Han was also silent. Lin Zida said solemnly, sister, you are a little oily. Chapter 812, Sent Back. It was a cold night. Zhu Chachu was playing games at Tang Tang's house until 11 o'clock in the evening. Then she pushed the door open and left. Jiang Ning checked Chachu's game history, which was horrible. All 1 to 5, 1 to 6. What was outrageous was that she had won all the games in such a miserable state. All the credit, of course, went to the invincible Tang Tang. Tang Tang sat on the throne, her face serious, and continued to fight alone. Jiang Ning stood up and walked to her side. Tang Tang was playing games and seemed to sense a strange atmosphere. She turned back and glared at Jiang Ning with a vigilant look. What are you doing? Jiang Ning raised half of his hand and slowly lowered it. After all, he was not a bully. Do you want to eat grapefruit? Jiang Ning asked. Yes. Jiang Ning fed her a piece of grapefruit, then turned back. The screen of his mobile phone on the sofa lit up. It turned out to be a message from Chachu. Jiang Ning pondered, sending me a message behind Tang Tang's back. He looked at the screen and saw a line of words. Jiang Ning, thank you for your shoes. I like them very much. Smile, smile. Jiang Ning has a good aesthetic sense and chose classic shoes. The pink and white sneakers are very versatile. The texture and appearance are really impeccable. Jiang Ning looked at Chachu's death smile and was a little speechless. This expression is sometimes quite scary. Facing Chachu's thanks, Jiang Ning tore off his disguise. You went shopping on Taobao with Tang Tang last time and saw this pair of shoes. You were quite satisfied at that time, so I bought it for you specially. The text he sent was very plain, but when Chachu in the bedroom next door saw it, her heart was not calm. She sat on the edge of the bed, a pair of white and tender feet, immersed in the hot water basin, gently stirring the water surface, startling delicate ripples, just like her mood at the moment. In winter, soaking your feet in hot water before going to bed will make you warmer. Zhu Chachu always does this every night. Thank you. Zhu Chachu pursed her lips, and the corners of her beautiful lips rose. In the past, no one except her mother had ever bought her a gift. In recent years, every time her mother took her to buy clothes, she always refused, simply because she was afraid of wasting money. But what girl doesn't like beautiful clothes? Zhu Chachu didn't just ask for things. She had eaten a lot of snacks, fruits, and even barbecue sent by Boss Yang from Jiang Ning. She didn't want to owe Jiang Ning too much. Zhu Chachu responded, I bought you a remote control boat from Taobao. It will arrive in the next 2 days. I should still be in the village by then, so you need to pick up the courier yourself. Smile, smile. Jiang Ning was stunned after seeing the message. No way. Are there any girls who would give remote control boats? This is really interesting. Who doesn't like remote control boats? Why do you want to give remote control boats? Jiang Ning asked. Zhu Chachu pointed out, your sea, land and air only lacks boats. Jiang Ning suddenly realized that he had remote control airplanes and remote control cars, and the only thing missing was a boat for launching. Jiang Ning's consciousness spread and extended to Chachu's small bedroom. She was smiling slightly. I'm so happy. Jiang Ning thought. She is completely different from Tang Tang. She seems to always want to be an independent girl and distance herself from herself. It's time to let her see the power of a cultivator. Jiang Ning thought about it and decided to push the envelope. I like it very much. You are very good at choosing gifts. It's just that, although the remote control boat is good, the water is frozen now, and I guess I can't play it for the time being. Zhu Chachu seemed to see Jiang Ning's regret through the text. At this moment, her feet that had just been warmed up seemed to be a little cold. What if she gave the wrong gift? Jiang Ning immediately comforted, but it doesn't matter. I know something called an inflatable pool that can be placed at home. If you have this, you can play with a remote control boat anytime and anywhere. Zhu Chachu looked at Jiang Ning's words and recalled all the past. He was always so gentle, with a peaceful body and peace of mind. He gave so many times, but he never seemed to think about asking her to give back anything. But Zuchachu wanted to give back. Zuchachu, who was cold, felt an inexplicable surge of heat in her heart. She responded, I don't know what an inflatable pool is. The next second, Zuchachu transferred 220 yuan to Jiang Ning. I don't know if this money is enough. I still have 80 yuan left, which I'll use as my travel expenses. You can try to buy an inflatable pool with this money. Smile. After sending a message, Zuchachu was stunned. She stared at the message. Unbelievable. Just now, she suddenly felt an indescribable impulse in her heart, guilt, gratitude, and the power of all kinds of emotions intertwined together, making her want to do something for Jiang Ning, so she did this. Zuchachu's face was slightly red, and her pair of white and delicate feet twisted in the basin, as if competing. Jiang Ning didn't expect that he would receive such a message, and he felt a little warm inexplicably. She is Chachu? If Jiang Ning hadn't used his spiritual sense to check again and again, he would have almost thought he had recognized the wrong person. Interesting, it's a pity that you are so generous, doesn't it seem like I'm forcing you? Jiang Ning is not a person who wants to repay a favor. The next second, Jiang Ning raised his lips and typed a reply. It costs 10 yuan to take a bus from the city to Xinhan County, and 6 yuan to take a bus from Xinhan County to Humio Town. The round trip fare is 32 yuan in total. How about this? You transfer the remaining 48 yuan to me as well. The blush on Zuchachu's face quickly faded, and her feet became cold again. She was confused. You? February 9th, early morning. The sky has not completely broken free from the shackles of the night. There is only a hazy glimmer, a gentle transition between dawn and night. A row of bungalows are built in the fields, with a thin layer of white frost on the roofs, and cold air is raging. In the warm bedroom, Tang Tang huddled in a warm quilt, sleeping comfortably, not caring about the world. Jiang Ning withdrew his observation consciousness and stopped caring for Tang Tang. He pushed the door open and stood up. With a flick of his finger, a stream of water was drawn from the water tank, turning into a trickle, which continuously surrounded his body. Jiang Ning walked out of the rising steam, looking brand new, and his hairstyle was more fixed than that of a perm or dye. He found Chachu's house, and saw Chachu holding a potato, preparing to peel it. You are not obedient again. Jiang Ning blamed her. Zuchachu put down the potato silently, too embarrassed to speak. After what happened last night, Jiang Ning jokingly confiscated her money, and explained to her. Finally, he told her not to cook this morning, and go out for breakfast. Have you packed your things? Jiang Ning asked. Zuchachu, we still need some clothes. Jiang Ning, okay, after that, let's go to the city. I know a good breakfast shop. Yeah. Chachu said very little, when Tang Tang was not around. 10 minutes later, Zuchachu packed everything thoroughly. She carried a backpack and a handbag. Seeing Jiang Ning's gaze, she explained, my cousin gave birth to a child, and my mother bought her bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, and braised beef from the company, which was vacuum packed. Jiang Ning nodded to show that he understood. Zuchachu followed him silently and stopped talking. This is too boring and dull. Jiang Ning thought. He went out first, and returned to his home, pushing the titanium grey electric car out of the door, with bright and cool lights. Jiang Ning looked at Chachu again. She was wearing a light blue down jacket, as light as the blue just emerging from the horizon, and the cleanness was exactly the innocence unique to students. Yes, Chachu is a genuine high school girl. Jiang Ning sighed. What's even better is that in addition to this purity, Zuchachu always maintains a faint sense of alienation, which makes people feel that she is out of reach. Jiang Ning put the handbag in the storage box of the car, and then took Chachu to the city. All the way to the west, it gradually dawned. Jiang Ning said, you are quite amazing. You get up so early every day to cook. The key is that the food is not bad, and there are stir-fried dishes for almost every meal. The shame from last night faded a lot. Zuchachu, you're just used to it, aren't you? Jiang Ning, when I went to school before, how could I get up so early? I just wanted to sleep more, and a bowl of instant noodles every morning was enough. The wind blew Chachu's hair. She lifted a few strands of hair in front of her forehead, and said in a pure voice, you are a bit like Tang Tang, but she changed later. Jiang Ning, huh? Zhu Chuchu talked about the past. We had morning reading classes in elementary school. In winter, we often had to go to school before dawn. Tang Tang always ate instant noodles in the morning. When Aunt Gu saw it, she blamed her for eating so much, and it was too unhealthy, so she decided to cook for her. Jiang Ning, oh. Didn't Tang Tang live with you later? Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips. Aunt Gu made a lot of delicious food for Tang Tang on the first day, stir-fried edamame pork, boiled eggs, fried scallion pancakes, and stewed meatball soup. Jiang Ning, Aunt Gu is amazing. Zhu Chuchu, it was okay once, but then Aunt Gu got up early for 2 months and cooked delicious food for Tang Tang every day. Tang Tang got up later and later, and her taste became more and more picky. Jiang Ning thought of that scene and smiled. I guess Aunt Gu must regret it. Getting up early to cook at 5 o'clock every day in winter is too torturous. Zhu Chuchu, well, then she stopped getting up and bought instant noodles for Tang Tang again. Jiang Ning was happy. After this chat, the strange feeling between Jiang Ning and Chuchu disappeared, and they actually started to talk about trivial things in life. Unknowingly, they arrived at the old street in the city. It was not until Jiang Ning stopped the battery car that Zhu Chuchu realized that her whole body was actually warm without the cold she usually felt when riding a bike. While she was surprised, her eyes moved to the breakfast shop on the street. As the lid of the pot was opened, a stream of steam rose up, and the fragrance of buns came out. Jiang Ning introduced, the taste of this Huangji pan-fried bun is quite good. They got up very early, but there was still a long line in front of the breakfast shop. Jiang Ning also lined up. At the front of the line, the boss was wearing work clothes and standing in front of the boiler. He scooped a bucket of water and poured it into the pot, then covered the pot and turned the edge of the pot rhythmically with both hands. His movements were very rhythmic and quite exciting. From time to time, hungry customers shouted, "Boss, when will it be ready? It will be ready soon. It will be ready soon." When it was Jiang Ning's turn, he ordered 6 yuan of fried dumplings and 2 bowls of egg soup. The boss's wife held the bowl in one hand and the eggs in the other, and cracked the eggs skillfully, and stirred them evenly. Finally, she picked up a large spoon, scooped out a spoonful of bone soup, raised it slightly, and poured it into the bowl. The soup was very rich, with black fungus, 1,000 sheets of strips, minced meat, and finally sprinkled with coriander. Jiang Ning disliked the house being too stuffy, so he sat down at the open-air table outside. Zhu Chuchu was wiping the table and stools. Jiang Ning waved her hand casually, and the spiritual energy swept over, cleaning it again, and eating the stools by the way. The two of them sat around the dining table facing the rising sun. Jiang Ning took a sip of the soup. It was so fresh and hot in the middle of winter that he felt warm all over. He picked up the chopsticks and pointed to the pan-fried buns on the plate next to him. Zhu Chuchu found that the buns looked very good. The bottom was a layer of golden crispy skin, and the top was white dough. She took a bite, blew it, bit it, and it was hot. Then it was fragrant and soft, and then it was full of beef vermicelli stuffing. Seeing her elegant eating, Jiang Ning asked, "Is it delicious?" Zhu Chuchu, "Yeah, it's delicious." Jiang Ning picked up the bun and dipped it in the fried chili noodles. It's a good experience to come out for breakfast occasionally. Of course, if you buy and eat outside every day, you will get tired of it easily. In his previous life, Jiang Ning often ate breakfast outside, mostly alone. Now that he brought Chuchu with him, it was a different kind of beauty. It was a different experience from bringing Tang Tang with him. Because it was on the roadside, people were coming and going. Zhu Chuchu was a pretty girl, so naturally people looked at her. However, no one came to disturb her. Jiang Ning specially chose a small table for 2 to avoid sharing the table with others. After breakfast, Zhu Chuchu ate 4 buns, more than Jiang Ning. She felt a little embarrassed and took the initiative to pay the bill. The 2 young people who had been playing games all night saw this scene and looked at Jiang Ning with some shock and admiration. Jiang Ning was bathed in the envy of others, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After Zhu Chuchu paid the bill, Jiang Ning rode his cool electric car and disappeared from everyone's sight. The next stop was in front of the bus station. To county, to county. 2 black car drivers shouted at the intersection. Zhu Chuchu never took this kind of car. First, the price was relatively expensive. Second, the people were complicated, and there were often 3 people squeezed in the back seat. She couldn't guarantee that all the people she met were good people. She and Jiang Ning walked straight to the ticket hall. Zhu Chuchu stopped, her eyes clear and moving, as if she was reluctant to leave. Okay, Jiang Ning, you can go back. Jiang Ning nodded. Well, be careful on the road. In between words, his consciousness touched the protective jade pendant on Zhu Chuchu's chest, which was full of spiritual power, enough to deal with daily crises. Thinking of the jade pendant that Tang Tang had repeatedly strengthened, Jiang Ning pinched out a spell, drew out 20% of his magic power, and popped out a temporary protective magic circle, which was engraved around Chuchu. With such a magic spell to protect her body, even if the bus was hit by 2 large trucks, she could be kept unscathed. If someone had ill intentions, the magic circle would also provoke a killing reaction. From Yazhou City to Humio Town is about 65 kilometers. At the speed of the spirit boat, it can be reached within 5 minutes. Even if the magic circle kills dozens of people, I can easily cover it up. Jiang Ning thought so. Zhu Chuchu was unaware of this. She took a few steps forward and merged into the crowd. Finally, she couldn't help but look back. Jiang Ning stood at the door of the hall and looked over quietly. Zhu Chuchu felt inexplicably at ease. A faint smile bloomed on her face, melting away the coldness and revealing a hint of sweetness. Chapter 813, Master of Play. When Zhu Chuchu's figure disappeared, Jiang Ning no longer hesitated and turned to leave the bus station. He did not choose to go home. He was very busy today. Jiang Ning rode a titanium grey electric car, shuttling through the streets illuminated by the morning light, from north to south. The rising sun slowly spread its light from east to west, dyeing the sky orange-red, and the sunlight fell on Jiang Ning, covering him with a layer of light golden glow. Driving all the way to the gate of Yazhou No. 4 Middle School, the security guard met his eyes and confirmed that he was the top student of the school. The security guard was about to open the door, and Jiang Ning waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need it. He sat in the electric car and waited. After the first and second year students of high school had a holiday, some teachers who did not give extra lessons to the third year students also had a holiday. Jiuo Ran was going to go back to her hometown today. The high-speed train was at 10:30 in the morning, and Jiang Ning would take her there. Jiuo Ran sent a message saying that she was ready to go out and would be there in 5 minutes. While waiting, Jiang Ning had nothing to do, so he took out his mobile phone to check his circle of friends. Meng Xian posted a video of her stretching her legs in the house, with the caption, "My flexibility is getting better and better. Alas, I suddenly found that my legs are getting thicker and thicker. Tears." Jiang Ning took a look and saw that the angle of the video was very good and her legs were filmed thin and long. Tang Jing replied below, "So beautiful, so thin." Meng Xian replied to her, "But I still think they are too thick." Tears. Liu Chuandao, "I like it, love." Duan Shigang, "Super long legs, drool." Meng Xian was secretly happy to see everyone's praise. At this time, an unfriendly comment appeared. "Cuiu, it's really thick." Meng Gui, "I, a man, understand your intentions." Jiang Ning was happy. He wanted to continue watching, but suddenly the sound of a car engine sounded next to him. He turned his head and saw a Porsche Cayenne, a million-level luxury car. The Cayenne drove to the school gate and was stopped by the security guard. The car door opened, and a 30-year-old man with extraordinary clothes got out of the car. He was wearing a suit and a Rolex watch on his wrist. He glanced at the boy riding an electric scooter on the side of the road. He was very young and handsome, which made him envious. Unfortunately, being handsome is useless. Money is the passport to society. The middle-aged man retracted his gaze. He looked at Yazhou No. 4 Middle School and sighed softly, "I'm back." There was actually a strong sense of nostalgia. At this time, a Wuling Zigwang slowly slowed down from behind. A man in a baseball cap leaned out of the window. He was also in his 30s. He shouted, "Brother, your car is blocking the road." The man in a suit smiled and handed him a cigarette. "Wait for me for a few minutes. Take 2 photos." Seeing that it was a good cigarette, the man in the baseball cap was very considerate. He opened the car door and got out of the car and took a special look at the brand new KN. The man in the suit handed him the mobile phone and asked, "Brother, can you help record it?" The man in the baseball cap agreed. The man in the suit stood at the rear of the KN with his back to the school gate and shouted, "After 3 years of chasing dreams, I will return to my alma mater, no matter how rugged the road is." Jiang Ning listened with relish. Isn't this the routine of micro business? After the photo shoot, the man in the suit was obviously very satisfied. The man in the cap asked, "What's your high position, bro? Are you doing well?" The man in the suit looked at him and confirmed with his eyes that he was not someone who could be fooled. He smiled lightly and spoke properly. "It's just a small business. I decided to go back to my alma mater on a whim. Everyone knows that Yuzhou number 4 middle school is the alma mater of the boss of Changqing Liquid, and a magical product like Changqing Liquid is really in line with the characteristics of macro business. Skincare products, teeth whitening devices, the effect is just to take advantage of the popularity." The man in the baseball cap, "You've done well." The man in the suit said with a disappointed look, "After half a lifetime of hard work, I'm exhausted after returning." The man in the baseball cap also sighed, "I'm back. Yes, I'm back. I heard that the damn director you is now the principal." The man in the suit said proudly, "I'm not bad now." The man in the baseball cap saw that the man in the suit was in high spirits. In contrast, he was just trying to save face. The baseball cap exhaled a puff of smoke. "I used to be the student he looked down on the most. Now I'm back, and he personally paid for me to come back." As soon as these words came out, the man in the suit immediately looked at him with new eyes. He didn't expect that this man with ordinary clothes could have such achievements. His attitude couldn't help but respect him a little. At this time, the school gate opened, and Jiuo Ran walked out with a suitcase. Jiuo Ran has a slim figure. When she walked, her flared jeans gently opened and then closed with her steps, swaying gently, full of a sense of beauty. She is in her early 20s, which attracts people's attention the most. The two men who were discussing at the school gate couldn't help but look at her, especially the man in the suit, who had the urge to help. Suddenly, a loud whistle came from behind. The two turned their heads. Under the sunlight, Jiang Ning used a little spiritual power, and his hair was strangely dyed yellow, becoming yellow hair that can be seen everywhere. Jiang Ning shouted, "Hi, beauty, what a coincidence, I meet you again." Jiuo Ran, who was carrying a suitcase, found the yellow-haired version of Jiang Ning and heard his cheerful voice again. Jiuo Ran was stunned. Then, she deliberately said with disdain, "Yellow hair, stay away from me." Jiang Ning whistled again, patted the handlebars, and said proudly, "Beauty, do you want to play head tilt?" Jiuo Ran laughed out loud. Jiang Ning turned the ignition switch, and the electric bike came to Jiuo Ran's side. "Beauty, where are you going? I'll take you there." Jiuo Ran said coldly, "High-speed rail station." Jiang Ning picked up her suitcase and fastened it to the backseat of the electric bike with a strap. "Get in the car." The next second, in the shocked eyes of the man in the suit and the man in the baseball cap, the little yellow-haired girl took a beautiful girl away. The man in the suit quickly took a puff of cigarette to calm down. If the little yellow-haired girl could invite her successfully, wouldn't it be easy for him? He regretted it in his heart. In order to comfort himself, he maliciously speculated, most of those who can go with the little yellow-haired girl are stupid, so it's better not to have her. The man in the baseball cap next to him also complained, "Fuck me." He was a little nervous, took 2 breaths, and said to the man in the suit, "Brother, do you want to enter the school gate? Go in first." The man in the suit said honestly, "The controller's too strict, I can't get in." After hearing this, the man in the baseball cap smiled proudly, "Brother, just look at me." The man in the suit was looking forward to it. The man in the baseball cap put a cigarette in his mouth, strode to the school gate, and the security guard who had been watching coldly said, "You are the decorator hired by the principal, don't dawdle, come in quickly." The man in the baseball cap smiled awkwardly, "Right away." Man in the suit, "Brother? Hey, why did your hair turn black?" Jiuo Ran in the backseat said in surprise, "Jiang Ning, when the gods lose their light, they naturally become mortals." Jiuo Ran laughed tenderly and said disdainfully, "Childish. thinking of Jiang Ning's pretentious little gangster temperament just now. If he didn't know that he was a good student, Jiuo Ran would definitely stay away from him. You pretended so well that I almost thought you were a gangster. Jiang Ning, I'm not a gangster, I just beat them up often. He has divine awareness and super observation skills, so he can naturally imitate a little. Jiuo Ran taught him, don't fight randomly, you know? If you lose, you will be hospitalized, and if you win, you will go to jail. Jiang Ning, okay, but I think you should worry about yourself first. Jiang Ning kindly reminded. Jiuo Ran was puzzled, what's wrong? Jiang Ning grinned, because I'm going to speed up. The next second, the car body suddenly accelerated, like a rocket launch. Jiuo Ran didn't have time to speak, and hummed a seductive cry. The street scenes whizzing by on both sides made her hold Jiang Ning's clothes tightly. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ning parked his car in front of mutton restaurant. Jiuo Ran, who was still in shock, pinched him hard. I told you to go so fast, but you didn't consider whether I could bear it. Jiang Ning pretended to be in pain and begged for mercy. I'm wrong. Jiuo Ran saw that the student, who usually behaved like a little adult, showed such an expression, so she reluctantly let him go. Jiang Ning introduced, this mutton restaurant is very famous. It opens at 4 AM. When business is good, it is sold out after 10 o'clock. Jiuo Ran looked around the store. She had never been here. Jiang Ning ordered 2 bowls of mutton soup and half a catty of boiled mutton. The two sat opposite each other, and Jiang Ning mixed 2 plates of chopped green onions and soy sauce for flavor. Jiang Ning ordered the lean boiled mutton with skin. The boss was very good at knife skills. He skillfully cut it into pieces and put it on oil paper and served it directly to the table. The boiled mutton had a layer of milky white skin, like a layer of transparent jelly. Jiuo Ran took a piece, dipped it in the sauce, and took a bite. The rich and soft meat melted on the tip of her tongue. The lean meat was especially tender, and there was a faint milky taste. She was surprised. It's so delicious. The aunt who was cleaning the table next to her smiled and said, all the mutton in our family is killed a day in advance, which is completely different from the frozen mutton in other refrigerators. Jiang Ning had a meal with Chu Chu in the morning. Fortunately, he was a cultivator and could eat a lot. Moreover, women often couldn't control their appetite when they encountered delicious food. Most of the half-pound mutton went into teacher Jiuo's stomach. Noticing Jiang Ning's surprised look, Jiuo Ran turned a blind eye and took the initiative to pay. It was 60 yuan for 2 people. The price was not cheap, but the taste was very good. During the ride, Jiuo Ran, who was still unsatisfied, told Jiang Ning that, when she was checking out just now, she saw someone order 200 yuan of mutton at a time. Jiang Ning, I'll bring you here next time. Jiuo Ran, you're respecting your teacher. Happy times are always short. Although Jiang Ning slowed down, the battery car arrived at the South High-Speed Railway Station 20 minutes later. Jiuo Ran stood at the entrance of the high-speed railway station, looking at Jiang Ning, her eyes flashing, and she tried her best to smile. Okay, go home and catch up on your sleep. It's hard for you to get up so early to send me off. Jiang Ning, it's not hard. How could it not be hard? Jiuo Ran was also a high school student. During the winter vacation, he had to sleep until after 11 o'clock before getting up. Judging from Jiang Ning's appearance, he probably got up at 8 o'clock in the morning. In the past, no one treated Jiuo Ran like this. Who would have thought that today I would experience it with a student? Jiuo Ran urged, let's go. Jiang Ning, no hurry, wait for you to enter the station. Jiuo Ran put down the suitcase, stepped forward, gently pushed Jiang Ning a little further, and then turned his body around, and then she walked quickly to the station entrance. Jiuo Ran walked along the queue of passengers to the security check. She walked deeper and deeper. At a certain moment, she couldn't help but look back. She saw Jiang Ning standing in the crowd. He was tall and Jiuo Ran saw him at a glance. Jiang Ning grinned, revealing 2 white teeth. His handsome face was particularly dazzling in the sun. Jiuo Ran's eyes were hot for a moment, and she wanted to turn back. She kept saying in her heart, Jiuo Ran, think about how expensive the high-speed rail ticket refund fee is. How expensive it is. Relying on this belief, Jiuo Ran stopped the idea of returning 9:30. Jiang Ning, I'm awake. 9:35. Good morning, Jiang Ning. 9:40. Why haven't you come back yet? 9:45. Do you know how scared I was hiding in the bushes of Summoner's Canyon? 9:50. Damn it, you clearly sent Choo Choo to the station early. Why haven't you come back yet? What are you doing outside? Tell me the truth. Jiang Ning seemed to witness Tong Tong's anger through the screen. Be home before 10:30. He didn't take it seriously, calmly put away his phone, and threw it into the storage compartment of the electric car. He drove the electric car to the mutton restaurant, ready to give Tong Tong an explanation. At the same time, Tong Tong was hungry and slaughtered crazily in the Summoner's Canyon to vent her anger. She also sent a message to Choo Choo. Where are you? It is only 65 kilometers from Yazhou City to Humio Town, which only takes an hour and a half to drive, but if you choose to take a bus, it will take at least 3 hours. Take a bus from the city to the bus station to buy a ticket, wait for the bus at the bus station, and then take a bus for an hour to Xinhan County. After arriving at the county seat, continue to wait for the bus, and then take a township bus for about 40 minutes, to finally get to the town, and then go to the village. Chachu is now on the township bus. It is approaching the new year, and the bus is packed. The crowded passengers stand holding the handrails and sway with the body of the car, which is more fun than dancing in a bar. Fortunately, Chachu got on the bus at the departure station and there was an empty seat. While she was replying to Tong Tong's message, she listened to the road rage driver cursing. The driver cursed loudly while steering to catch a private car. After stopping the car and venting his anger, the driver received another call. Without saying a word, he started swearing again. Fuck you. You ask me for money every day. How much money can I make by driving these dead people every day? Zhu Chachu, who was riding the car obediently on the return trip, Jiang Ning did not need to waste time. He chose the wide road and sped all the way. When passing a high-end residential area, he slowly slowed down. At the gate of the lavish residential area, Zhang Kai, dressed in a security uniform, blocked the garage door. He held a rubber stick in one hand and pointed at the BMW coupe with the other hand, saying, "I'm talking to you. You are not allowed to enter." A young and beautiful female driver came out of the BMW. She said angrily, "You stinky security guard, why don't you let me in?" Zhang Kai did not soften his heart because she was a beautiful woman. He shouted sternly, "If you don't pay the parking space rental, you will never be able to enter." The female driver was furious. She didn't expect that a small security guard would dare to stop her. She was so confused. "Do you know how much my car costs?" Zhang Kai, 500,000. Female driver, "Open your eyes. This is a BMW M5. Zhang Kai was unmoved. "What a shitty M5. I won't let you in. Do you have the guts to kill me?" As a security guard, his job is to shut up the ungrateful owners. Chapter 814 Exclusive Love Skills. Sunshine Luoyuan, the entrance to the underground parking lot. The BMW female driver and the security guard Zhang Kai were arguing and were furious, but they couldn't do anything about Zhang Kai. The quarrel between the two caused the vehicles behind to be unable to enter the parking lot. A slender black Maybach slowly drove to the door. The pancake-style wheels were obviously different from ordinary Mercedes-Benz cars, revealing a luxurious texture. Even so, it could only stop honestly. "What's the matter?" A 30-year-old driver got out of the Maybach. He had a somewhat tough temperament and frowned and asked. The BMW female driver recognized the model of the Maybach, and she provoked, "This little security guard stopped me and wouldn't let me in." The tough man looked at Zhang Kai, as if waiting for him to give an explanation. Zhang Kai still had an indifferent face. "I'm sorry, she didn't pay the parking space management fee, so she can't enter according to the regulations." The BMW girl cursed. "Do you have the rules?" Zhang Kai ignored her. "I won't let you in." The BMW girl continued to curse. In the middle of winter, she got out of the warm car and shivered with cold. The tougher man let her drive the car in first. "We are in a hurry." He was going to take over the leader now. Zhang Kai scratched his ears. "Are you in the same group?" The BMW girl shouted. "You really have no vision. Do you know what car that is?" Maybach S680. It costs millions. Zankai sneered. S680 is nothing. It's not S686. If anyone has 686, I will kneel down to him now. The tough man was silent. Who dares to bring that thing into the country? Zankai pointed at the BMW girl and said, drive your old car away, or I'll beat you up. The BMW girl couldn't believe it. You, a security guard, dare to hit me? If you hit me, your father will kneel down and beg me. Zankai thought of his gambling father and his face lit up. Is there such a good thing? The BMW girl was surprised and took 2 steps back. What the hell? Is this security guard crazy? When Jiang Ning was watching the fun, a text message popped up on his phone. Dear customer, China Mobile reminds you that the temperature today is -3 degrees Celsius to -10 degrees Celsius. Please keep warm. To unsubscribe, reply TD. Jiang Ning glanced at the contact. It was a virtual number. He replied, TD. Soon, a message popped up on questions. Okay Jiang Ning. You have time to unsubscribe. You won't reply to my message, right? Jiang Ning was stunned. Tang Tong, did you send it? Zhu Yuantang was occupying Jiang Ning's bedroom. After she saw Jiang Ning's reply, she looked extremely proud. You were fooled by me. She specially opened the virtual number software to fool Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning remained cool. The plan to go home is postponed to 11 o'clock. Zhu Yuantang curled her lips. It's so late. I left you a piece of potato chips, waiting for you to eat. Jiang Ning thought for a while and replied, did it fall on the ground? Zhu Yuantang was shocked. How did you know? Jiang Ning was choked. He was so kind to Tang Tong, but who would have thought that her mind was so vicious? He was merciless. The plan to go home is postponed to 11:30. Zhu Yuantang wanted to cry, but had no tears. No, woo woo. Jiang Ning ignored her. He glanced at the gate of the community. There was no fight. It was meaningless. Since the plan to go home was postponed, Jiang Ning switched to WeChat and found the chat page with Ding Xuan. The last chat time stopped at last night, and the last 2 messages were, Ding Xuan, I dare to ask, do you dare to give it? Jiang Ning, your idea is very dangerous. There was still some time left. Jiang Ning sent her a message, I'm going. Ding Xuan replied immediately, ah. Jiang Ning smiled. The reply efficiency is really high. Facts have proved that, as long as a girl cares about you, no matter how beautiful, outstanding, or busy she is, she will always reply to you, as soon as possible. In the previous life, Jiang Ning always deceived himself, and told himself that the other party was just busy. In fact, a normal, sober man can easily judge whether the other party cares about you through simple details such as replying to messages. Jiang Ning, are you okay today? On the 2nd floor balcony of Hukishan Villa, Ding Xuan leaned on a lounge chair and looked at the nearby Hukishan. The clouds and mist were lingering, gathering, and dispersing from time to time. The sunlight shone through the clouds and mist and fell on the mountains, covering them with a layer of dreamy golden veil. Ding Xuan suddenly thought of a poem. Only in this mountain, the clouds are so deep that I don't know where it is. It's really a fairy mountain. She picked up the clear tea at hand. Well, it was the tea leaves knocked from Linsida's hand. Thinking of Hukishan and the tea in her hand, Ding Xuan's desire for Jiang Ning became more and more serious. She will definitely slowly uncover everything about him. Although this process was difficult, thinking of the strange looks from Lin Han and Linsida, Ding Xuan calmed down. It's just a little bit of vicissitudes. She must become the appearance that the extraordinary people like. She replied to Jiang Ning, I have something to do today. Jiang Ning, what is it? Ding Xuan immediately said, our lifelong event. Jiang Ning thought, 6. He rode an electric bike with his mobile phone on the bracket in front of the bike, using his spiritual power to control typing, which did not delay riding, and allowed him to chat. Ding Xuan, where have you been? Jiang Ning curled his lips. Woman, are you impatient to get to know me? Seeing this, Ding Xuan's dark eyes could not help but leave the screen, and half a second later, they moved back again. Everything, for the extraordinary. Her fair and slender fingers gently stroked the light blue teacup, and she replied, I know. Jiang Ning, you still want it after knowing it? Ding Xuan drank another sip of water to calm down. The two chatted for a while, and Ding Xuan got up from the recliner. She picked up the snow-white cashmere coat from the armrest of the sofa and casually put it on, elegant and generous. Lin Han was drinking coffee and eating snacks on the sofa. Seeing her niece's actions, she couldn't help wondering, going out? Ding Xuan, yes. Lin Han, okay, I'll take you, after I finish eating. Hu Kishan Villa is in the mountains, and taxis don't come here at ordinary times. Ding Xuan must not bring her gossipy aunt, otherwise there might be a lot of trouble. She moved to the cabinet and took out a car key. I'll do it myself. Lin Zida walked out of the bedroom, surprised. Can you drive? Ding Xuan said calmly, I passed the test abroad. Lin Zida didn't say anything more. Okay. As for whether foreign driver's licenses can be used in China, he already has the answer in his mind, but these are not important at all. In recent years, with the rise of Changqing Liquid Company, the Lin family and the banker have laid out Yazhou City in advance and reaped too many benefits. Such trivial matters can be easily settled by ordinary representatives, let alone them. Ding Xuan took the elevator down to the garage and pressed the car key. A white G-Class with a tough and domineering appearance flashed its lights. Ding Xuan stepped on the pedal and got into the driver's seat. A minute later, the car drove out of the villa and went down the wide mountain road. At the same time, a floating spirit boat crossed the sky from above at a very fast speed. The spirit boat passed through the lush treetops shrouded in mist and arrived at the flat land halfway up the mountain. The scenery in front of him suddenly became clear, with gurgling streams, birds singing and flowers blooming. The unique fresh air in the mountains made people breathe much more smoothly. Jiang Ning looked down at one of the flatlands and saw that the green plants were clearly arranged and growing well. The plump and bright strawberries were like red lanterns dotted among them, with red fruits and green leaves. Now that the beginning of spring has passed, the spring breeze in February gently blows on his face, and Jiang Ning's eyes fall. Some of those plump and bright red strawberries looked up with their rosy cheeks, waiting for his presence, while others shyly hid under the leaves, half covered, as if they wanted to play some exciting games with him. Jiang Ning said happily, "Little strawberry, prepare to die." He waved his hand, and a plump strawberry threw itself into his arms. Jiang Ning tasted it, and it was sweet, but not greasy, not bad. Immediately, Jiang Ning bent his hand and beckoned, and hundreds of strawberries flew into the air, suspended in the air. The bright red color actually dyed this world with sweetness. Jiang Ning ejected fruit baskets from his storage ring and sorted them into 3 categories: upper, middle and lower. Then, Jiang Ning used the spirit boat to carry the strawberries and flew to the Hu Kishan villa with a flick of his tail. He put down 2 baskets and sent a message to Xiao Shuangshan. "I left some strawberries for you, which can beautify your skin." Xiao Shuangshan replied in seconds, "Okay, you eat too." Looking at this sentence, Jiang Ning could almost imagine how obedient Mr. Xiao was. Then, he thought that he seemed to have not accompanied Xiao Shuangshan for dinner for a while, and he had neglected her after all. Throwing these thoughts aside, Jiang Ning urged the flying boat to drive to the city. He hadn't bought breakfast and lunch for Tan Tan yet. While Jiang Ning was on his way, he took out his mobile phone and saw Ding Xuan's message. "I'm at Nanhang Road. How about you?" Jiang Ning, "I'm almost at Nanhang Road too." Hearing this, Ding Xuan, who was driving, looked around. There were not many cars on the road and few pedestrians. She did not find any trace of Jiang Ning. For some reason, Ding Xuan was actually a little relaxed at this moment. Recently, she had been talking to Chao Fan about many taboo topics, and now that they were about to meet in person, she was actually a little nervous. Ding Xuan held the steering wheel and forced herself to calm down. Ding Xuan drove with one hand and posted a driving photo. "Jiang Ning, are you driving?" Ding Xuan, "Yes, to see you earlier." Jiang Ning, "I will sentence you on behalf of the court." Ding Xuan, "What crime?" She thought it was the crime of driving under the age of majority. Jiang Ning said, "You are sentenced to keep your beauty to yourself and not share it with me." Ding Xuan was in a state of panic. She calmed down, "Then punish me, and I will treat you better when we meet." She asked again, "Which road?" "I don't know how to get there." Jiang Ning, "Didn't we agree to take Eugene Road?" Ding Xuan took the initiative to attack. I mean, the road to your heart. Jiang Ning on the spirit boat quickly pinched a strawberry to eat and suppressed the corners of his evil mouth. Will this guy's mind be full of this thing in the future? His guess with evil taste. In order to calm his smile, Jiang Ning told himself, Tong Tong is still hungry at home. I should be sad. Jiang Ning flew very fast and arrived at Eugene Road one step ahead of time. He landed in the alley. Then he rode a battery bike, loaded a basket of strawberries, and parked the cool battery bike. After riding to the roadside, he carried the covered wooden basket and walked to the nearby intersection. In less than 2 minutes, a domineering white G-Class slowly stopped by the roadside, and Ding Xuan's eyes were instantly attracted by it. Jiang Ning was wearing a black coat, with a figure as tall as a pine tree, especially a pair of ink-like eyes, which contained the ultimate tranquility, and seemed to be indifferent to everything around him. Ding Xuan had seen the extraordinary before, and she understood the power behind this calmness even more. Her eyes were flowing, and her heart was trembling slightly. After taking a deep breath, Ding Xuan got off the car, holding an exquisite handbag in her hand. Ding Xuan did not dress up carefully, but she was still extraordinary. She was wearing a black dress and a cashmere coat on her upper body. The warmth and softness of the cashmere slightly diluted the calm mystery brought by the black dress, making her look a little more graceful. She moved in front of Jiang Ning and greeted him generously. Hi, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning stared at her. His eyes were somewhat intimidating, but Ding Xuan was not afraid at all. Jiang Ning's clear voice sounded, why don't you talk? Are you trying to resist but still accept? Ding Xuan almost thought she had heard it wrong. She was back. The familiar feeling was back. She looked normal. I was just possessed. Jiang Ning, have you been possessed by my evil spirit? If this conversation really happened in real life, Ding Xuan couldn't help but grin with a strange arc at the corner of her mouth. In order to hide the embarrassment, Ding Xuan handed over the handbag and said in a clear voice like a spring, it's for you. Jiang Ning scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that it was a camera, a Leica camera. Well, it was the camera brand jointly named by Huawei and Xiaomi in the future. Ding Xuan did not explain the gift to him. In fact, this camera was the Leica M 60th anniversary edition set released by Leica 2 months ago. It was limited to 600 sets worldwide, and each set was worth 120,000. This was the set numbered 009. Of course, Ding Xuan knew that for Jiang Ning, this was nothing at all. It's a pity that she came in a hurry, otherwise, she would have asked Leica to help customize a unique camera. Jiang Ning carried the bag, and he knew without thinking that in terms of value, this was the most expensive gift he had ever received from a girl. Jiang Ning handed over the sealed wooden strawberry basket in his hand. Take it and eat it. After Ding Xuan took it, she felt a heavy weight. Her eyes curved slightly, and 2 red clouds gradually appeared on her face. She smiled very reservedly. Thank you. It was not only a gift, but also a proof of the progress bar. Her efforts were effective. Boys and girls, street corners, breeze, smiles, the whole scene seemed to be frozen. Suddenly, there was a discordant noise from the back. Jiang Ning's electric car was parked on the side of the street. The body of the car was titanium gray, with clear edges and corners, and it was streamlined. It was much more handsome than ordinary electric cars. Even if the ghost fire boy saw it, he would feel ashamed. At this time, a trembling old lady passed by the eye-catching electric car. She was almost 80 years old. She glanced at the electric car and then stopped. Then, she stretched out a hand, placed it on the body of the electric bike, and pushed it to the other side with all her strength. If it was an ordinary electric bike, it would definitely be pushed over after this, and parts such as the rear view mirror would definitely be broken, and even the handlebars would be crooked. Jiang Ning noticed this scene, and he used his spiritual power to reinforce the electric bike, and the old lady couldn't push it. She stepped back 2 steps and pushed hard again, but with a snap, she actually slipped and fell. She screamed in pain, and then a middle-aged man with a beer belly ran over from not far away. He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes rolled, and he didn't help the old man immediately, but shouted, "Whose electric bike is this? Whose electric bike is parked randomly and tripped my old lady?" Ding Xuan recognized that it was Jiang Ning's electric bike, and she signaled him with her eyes. Jiang Ning picked up his pace and walked slowly to the battery car, looking at the two people. "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man saw that it was a young man, and he said fiercely, "Fuck, is it your car?" Jiang Ning said lazily, "Yes, what's wrong?" The man pointed at the old man on the ground and said in a tough tone, "You parked randomly and knocked down my old man. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't think about leaving." Ding Xuan looked at the man who was confusing right and wrong, and she frowned and said, "Are you lying with your eyes open?" The middle-aged man roared and became more aggressive. "In broad daylight, you are right to park randomly, right? Come on, come and see. You are bullying people," he shouted loudly. The weather was cold recently, and this street was very remote. Only two business owners in the distance cast their eyes, and they couldn't gather people to watch the fun. Ding Xuan took out her mobile phone and prepared to call someone to charge him with provoking trouble. This kind of thing has long been common to her. Jiang Ning stopped her and said, "It's too troublesome." Ding Xuan looked sideways. Jiang Ning stared at the fearless middle-aged man and the old lady lying on the ground. His eyes gradually turned cold. If it was someone else, the car would really be pushed over. It would be very troublesome to hold the car owner accountable for such a thing. If the old lady accidentally fell while pushing the car, it would be even more difficult for the car owner. How to divide the responsibility? Ordinary people either swallow their anger or resist in anger. Even if they can finally clear the responsibility, they don't know how much trouble they will go through. Why? Jiang Ning's tone was flat, with a bit of displeasure. "Yes, I parked the car in the wrong place." The middle-aged man stopped shouting and was surprised and happy. "So you admit it? Haha, you tripped my old lady. You have to pay us money." Jiang Ning asked with a cold face. "How much do you want?" The middle-aged man asked loudly. 10,000. "No, I want 100,000. Jiang Ning suddenly laughed. "Okay, but you have to go to hell to get it. It is this kind of garbage that corrupts the atmosphere of the entire society and turns good people into bad people." As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man was furious and wanted to pull Jiang Ning. The next second, Jiang Ning raised his right leg high, and a sharp high whip kick cut through the air, with a sharp sound of breaking wind, and went straight to his chin. Jiang Ning wanted to perform an artistic act, intending to kick the middle-aged man's head and spine out of his body completely, while keeping his body motionless. However, he thought that he had just given Ding Xuan the strawberries, and could not affect her appetite, so Jiang Ning gave up the artistic act. With a crisp crack of bone fracture, the middle-aged man was kicked, and flew 10 meters high in the air, drawing a parabola, and then fell like a rag doll. With a bang sound, the middle-aged man's body and the ground made a heavy echo, and dust scattered. Ding Xuan's heart also trembled. What kind of power is this? Then, Jiang Ning made a move, and led the old lady who was struggling on the ground to stand up. Jiang Ning asked, "My car is parked on the side of the road. Why are you pushing it?" The old lady's eyes were cloudy, her expression was a little nervous, and she spoke fluently. She didn't know that her son was already lying flat. She hunched over and repeated, "I want to push it. I should push it. You still admit it?" Jiang Ning was amused. "Forget it. People like you are a waste of food." He twisted his palm in the air, and the old woman's white head was twisted 180 degrees by some force in an instant, like a magic trick. Then, a flame appeared in Jiang Ning's palm, and the spiritual fire gushed out at a high speed, burning her into a ball of dust in an instant. He waved his sleeves, the wind rose, and the dust and ashes drifted away. Jiang Ning looked at Ding Xuan with a smile and asked, "How about this gift?" Chapter 815 Winter Vacation Life. Jiang Ning didn't wait until 11:30 to go home. Tong Tong was short to begin with, and if she shrank due to hunger, Jiang Ning would still have to bear the consequences. At 10:30, Jiang Ning's electric car turned into the open space in front of the bungalow, and immediately met Tong Tong's resentful eyes. "Huh, why did you come back now?" She immediately stood up, put her hands on her hips and lectured. "Jiang Ning, I'm late. You should apologize to me." Zhu Yuantang was furious. "It's obviously you who are late. Why should I apologize?" Jiang Ning, haha, you don't want to apologize, right? He took out the packaged boiled mutton and a wooden basket like a magician. Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up, and he swallowed his saliva in frustration. But Jiang Ning was really abominable today. Chachu has now arrived in Humio town, but he is still wandering outside, like a yellow-haired boy, not coming home all day long. Jiang Ning, have you eaten yet? Zhu Yuantang immediately recovered and pouted, I've eaten a long time ago, only you are the poor one who is hungry. In fact, she only ate a small bag of potato chips, and was already starving, but she was spoiled by Chachu these days, and had forgotten the feeling of making breakfast. As a result, she became weaker. In some ways, Chachu did defeat Tang Tang with her cooking skills. Jiang Ning didn't get entangled with her. He carried the packaged mutton, and went straight to the kitchen of Tang Tang's house. He used his magic power to keep it warm, and the mutton was still hot. After entering the kitchen, Jiang Ning smelled it. The small electric rice cooker next to it boiled rock sugar mung bean soup, and the rest was gone. He glanced at Tang Tang, and the little girl made it clear that he would bring back food. Zhu Yuantang crossed her arms, and planned to see what he wanted to do. If he dared to come up to drink the mung bean soup, he would face a thundering crusade, and then take advantage of this to plot against the small bag in his hand. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but imagine, what delicious food did Jiang Ning bring? Chu Chu said she had fried dumplings in the morning. Could it be fried dumplings? Jiang Ning opened the cupboard. Tang Tang's kitchen was very well stocked. He scooped a spoonful of chili powder, put it in a stainless steel basin, then poured in 13 spices and salt, and some oil, and then washed some onions, ginger, garlic, etc. Then, Jiang Ning turned on the gas stove, poured oil into the pot, and then threw the onions, ginger, and garlic into the pot to fry. During the frying, he put some peppercorns, then removed all the onions, ginger, and garlic, and then got some hot oil and wet the chili powder. Jiang Ning threw sesame seeds into the oil pan, and the room was even more fragrant. After the sesame seeds were fried, Jiang Ning picked up the oil pan, and poured all the chili powder, stirring while pouring, and then poured in some white wine and some vinegar. Zhu Yuantang stood on tiptoe, and secretly looked at it, and found that he had made it in a similar way. This is oil chili, the color is red and moist, the taste is fragrant and spicy, and it is very tempting. Zhu Yuantang thought, he is so lazy, how can he cook? She suddenly remembered last year, when Jiang Ning just moved in. Once she brought Jiang Ning steamed buns from home, and saw him frying spare ribs. Jiang Ning prepared the chili oil, waved his sleeves to disperse the smell in the house, and then he sat next to the dining table, unwrapped the oil paper package he brought from the city, and the hot air came out instantly. Zhu Yuantang took a peek and immediately couldn't take her eyes off it. It turned out to be cooked mutton cut into pieces with jelly-like skin. She couldn't take her eyes off it immediately. Although she was poor, she knew that eating mutton in winter would warm the whole body and nourish and drive away the cold. In addition to boiled mutton, there was also a very chewy and crispy lamb tripe. After Jiang Ning sat down, he picked up a piece of mutton and dipped it in chili oil. The red chili sesame immediately colored the mutton. Jiang Ning took a bite and showed an expression of enjoyment. He said, comfortable. Zhu Yuantang couldn't control her saliva. She quickly took a bowl of mung bean soup and pretended to taste it, but in fact it was to cover up her saliva. Jiang Ning straightened his windbreaker and sat down carefree, eating mutton dipped in chili oil and eating enthusiastically. Tang Tang seemed to have become smaller. She carried the mung bean soup and slowly moved to Jiang Ning's side. Because they just had a quarrel, she couldn't take advantage of Jiang Ning, so she asked, what are you eating? Jiang Ning, cooked mutton. Zhu Yuantang, is it delicious? Jiang Ning ate it happily in front of her, not bad. Zhu Yuantang, where did you buy it? Jiang Ning, on the street. Zhu Yuantang, why is there a sheep's stomach? Jiang Ning, I bought it too. Zhu Yuantang slurped his saliva and opened his eyes. Is the sheep's stomach crispy? Jiang Ning, crispy. Zhu Yuantang's true intention was revealed. Can I try it for you to see if it's crispy? Jiang Ning asked back, didn't you eat it? Zhu Yuantang, I'm hungry again now. Jiang Ning continued to eat meat, and there was a greedy child next to him, which doubled the deliciousness. Zhu Yuantang brought the mung bean soup in his hand to him. Isn't it too greasy to eat only meat? Do you want to drink the soup? Jiang Ning waved his hand. No. Zhu Yuantang's little mouth slowly pouted. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She also moved a small stool and sat at the dining table. She didn't care about anything and just ate the meat. The warm tender white cut mutton with skin was dipped in freshly fried chili oil. The taste almost made Tang Tang cry. Just one bite, her hungry body was greatly satisfied. Jiang Ning glanced at her. Zhu Yuantang didn't look at him and just ate the meat. Jiang Ning laughed happily and said, "Don't you want to eat it?" Zhu Yuantang's face was red, and it seemed that he was also steaming. Fortunately, she was a big shot and didn't argue with Jiang Ning. Nanhang Road, White Jiding Xuan was driving. Her thoughts were wandering, and her mind kept flashing. The scene of Jiang Ning killing people with one blow, and the high temperature flames that sprayed out casually, instantly burning people to ashes. In the past, Ding Xuan's witness to Jiang Ning's methods were mostly indirect, but never so direct. The scene of taking someone's life in an instant shocked her. If Lin Zhongsheng Group had such means in the field of business competition, it would never have been trapped in Hui province for so many years. It would have directly found its competitors and killed them instantly. Without the leader, the subordinates would naturally disperse. Immediately, she felt that such means in the business field were a bit of a waste of talent. If it was her, Ding Xuan's mind suddenly moved, and a certain premonition appeared, and she stepped on the brakes slightly. On the side road, a semi-trailer truck ran a red light, honking its horn. The huge body of the truck was wrapped in a huge momentum and rushed through the intersection. Ding Xuan frowned slightly. She had encountered such road killers many times because her aunt Lin Han always went home at night, so she always encountered them. This kind of semi-trailer truck likes to run red lights the most, unscrupulously. As for why it runs red lights, you can't ask. If you ask, it's not easy for the truck driver to have an old family and a child. Whenever this happened, Ding Xuan always felt powerless. She had a good family background, but unfortunately, she was helpless when faced with such a thing. Even if she reached the peak of power, she would still be hit by a car and killed. The human body is too weak after all. However, the extraordinary Ding Xuan believed that people are divided into different levels. As for the old woman with a nervous mind and the rogue son just now, ordinary people were unlucky and could only be blackmailed, at least tens of thousands of yuan. With better luck, they got into trouble by suing, and finally barely got out of it, but the anger and helplessness, and the time and energy wasted were inevitable. If it were Ding Xuan, when she encountered such a thing, she could avoid it first, and then let the official department intervene and teach them a lesson, but that was all. If she didn't completely destroy them, there might be a possibility of retaliation. The next level up is extraordinary. Being able to eliminate things that you don't like at will. That kind of extreme power is almost as good as the bliss in the world for Ding Xuan, who has already met his material needs. Extraordinary, it is a power to crush everything. As for whether Jiang Ning's method was too cruel, Ding Xuan looked indifferent. Some garbage that could not even be called consumables, so just destroy it. From another perspective, if it was not her today, but an unlucky ordinary person, what would be the consequences? Only those who are not afraid of talking will be generous enough to persuade others to forgive the bad guys if they are not slapped in the face. Not to mention being blackmailed. Ordinary people would want to kill the other party if a battery was stolen. So, if they can't kill the other party, is it because they don't want to? If Ding Xuan is extraordinary, the first thing she will do is to let the whole world understand what it means for a villain to succeed. Thinking of this, a smile spread on her cheeks. Slowly withdrawing her thoughts, Ding Xuan drove the car, turned into the ring road, and arrived at the villa area of Yuki Mountain. She parked the car in the brightly lit underground garage, and then took the fruit basket that Jiang Ning gave her, and took the elevator. The living room on the second floor was fully heated. Lin Han was curled up on the sofa watching TV. She didn't have a meeting today, so she had a rare rest. Are you back? Yeah. Ding Xuan put the fruit basket on the table, and took off her cashmere coat. Lin Zida was playing LOL. Just when someone pushed his crystal away, he ran out of the esports room in frustration. What is that? Ding Xuan didn't answer. She raised her hand and rubbed the fruit basket with her fingertips. The subtle movement revealed her love for this gift, the first gift from Jiang Ning. The next moment, she opened a sealed fruit basket, and suddenly, a ball of sweetness came to her face and quickly spread out. Even Lin Han on the sofa smelled the fragrance of strawberries. Linzada took a quick look and saw dozens of strawberries as big as eggs and as red as glass, arranged in the fruit basket. He blurted out, "Oh my god, so beautiful. These strawberries are round, and not deformed at all. The surface is still shining brightly, just like the legendary fairy fruit." Linzada, "Can I eat it?" Ding Xuan, "Yeah." Linzada pinched one. As a real man, he didn't even need to wash it, and put it directly in his mouth. The strawberry bursts when touched, and the pure sweet taste spreads with the bursting of the flesh. Linzada finished a strawberry in 2 bites, and he reached for the next one. Ding Xuan and Lin Han looked at him at the same time, as if asking. Linzada said without hesitation, "It's not delicious, don't eat it." He touched another strawberry. Ding Xuan's IQ is not so easy to be fooled. Don't forget that she is the best at choosing fruits in her life. She stared at Linzada. Linzada had no choice but to explain. "Sweet, really sweet, only a little bit sour, so damn delicious." Lin Han couldn't wait to wash one, put it in her mouth to taste it, and it changed color in an instant. She finished eating one and said, "It's not particularly sweet, but layers of sweetness, decreasing from the top, just right." Linzada was puzzled. "No, I eat pure sweetness." Ding Xuan opened her red lips and tasted one. The taste was top-notch. She also felt a stream of water sliding across the tip of her tongue, as if flowing into her mind, making her feel refreshed. "What does it taste like?" Lin Han and Linzada asked. Ding Xuan, "It's moderately sweet and sour." Linzada was puzzled. Strange. He ate another one, which was pure sweetness, while Lin Han felt layers of sweetness, each with a different feeling. After thinking, Linzada said, "I suddenly thought of a description of strawberries, which said that the taste of strawberries will change to different degrees depending on your mood. Is there really such a strawberry?" Lin Han didn't bother about the taste. She stared at her niece with a scrutinizing look. "Where did you get it?" She didn't eat strawberries of this level at the Changqing liquid company of her pseudo-rival Xiao Shuangshan. Her niece actually got it. Considering her going out this morning, it was even more unusual. Ding Xuan said lightly, "You don't have to care who the hen is when eating eggs." When Jiang Ning received Ding Xuan's message, he and Tang Tang had finished the mutton, he 20% and Tang Tang 80%. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining, and the two were basking in the sun at the door. Compared with Jiang Ning and Tang Tang, who were greedy for pleasure, the other people in the bungalow were very energetic. Old man Mr. Khan is playing badminton with college student Zhang Ruan, burning with the brilliance of life. Jiang Ning, very good. Ding Xuan sent a message of thanks. "Thank you for the strawberries." Jiang Ning, "Are they sweet?" Ding Xuan, "Although they are sweet, they are still eclipsed by you, red heart." Jiang Ning, "Sister, you are getting better and better." As he replied to the message casually, Zhang Ruan put down the racket. "No more playing, I'm going to attend the class reunion." Zhang Ruan smiled very happily, with a certain expectation on her face. Mr. Khan sighed, "Class reunion is great, I miss the time when I..." Zhang Ruan didn't have time to listen to his bragging. "They have booked a restaurant, I just happened to rush over. Let's go." Zhang Ruan set off on his electric bike. When he passed by Jiang Ning's house, he wondered why Zhu Chuchu next door didn't go out. Immediately, Zhang Ruan put the idea behind him. He thought of the scenery of attending the class reunion with his girlfriend, and the corners of his mouth were almost unable to suppress his smugness. "Male and female classmates who used to look down on me, listen carefully." Zhang Ruan couldn't wait to set off. When she thought about being able to overwhelm male classmates mentally, Zhu Yuantang was surprised. Jiang Ning, is the class reunion so happy?" The class group of their class 8 was either quarreling or preparing to quarrel. If Xin Yaoling didn't control it in time, the small group would greet each other with C words, without any friendship at all. Jiang Ning, "I don't know, I haven't participated. However, if there is a chance, many years later, he will let the classmates of class 8 see what it means, that they are all in the 3rd year of high school." But Jiang Ning is still in the 3rd year of high school. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816 Begging. In winter, the weather is clear and the sun is warm. The temperature is still freezing, but fortunately Jiang Ning's warming magic circle is always working. Jiang Ning, the sky is so blue. Yeah. Jiang Ning, are you sleepy? No. Zhu Yuantang pouted. Who are you kidding? I've been running outside for a whole morning, and you say I'm not sleepy, huh? Jiang Ning, sleepy. Zhu Yuantang, okay, you really ran outside for a whole morning, but you're exhausted. Jiang Ning was too lazy to pay attention to her. He looked up at the blue sky, and a sparrow flapped its wings, flying from one treetop to another. Jiang Ning gently moved his fingers, and the spiritual power pressed down, and the flying sparrow suddenly twitched, and fell straight down. Fortunately, its built-in flight control was super powerful, and it frantically shook its wings, took off from the ground, and flew away in panic. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Everything was under his control, and humans like him could be called the true overlord of the earth. Laugh. You're still laughing. Zhu Yuantang was angry. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to her best friend Chuchu, accusing Jiang Ning of his crimes. Chuchu, let me tell you how much Jiang Ning went too far today. Humio Town, Hua Village. The courtyard was full of guests. Everyone was basking in the sun, eating melon seeds, drinking tea, and chatting happily on the surface, talking about their experiences this year and the details of their families. In the corner of the yard, Zhu Chuchu was wearing a light blue down jacket, which was not wrinkled or stained by the long journey. The reason for this was the temporary protective array constructed by Jiang Ning. She didn't sit on the stool, but just stood there. She seemed to be alienated from everyone. Whenever someone looked at her, Zhu Chuchu would always smile lightly and maintain courtesy. The phone vibrated. She swiped open the 9-square grid, unlocked the screen, and the first picture she saw was the circle of friends. Jiang Ning posted a picture of boiled mutton, chili oil, and mung bean soup, which was very rich. Well, it's better than what Jiang Ning took her to eat. Zhu Chuchu thought silently. The pan-fried buns are actually delicious, and he got up so early. Maybe the mutton restaurant is not open. She switched to the message page and found that it was a message from Tang Tang. Jiang Ning is a bad person and is not good to me at all. Not good. Zhu Chuchu felt that there was a deep gap between her and Tang Tang. Zhu Chuchu said insincerely, "What's wrong?" Zhu Yuantang began to complain. "This morning I sent a message to Jiang Ning, and he didn't reply. After sending several messages, then I changed to a small account to contact him, and he replied to me immediately. Well, it was about her using a virtual number to send a weather forecast to Jiang Ning." Zhu Chuchu subconsciously felt that something was wrong. According to her impression, Jiang Ning was definitely not that kind of person, and Tang Tang's words could not be fully trusted. Zhu Yuantang was unhappy. Why? Zhu Chuchu was considering her words when she heard her aunt calling her. She quickly typed a reply. "Newcomer welfare, right? Zhu Yuantang. Kitten question. Where is her caring Chuchu? Where did she go?" Zhu Yuantang lay on the chair with no desire to live, staring at the sky with a pair of lifeless eyes. Jiang Ning took her mobile phone away while she was sad, and Zhu Yuantang was even sadder. As soon as Jiang Ning unlocked the screen, he saw her chat history with Chuchu. Wow, he dared to complain. It was amazing. Exiting the chat page with Chuchu, he came to the message bar and was shocked to find that he was set to do not disturb mode by Tang Tang. Jiang Ning's first thought was that his status in Tang Tang's heart had declined and became insignificant. However, the answer is definitely not so. So, thinking from the perspective of others, in which situation would the other party be set to do not disturb? A picture suddenly appeared in Jiang Ning's mind. Tang Tang stayed in his small bedroom, waiting for his message, but he was very slow to reply, so she turned on the do not disturb function in a rage, but she was afraid that she would not receive any messages, so she repeatedly looked at the message bar. Jiang Ning sighed inexplicably. Zhu Yuantang's heart moved, and the alarm bell sounded. Did he find out that I had turned evil on him in front of Chuchu, and was he sad? She wondered how to quibble. Jiang Ning suddenly got up, walked into the house, opened the basket of strawberries, washed more than a dozen strawberries, put them on the fruit plate, and brought them to the small round table next to the recliner. Zhu Yuantang's eyes widened in disbelief. You have strawberries. She picked up one, bit off half, and her cheeks bulged. She ate the strawberry in the next bite, and said vaguely, it's delicious. You eat it too. Jiang Ning was not as tasteless as her. He tasted it slowly and asked her, are you still angry? Zhu Yuantang's eyebrows were curved like the moon, and there was no anger at all. Jiang Ning, you are the best. Jiang Ning laughed. Unlike her previous shyness, Zhu Yuantang pushed for more. It would be even better if you could give me the pillow. Jiang Ning heard this and gave her the stuffed rabbit doll. Zhu Yuantang curled up in the large recliner, covered with a blanket, hugged the stuffed doll, and ate strawberries. Jiang Ning used Tang Tang's phone to open the class group of class 8 to watch the classmates' movements. Picture. The picture shows a round-faced man with a crew cut, taking a selfie in front of the mirror in the barber shop. Liu Chuan said, oh my god, I accidentally sent the selfie to the group, crying and laughing. Liu Chuan said, many girls often worry that I'm a scumbag when they see me, but in fact, I'm very innocent. 2 minutes later, Liu Chuan said, haha, why is no one talking in the group? Liu Chuan said at Duan Shigang. Another 2 minutes later, Duan Shigang, dude, he is indeed a bit handsome. Meng Gui, aren't you going to give a score? 0 to 10, how many points do you give? Lukiki, 8.5 points. This is considered a high score. Liu Chuandao was surprised. You have a good taste. Lukiki, because I have 1.5 words. Tangjing, you have a round face, don't shave your head, and what's the point of taking pictures? Do you want to highlight your ugliness? These words were said indifferently, and Liu Chuandao felt cold in his heart. Being criticized for your appearance is one of the most chilling things. Cuiu, you are too much. Your appearance is given by your parents. What can we do? All we can do is laugh at you. Liu Chuandao was lucky that he didn't have a heart of Taoism, otherwise he would have collapsed. At this time, Pang Jiao remembered the scene of being teased about his martial soul's true body before, and she was very angry. Taking this opportunity, she criticized the classmates, who understands. You are really vulgar, discussing appearance in the group all day long, just a shell. Can't you do something meaningful? Yuan, tell me what is meaningful? Pang Jiao, I have a lot of old clothes. Today the community set up a clothing donation box, and I plan to put the clothes in it. Squad leaders in Yaoling came forward. It's very meaningful. Pang Jiao was praised and became more positive. Oh, I can do my best to help the children in poor mountainous areas. Cuiu, Sister Jiao Jiao, I suggest you just throw it away. Wang Yanan came out to cheer. Cuiu, you really have no empathy. How can there be people like you in the new society? Pang Jiao, at Cuiu, why throw it away? Have you ever thought about it? Those children who can't eat will really need my clothes. Faced with the two people's serial pursuit, Cuiu typed a string of light words. No, sister, whose child who can't eat can wear XXXXL. Downtown, Wanda Plaza, 4th floor. A hot pot restaurant. Meng Xian sat opposite Dan Qingfeng. She looked at the class group and couldn't help laughing. Class 8 was much more fun than their previous classes. Immediately, Meng Xian turned her gaze to Dan Qingfeng again. Oh my god, he was so thoughtful. After she sat down in the hot pot restaurant, Dan Qingfeng was afraid that her clothes would be stained with the smell of hot pot, so he asked the waiter to bring a blanket and cover her down jacket tightly. Although Kao-kun would treat her to hot pot, he never took meticulous care of her. Meng Xian's probation period for Dan Qingfeng had long passed, and she regarded him as her prospective boyfriend who could become her regular boyfriend at any time. The waiter brought a bowl of dragon fruit milk oatmeal porridge, and Dan Qingfeng took it and brought it to Meng Xian. Xian, today's hot pot is a little spicy. You should warm up your stomach first. Meng Xian was even more moved. Kyo-kun would only let her eat spicy food, and sometimes they would compete to see who could eat more spicy food. After winning, he would be very proud. But, Dong Qingfeng, he was really too gentle. Thinking of this, Meng Xian smiled. Her appearance was outstanding. At this moment, her smile attracted the attention of the male customer at the next table, and then he was pinched by her girlfriend. Meng Xian, my damn charm is so irrelevant. Meng Xian tasted the porridge and asked, Qingfeng, why are you so nice to me? Dong Qingfeng was using a spoon to filter out the crumbs of hot pot soup, because you deserve it. Dong Qingfeng noticed the porridge on her lips and gently handed her a tissue. Meng Xian was even happier. He was handsome, had good grades, was good at making people happy, was warm, rich, generous, extremely knowledgeable, and could help her improve. Who wouldn't like such a boy? At this moment, the sun shone into her heart. Then, she thought of Xin Yaoling, Shen Qinj, and Jiang Yanan in the class. Meng Xian's sunshine became dim again. Dong Qingfeng still often brought them snacks. If he became her boyfriend, Meng Xian suppressed her smile and relaxed her stiff face. Shall we go to the movies this afternoon? I heard there are special offers for couples. Dong Qingfeng, yes. Meng Xian lowered her head, embarrassed and shy. Qingfeng, we used couple tickets, so what is our relationship? Dong Qingfeng was very sober, and his face was normal. Friends. We are friends. Meng Xian. She smiled stiffly and thought to herself, okay, you don't agree, right? It doesn't matter. Meng Xian is not an ordinary person. She has prepared another killer. She went to the 4th middle school forum before, found the small forum owner, spent 100 yuan, and bought the WeChat account of Dong Qingfeng's mother. It has been confirmed that it is the person. Meng Xian doesn't want to waste time. She needs to be recognized. Meng Xian copied the number, searched and added, and applied for a friend. Auntie, hello, I'm your son's girlfriend. After applying, Meng Xian looked at Dong Qingfeng who was eating beef slices, and she thought to herself, don't blame me for being cruel, I was forced to do so. Soon, the lotus head agreed to be a friend. Meng Xian, hello, auntie, you are Dong Qingfeng's mother, right? Lotus head, yes, my daughter, are you telling the truth? Meng Xian, yes, I'm your son Dong Qingfeng's girlfriend. Dong Qingfeng's mother, hello, my daughter, I want to ask, which girlfriend of Xia Feng are you? Meng Xian was stunned. No, this. The harmless Dong Qingfeng saw the beauty's surprise. He put the beef slices on Meng Xian's plate and asked, what's wrong, Xian? Meng Xian, sorry, I suddenly lost my appetite. Humio Town. Hua Village, a large round table in the main hall. Zhu Chuchu sat on a round stool, dealing with relatives whom she saw at most once or twice a year. Today, they smiled much more than in previous years, and were not as cold as before. The aunt, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, took the initiative to pick up a piece of the best chicken leg for her, and was extremely enthusiastic. Chuchu, you look thin, eat more meat. Zhu Chuchu, yeah. But she did not forget that when she was a child, her aunt liked to be sarcastic the most, and would even deliberately pick up a large piece of chicken skin into her bowl. If she didn't eat it, she would face a wave of sarcasm. If a child from a poor family meets very good relatives and lives in harmony, it would be very good. However, there will always be bad relatives, and they will be eyed with drugs when eating. The so-called respecting the son by looking at the father is not an empty talk. If the parents are not doing well, the children are likely to be laughed at by relatives at the dinner party. Are they laughing at the children or the parents? In the past, at the dinner table, the aunt and others liked to openly criticize Chuchu's shortcomings in front of Hua Fengmei. She had no choice but to bear it silently. The most painful thing is that sometimes Mother Hua Fengmei would even agree with relatives and criticize her faults. At that moment, Zhu Chuchu felt as if she had been betrayed by the whole world. The impression left in childhood often follows a lifetime, even if the aunts and others have become very enthusiastic now. However, Zhu Chuchu understands that they just want to curry favor with her mother, hoping to find a way to work in Changqing Liquid Company and enjoy high wages and high benefits. This is countless times more comfortable than opening some small shops in her hometown and working hard in coastal cities. Aunt turned the turntable and turned a plate of prawns in front of Zhu Chuchu. Chuchu, you used to like eating prawns the most. Zhu Chuchu smiled reservedly. She looked at the table full of food. Suddenly, she wanted to go back to the small bungalow next to the dam, where her best friend and him were. It's so delicious. Jiang Ning, how did you figure out such a delicious way to eat it? Zhu Yuantang's eyes sparkled, and the light flashed on Jiang Ning's face. Zhu Yuantang held a half-bitten strawberry in one hand, and with the other hand, she grabbed a small soft bag similar to that of ketchup, squeezed out a light condensed milk from it, and smeared it on the bright red strawberry, which made it even more beautiful. She took a bite, and the sour and sweet strawberry, combined with the silky, rich, and milky condensed milk, was like enjoying a fairy product. It smells so good. Zhu Yuantang was so happy that she almost died. She didn't know the production process of condensed milk. This was the heifer that Jiang Ning asked Xiao Shuangshan to airlift. They were placed on the grassland of Huqi Mountain to eat spiritual grass, to provide a source of milk, and finally the chef of Changqingai helped to mix it. Zhu Yuantang fantasized, when Xiao and Saiking come, I will only give them strawberries, and not condensed milk. Won't they kneel down and beg me? Jiang Ning, shouldn't they kneel down and beg me? Chapter 817, Doing Justice for Heaven. Jiang Ning had a very happy winter vacation. Although he didn't sleep in today, he did something meaningful. In the morning, he sent Chuchu back to his hometown and ate the old brand of pan-fried buns. Then he sent teacher Jiuo back to his hometown and had a meal of white-cut mutton. After that, he met the internet goddess Ding Xuan and got a set of limited Leica cameras. In the afternoon, he lay leisurely on the recliner at the door, basking in the warm sunshine. Compared with the tranquility now, at the same time in his previous life, he had taken a bus alone and returned to the village in Guiyang County. Living alone in an old house, his parents could only return home a week later. He cooked rice soup and cooked vegetables for himself every day. When he was free, he played with his mobile phone or took the slingshot and mud balls he bought on Taobao and strolled around the village. In fact, that kind of life was quite free. Jiang Ning had never enjoyed any good things before, so his threshold for happiness was not high, and he still enjoyed it. Jiang Ning did not completely deny his past self because of the current situation. Jiang Ning, you eat. Zhu Yuantang held a French fry in her delicate and slender little hand and put it in front of him. Jiang Ning took a bite. It was called a French fry, but it was actually dried taro strips, coated with a layer of salted egg yolk powder on the surface. It tasted crispy and delicious. In addition to the taro strips, the small square box next to it contained cat ear crisps and crispy dried yellow croquet, all of which were snacks brought back by Aunt Gu from the kitchen. On a winter afternoon, eating snacks while basking in the sun is indeed a rare enjoyment in life. Zhu Yuantang sighed. It would be even better if there was another can of Coke. Jiang Ning, go get it from Boss Yang. Zhu Yuantang shook her head. No, Boss Yang only has big bottles, not canned ones. Besides, he will definitely not charge money, which is not good. She was unwilling to accept other people's kindness for no reason. Jiang Ning glanced at Uncle Zhang who was playing with the dog not far away and said, I'll find a way. Downtown. Zhang Ruan walked out of the hotel door. He was completely out of the high spirits he had in the morning and was replaced by a bit of loneliness. He had just attended a class reunion. He was originally here to see classmates he hadn't seen for a long time and reminisce about the friendship of his former classmates. He didn't have much idea of comparison. At most, he brought his girlfriend from college to show off a little. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ruan had a bad start. It has been a year and a half since he graduated from high school. It's not a long time, but it's not a short time. His classmates are both familiar and unfamiliar. The top student who used to study the best was admitted to the University of Science and Technology in Ansheng. He still wears thick glasses and is not good at speaking, but no one ignores him. The class monitor who used to be very good at dealing with people is now studying in the 211 in a university and has become the department director. At the dinner table, he said that he would participate in the election for the second in command of the student union and even be able to continue his studies in the future. The female classmates in the class learned to put on makeup, and their appearance has obviously improved by one level. The most shocking thing is that a male classmate who was unknown in high school, had poor grades, and only got into a junior college, is now fashionable and drives an Avalon sedan. He is one of the few boys who drive. Fashionable brother talked at the dinner table, telling how he created a trendy male persona on Tiba and Kuaishou, attracting many netizens to learn from him. Then he opened a Taobao store and became a channel for posting on behalf of others. In just 1 year, he made hundreds of thousands of yuan. When fashionable brother talked about his history of making a fortune, he also greeted pork brother Zhang Ruan. The two of them didn't get along in high school. Now fashionable brother has soared to the sky, made a lot of money, and brought a girlfriend who is more beautiful than all the female classmates at the scene. In contrast, all of Zhang Ruan's achievements are simply not worth mentioning. Unable to bear the humiliation, Zhang Ruan asked his girlfriend to go home first. He held on until the end of the party and then left with everyone. Finally, fashionable brother waved his hand and took the initiative to pay the bill. The meal cost more than 3,000 yuan. Zhang Ruan went out with a dark face. Suddenly, a fashionable sports car slowly passed by him. The window was lowered, revealing the face of fashionable brother wearing sunglasses, and his beautiful girlfriend was in the passenger seat. "Pork boy, can I give you a ride?" Fashionable brother said with a smile. Zhang Ruan said bluntly, "College boy, you go first." Fashionable brother smiled lightly, raised the car window, and drove away gracefully. Zhang Ruan held his breath, feeling very unhappy. He clearly relied on his own efforts to get into a first-class university, but this result was simply worthless in front of fashionable brother. Zhang Ruan thought to himself, a college boy, what's so great about it? Isn't it just finding a beautiful girlfriend? What are you showing off? Is she as pretty as my neighbor? A mediocre woman. Zhang Ruan scolded in his heart. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. After Zhang Ruan answered the call, he thought it was a harassing call, and he asked impatiently, "Who?" "Jiang Ning, I'm Jiang Ning, are you in the city? Come back and bring me a dozen cokes." Zhang Ruan was ridiculed by his former classmates, and now he is in a very bad mood, and at the same time he feels puzzled. "No, buddy, what's the relationship between us?" Jiang Ning, united and friendly neighbors. Zhang Ruan thought of the scene of Jiang Ning bullying Dang Dang. The two had different moral principles and different paths. He was not very comfortable. "If you didn't say you were neighbors, I would have thought you were a leader." Jiang Ning, "Okay, I'll let your father tell you." Jiang Ning turned on the hands-free and moved the phone in front of Zhang the butcher. Zhang the butcher's old face darkened, and he had no choice but to grin and shout, "Ruan, bring me a dozen cokes, canned Coca-Cola." Zhang Ruan, a word suddenly popped up in his mind. Cowardly son, useless father. 15 minutes later, Zhang Ruan arrived at the bungalow and handed the coke to Jiang Ning in silence. Zhu Yuantang was sitting cross-legged on a chair at this moment and said admiringly, "Jiang Ning, you still have a way." Jiang Ning wiped the coke can with a wet towel. "Not bad. Taking a sip of coke in the middle of winter is so refreshing, but it requires some effort on the stomach." Fortunately, Jiang Ning's internal organs have all been tempered by the body refining. Butcher Zhang saw his depressed son and patted his son with his rough big hands. "What's wrong, kid? Didn't you just buy 2 cans of coke? Isn't it normal for neighbors to help each other?" "Ha ha ha." Zhang Ruan shook his head. "It's not about coke." He thought of his young and promising classmates and couldn't help asking, "Dad, if a boy can make 500,000 yuan at the age of 20 while still in college, isn't he very good?" Butcher Zhang, "Incredible. Your dad can't even make half of that in a year." Zhang Ruan, "Is 500,000 yuan so hard to earn?" Butcher Zhang shook his head. 500,000 yuan can buy a 100 square meter house in the city. He said happily, "When you graduate in the future, if you can make 100,000 yuan a year, dad will be satisfied." People who have experienced the hardships of life understand that money is hard to earn. After hearing this, Zhang Ruan's mood became more and more unhappy. Who can bear being hit by a dimensionality reduction at such a young age? His so-called dream of building roads and high-rise buildings for his hometown was defeated in the face of reality. Zhu Yuantang ate dried fish and calculated for Jiang Ning, Dang Dang can earn 80 yuan a day, 2,400 yuan for 30 days a month, and 28,800 yuan for 12 months a year, less than 30,000 yuan. It takes 17 Dang Dangs to earn 500,000 yuan a year. Jiang Ning commented, I can see that you really want to kill Dang Dang. When Zhang Ruan heard Zhu Yuantang's words, he suddenly felt how heavy the number of 500,000 was, and the haze in his heart became even stronger. Zhang Ruan was not good at making money. He thought of the black-hearted boss Jiang Ning. Although the two were on different paths, Zhang Ruan was more convinced of the other party's ability to make money. He was able to develop the idea of using the bear child as a cow and horse. Thinking of the hateful fashionable man, in contrast, Jiang Ning was a kind person. Zhang Ruan lowered his status, walked up to the Tongning group, and humbly asked for advice. Jiang Ning, do you have any way to make money suitable for college students? Jiang Ning was quite generous. He handed Zhang Ruan a can of Coke. Try it, you're welcome. Zhang Ruan's face was quite interesting. It was he who bought the Coke. Fortunately, Jiang Ning grabbed a handful of cat ear crisps with a tissue, and Zhang Ruan's mentality was slightly balanced. Jiang Ning drank Coke and said lightly, there are one or two. As a person who has been through it, even if we don't talk about virtual currency that can make money without doing anything, just the self-media in recent years, the platform traffic subsidies are ridiculously high. Countless people have made a lot of money, and he can talk about it casually, which is enough for the other party to benefit a lot. But Jiang Ning is not going to say that Zhang Ruan is not qualified. Tang Tang secretly gave Jiang Ning a look, indicating, don't be stupid, we can make money together, why tell others? At this time, a BMW X5 slowly stopped in the west, and Zhuang Jianhu got off the car. He was followed by college student Yang Qian. I don't know what method this girl used to ride in the same car with Zhuang Jianhu. Since Zhuang Jianhu broke his bone, he often came to he before recuperation. Boss Yang is very good at dealing with people. He specially vacated a room, installed air conditioning, and equipped it with a large TV, and arranged it well for him. Yang Fei, who was originally a son-in-law, is now in his father-in-law's house. He can also hold his head high, and have a good relationship with Secretary Zhuang's son. This friendship is not small. Zhuang Jianhu recovered well, and he was more energetic. He was more handsome than before, and he had experienced life and death, which made him more charming. Even Yang Qian, a sophomore who was good at interpersonal relationships, still couldn't see through his heart. This man was too mysterious. Zhuang Jianhu passed by the bungalow and took the initiative to greet Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took out a Coke and threw it to him, to cans. Zhuang Jianhu was a basketball expert. He caught it easily and gave Yang Qian a can. He changed his previous arrogance and became very easygoing. He walked up to Jiang Ning and asked, what are you talking about? Jiang Ning, starting a business. Men like to talk about these things the most. Zhuang Jianhu thought he had some experience in this regard. He said, I used to set up a small stall and made a lot of money selling fried rice, but now I have stopped. No matter how rich you are, the money you earn yourself is still the most worthy of pride. Zhang Ruan was a little overambitious, but when he saw that a rich young man like Zhuang Jianhu was interested in fried rice, he felt that this business had merits, so he asked, can you make money from fried rice? Yang Qian, who was very eloquent next to him, praised Zhuang Jianhu directly. In order to please her, the investment cost is small, and the money comes quickly. In fact, it's very profitable. Zhuang Jianhu concealed the fact that he spent tens of thousands to hire a master chef to learn cooking. He said, yes, I spent 3,000 to buy a second-hand tricycle, and hired someone to weld the frame, which cost 1,000. All in all, it was less than 5,000 yuan. He revealed, but I sold 120 on the first day I set up the stall, 150 on the second day, 170 on the third day, and guess how much on the fourth day? 1,500. Zhang Ruan was shocked and did the math in his mind. 1,500 a day, that's 500,000 a year. Zhang Ruan blurted out, oh my god. How did you do it? Teach me. Zhu Yuantang whispered, what else can we do? Sell the tricycle on the fourth day. Yang Qian couldn't hold it anymore. Zhuang Jian, who repeatedly emphasized and stated that he did not sell the car, but someone had booked his fried rice in advance and paid a lot of deposits at one time. Later he found out that those girls and young women coveted his beauty, so Zhuang Jian, who gave up this business. Anyway, his fried rice skills were already qualified. In the evening, the night gradually enveloped the earth. Aunt Gu and Hua Fengmei got off work, and the two were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Zhu Yuantang was liberated. Jiang Ning told her that they would camp on the river tomorrow and needed the black slave Dong Dong to do their best. After the two thought about it, Tong Tong took out the firecrackers that he had bought with the money he earned from working like a cow and a horse, and then used the firecrackers to blow up Dong Dong. Zhu Yuantang didn't feel it was excessive at all, because in the past few years, Dong Dong often used small mines and triangular cannons to scare her. The explosion of these two types of firecrackers was very powerful and could even blow up an enamel rice bowl several meters high. Even an adult would be shocked if attacked at close range. Now Zhu Yuantang used a firecracker to fight back, which was very kind. Dong Dong was riding a pony outside. The pony was snatched from a little girl from a guest's house in the farmhouse. He was having a lot of fun. He was a child king, and it was easy for him to bully other children. Dong Dong was born with the ability to harm people. Now, Zhu Yuantang blew him up and ran away. Zhu Yuantang brought the general Jiang Ning to chase him. Jiang Ning's technique was very accurate. He threw the firecracker casually, and the firecracker drew a parabola in the night sky and accurately fell on Dong Dong's neck. Dong Dong quickly took out the firecracker and threw it away in a hurry. He hugged someone else's pony and hid back home in a panic. The little girl from the guest family stood at the door with empty hands, looking at the pony that was taken away, pitiful and helpless. At this moment, Zhu Yuantang seemed to see his former self. Today, Dong Dong's grandmother was visiting relatives, and Zhu Yuantang was ready to order Jiang Ning to break in and punish Dong Dong. After seeing this, Zhang Ruiyu stopped them and said, "Hey, you are going too far." Teacher Khan accused, "He's still a child." Butcher Zhang, "I'm not saying you two are so grown up." Zhu Yuantang said viciously, "I do whatever I want." Jiang Ning waved his hands. "Tong Tong, you are too extreme." "They are right. There must be a reason for everything. Am I the kind of person who attacks others casually?" Zhu Yuantang didn't have to think at all. "No, you only beat up bad guys." Jiang Ning nodded. "Well, we need to denounce Dong Dong first." Zhu Yuantang immediately stood at the door and read the manifesto. Neighbor Dong Dong, although young, has notorious evil deeds and has repeatedly offended the public. He is truly a pest of the country and a nuisance to the neighborhood. Although we want to repay grievances with virtue, this kid does not repent, but instead becomes worse. He is truly. Jiang Ning shouted, "Today, we will enforce justice on the behalf of heaven." The next moment, he kicked the door open. Chapter 818 Secret Tips. Jiang Ning carried the toy pony and swaggered out of Dong Dong's house, leaving Dong Dong lying on the ground crying and howling, which was so miserable that it made people feel sympathy. Zhu Yuantang smiled and kept praising him. "Jiang Ning, you are so powerful. You are simply the strongest fighter in the world. Much more powerful than any personal bodyguard." Jiang Ning's mouth curled up and he stopped walking. He even wanted to beat Dong Dong again and show a set of handsome fighting skills. Dong Dong saw the action of the evil spirit and immediately knelt down and cried for mercy. "Please don't beat me anymore. I will definitely listen to you." Jiang Ning thought about it and decided to forget it. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. Just practice every few days. He carried the toy pony and walked to the open space outside. The little girl was still there. Her pony was taken away by a more evil person. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning waved his hand and returned the pony to her. After the little girl got the pony, she seemed to be frightened and ran away quickly. Jiang Ning didn't think so. As the saying goes, do good things and don't ask about the future. Zhu Yuantang muttered, "Dong Dong, I don't know what method he used to steal someone's toy. It's so abominable." Jiang Ning comforted, "It doesn't matter, his good days are still to come." After punishing the naughty child, the two returned home. As soon as Zhu Yuantang stepped into the kitchen, he immediately smelled a strong fragrance. Aunt Gu had just prepared dinner. Hua Fengmei saw the two people, one big and one small, and felt that this picture was harmonious, but not quite harmonious. The lines on her face were quite soft. Did you hit Dang Dang again? I heard the noise in the house. Hey, you hit other people's children like this? Aunt Gu said calmly, you deserve it. During the Chinese New Year 2 years ago, Dang Dang threw a lit triangular firecracker in front of her daughter in front of her. If she hadn't covered her daughter's ears, she would definitely be scared. If that kind of uneducated child was not protected by the fat old lady, Aunt Gu would definitely beat him up. She knew that Dang Dang was a bad person in his bones. Zhu Yuantang grinned immediately. Mom, didn't you see it? Jiang Ning is so powerful. He kicked Dang Dang onto the wall. Listening to Tang Tang's description of his greatness, Jiang Ning, who kept his achievements to himself, smiled slightly. Aunt Gu was relieved after hearing this. Dang Dang is so big now and so strong. With her daughter's strength, it must be difficult to deal with him. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, she might be bullied every day. Aunt Gu knew very well that bad kids of this age only grow in size, but not in brains. They don't know the consequences of their actions, and can do anything when they are reckless. Aunt Gu said, don't beat him until he bleeds, and don't let people see it on the surface. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the fat old lady to explain. Zhu Yuantang, don't worry, Mom. Jiang Ning is very measured when he takes action. Hua Fengmei listened to the discussion between the three of them. Why did she feel like she was in a den of evil people? Aunt Gu noticed her abnormality and casually mentioned two bad things that Dang Dang had done, such as destroying the shed that Uncle Tang had worked so hard to build, and then playing the mole game in the vegetable field. In just a few words, Hua Fengmei's anger value soared. Fortunately, dinner was soon. Today's dinner is relatively simple, with homemade steamed buns and sweet potato rice soup as the staple food. There are 3 dishes, sea basin casserole and shrimp vermicelli casserole. The last one is a stir-fried loofah tips that look particularly healthy. They are green and green. You can pick up a few with a chopstick. The taste is particularly crisp and the taste is very fresh. Tang Tang likes shrimp vermicelli casserole the most. She tore the steamed bun in the middle, then put in the shrimp and vermicelli that absorbed a lot of soup, and then closed the steamed bun. This is a hamburger that is unique to Tang Tang's physique. When you bite it, you can find fresh shrimp, soft vermicelli, and steamed bun that has absorbed rich soup. The taste is amazing. Then take a sip of the sweet potato rice soup, and your body will be warm. When Tang Tang and Jiang Ning are eating, Aunt Gu and Hua Fengmei will also talk about life and work. Sister Gu, Ziowen's family in the east of your hometown has moved to Sishi now. I heard that they bought a house in the city and are doing well. Hua Fengmei mentioned. Ziowen, his family is very nice. Once I went to the market to sell vegetables and came back late at noon. Tang Tang was hungry at home and went to Didi's house to play. As a result, his family said that they were eating and drove Tang Tang away. Later, it was Ziowen's family who called Tang Tang to have lunch. Sister Gu said. Jiang Ning raised his eyes and looked at Tang Tang, meaning, did you really just go to play with others? Tang Tang did not keep silent. She said stubbornly, the food at Didi's house is so bad, I guess Uncle Zhang's little stupid won't eat it. Okay, I guess I really just went to play. Jiang Ning was sure. Hua Fengmei, Didi's 2 children don't want to go to school anymore. The family of 4 is working in Vancouver. The money earned by his daughter is all taken by his mother and left to his son, saying that he will marry a wife in the future. This situation is quite common in Anhui province because rural men say it is difficult to find a wife because there are more boys than girls. The reasons for this are, first, preference for boys over girls, and second, it is related to the rules. If the first child is a daughter, you can have another child. If the first child is a son, you can't have another child later, otherwise you will be fined and cause trouble. In the next 10 years, it will become more and more difficult for rural men in Anhui province to marry a wife. Of course, it has not yet reached the level of 380,000 in Gan province. Aunt Gu, his family is not a good thing. They look down on people. Hua Fengmei, that's right. Jiang Ning and Tang Tang were eating. Listening to them gossiping about the surrounding things was quite interesting and full of life. It was much more comfortable than eating takiat alone. After finishing dinner, Tang Tang ran away directly to Jiang Ning's warm little house, turned on the computer first, and then called Chachu on WeChat video. Chachu, are you full? Zhu Yuantang smiled. Zhu Chachu was sitting on the bed, eating panpan bread. She glanced at Tang Tang and said nothing. TSK, guess what I ate tonight? Zhu Yuantang smiled and introduced her dinner, and asked Chachu if she was envious. Chachu said she was envious. Zhu Yuantang, so you must not have eaten enough. Zhu Chachu held the panpan bread and admitted silently. Although her situation has changed drastically this time, when she returned to her hometown, many habits are ingrained in her bones. For example, when she went to dinner with relatives, she only ate the dishes in front of her at the table, because of her so-called upbringing, and she ate very little. Only when she went to a banquet with Tang Tang, and got Tang Tang's feeding, Chachu could eat very well. Zhu Yuantang placed the phone in place, crossed his arms, and said proudly, "You are too timid, Chachu. If I switch places with you, if anyone dares to say something to me during dinner, I will take off my shoes, and jump onto the table, and beat them up." Of course, she would not dare to do that, but since she had just finished playing Dang Dang today, Zhu Yuantang was overwhelmed with emotion, and could not help showing off her bravery. It's not good to be too honest. The more honest you are, the more you will be bullied. Zhu Yuantang instilled this idea in her. Zhu Chachu looked at Tang Tang, and glimpsed Jiang Ning's figure through the corner of the screen. Her face was still beautiful without blind spots under the angle of the video call. This is a top-notch talent for the big screen. You talk about being powerful, but in fact, you are also very timid. Zhu Chachu exposed her. Zhu Yuantang said stubbornly, "How could it be possible?" Zhu Chachu didn't want to expose her past, but it was Tang Tang who forced her to do so. Chachu simply said, "One Chinese New Year, you went to your uncle's house for dinner. His family had relatives from Hong Kong. When they were chatting, they asked you to sit down, but you didn't dare to sit down at all. You stood there listening to them for 2 or 3 hours. Later, your relatives praised you for being a good soldier." Zhu Yuantang was so angry that she hung up the video. She logged into her King of Glory account, grabbed her favorite hero, Fizz, and went to kill with a fork. In China, a platform that had just changed its name from Yai Live to Who I Live, a former LoL professional player was broadcasting live, and the fans were ready to watch him show off his powerful skills as a professional. As a result, the LeBron he played felt a strong pressure as soon as he came online. The Fizz on the opposite side was simply too outrageous, whether it was distance control, reaction speed, or damage calculation. He couldn't win the landing phase at all, and in the team fight he had to watch Fizz's show. After the game was over, he was incredulous. The opponent isn't a player, is he? Why do I feel like a sophisticated machine? After Zhu Yuantang easily won a game, she didn't know that the opponent she easily killed was actually a former professional player. She only felt that the embarrassment was slightly relieved. Jiang Ning didn't care about Tang Tang's thoughts. He contacted Bayuxia and asked her if she would come to Heba tomorrow. He got a quick and firm answer of "see you there." Jiang Ning was quite satisfied. He was about to contact the twins when he suddenly found that Lukiki was launching the big judging technique in the class group again. "Lukiki, I'm convinced. Have you seen the forum? It's rumored that Zhao Jinglan is dating a man 10 years older than her outside the school. It makes me laugh to death. She is called the most beautiful goddess in the 4th grade every day, but she still likes money, right? CUIU, is it true? Zhao Jinglan is a great beauty. She played a Guz Heng at the New Year's Eve party. It was the second most popular program after Bayuxia's dance. Well, if Jiang Ning hadn't been there as a foil, then the most popular girl would definitely be Zhao Jinglan. When someone took a photo, Zhao Jinglan got into a man's car. She posted the photo. Ko-kun has a good eye, BMW 7 Series, rich man. Wan Yang, who was born in a compound, is karma. It may not be true. It may just be a rumor made up by others. Ko-kun, this man must be over 30 years old, too old, not worthy of Zhao Jinglan. Liu Chuandao, brother, do you know the strength of the BMW 7 Series? Security guard Zhang Kai looked down on him. BMW is nothing. I met someone driving a Maybach today, and he listened to me and let me arrange it. Tang Jing said sarcastically. Wow, that's amazing. Zenkai, Zio Tang, you should be careful. Maybe I will give some suggestions to your building. Tang Jing shut up decisively. Security guards are affiliated with property management. In the domestic environment, property management is really the father in some cases. Wang Yang ignored the two of them. He analyzed rationally. The BMW 7 Series is $1 million luxury car. To be able to drive this car, one's net worth is probably tens of millions. Zhao Jinglan is considered a top beauty. If we don't consider Zhao Jinglan's family background and only measure the scarcity of the two, I think this man in his 30s is still not worthy of her. Well, if the man is 25 years old, it's almost the same. Lukaki knew the importance of money and felt that what he said made some sense, so she deliberately guided him. After all, Zhao Jinglan is still after money and wants to take shortcuts. It's funny. Deng Qingfeng suddenly said, the price of the guzheng she uses starts at 5 figures. Lukaki was silent for a while. She said again, 5 figures are only 10,000. What is it in front of a net worth of tens of millions? She still wants money. Zheng Lu, who had been lurking for a long time, suddenly emerged and said, what you said makes sense, but is there a possibility that she just likes her? Everyone seems to have forgotten that there is something called love, which has nothing to do with any interests. After this, the classmates in the class were silent. Jiuo Kunnen's heart trembled and trembled again. For some reason, he actually had mixed feelings. Yes, love. He, Leonan, like so many girls, Zhu Yan, Lu Ye, Zuona, Yun Tingting, Xin Yaoling. Isn't it love that he is after? Jiuo Kunnen supported it with all his strength. Well said. Very good. After Jiang Ning finished reading the group chat, thinking about Zhenglu and his past and present lives, he sighed and silently exited the list. Tong Tong, video call the stupid twins. Okay. After Zhu Yuantang dialed, the other party quickly answered. The background is a soft sofa under bright lights. Two identical girls are twisting together and competing. Chen Xiaoyu picked up the phone with one hand and shouted, Tong Tong, it's ridiculous. My sister actually said that I'm ugly. Do you think I'm ugly too? If you think I'm ugly, please transfer me $1. Chen Xiaoyu used a little trick here. Most people would definitely not transfer money to her for nothing, so she can only be said to be not ugly. As a result, the next moment, Tong Tong transfers 2 yuan to you. Chen Xiaoyu was surprised. Why? Tong Tong said honestly. Jiang Ning also saw it from the side, and he insisted that I give him his share as well. Chen Xiaoyu suffered a critical blow, and her heart ached. She picked up her sister's mobile phone, turned on the flashlight, pointed it at the camera, and it was shining. Zhu Yuantang admitted that she was dazzled by her, and she wondered, what are you doing, Xiaoyu? Chen Xiaoyu said hatefully, I'm illuminating the ugliness of human nature. She confessed truthfully that when she was video chatting with Jiang Ning yesterday, she accidentally couldn't find her mobile phone. Jiang Ning, who had evil intentions, actually asked her to turn on the flashlight on her mobile phone to find the phone. Now that she has come to her senses, she feels that Jiang Ning has evil intentions. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang felt extremely regretful, but also expressed sympathy, and finally helped to give advice. Why didn't you let me call you and help you find your phone? Chen Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, and said angrily, Tong Tong, you have become vicious. They chatted and laughed, and during the chat, Tong Tong invited them to come to the river dam to play tomorrow, and spend a wonderful winter vacation together. The sisters happily agreed. After a long time, Zhu Yuantang hung up the phone with an unsatisfied look. She stared at Jiang Ning and whispered, Xiaoyu and sister have a good relationship. They kiss each other every night, before going to bed. Xiaoyu said that sometimes she forgot to kiss, and her sister would get angry. Jiang Ning raised her face and asked, what do you want to express? Chapter 819 Jiang Ning's Good Night. Winter, bedroom. What do you want to express? Jiang Ning's eyes fell into Tong Tong's eyes, and looked at her. His eyes were clear and bright, but Zhu Yuantang felt an inexplicable meaning. She felt guilty, and subconsciously turned her face away to avoid him. Then, she thought that she was afraid of him, so she quickly moved her hands back. Zhu Yuantang folded his hands in front of his chest and said generously, I just envy their good relationship. Sometimes Xiaoyu forgets to kiss her sister, and she will be angry. She has to make up for it the next day. Jiang Ning imagined that scene a little, and he praised, they really have a good relationship. Zhu Yuantang muttered, I don't have such a close person. Jiang Ning said, if you want to. Before he finished speaking, Tang Tang's proud expression disappeared immediately. She lowered her little face, her face was red, and her hands were twisted and timid. She blamed, what nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Ning changed the subject, I mean, I can say goodnight to you every night. He thought that Tang Tang would be a little disappointed by saying this. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yuantang suddenly raised her little face. She was trying to confirm the truth. Is it every day? Jiang Ning smiled. It must be every day. Zhu Yuantang was very happy. Every day, which means that he has to say it every day from now on. Then you are not allowed to regret it. Zhu Yuantang warned him. Jiang Ning, yes. Zhu Yuantang emphasized, starting from tonight. Jiang Ning, okay. Zhu Yuantang reiterated, if you don't say it one day Jiang Ning, how dare I not say it, I will make you angry like a small landmine. Zhu Yuantang was touched by his words. That was the most difficult thing for her to say. It turned out that her image in Jiang Ning's eyes was just a short little landmine. Zhu Yuantang said angrily, who do you say is a little landmine? Jiang Ning. Tang Tang left and took away all the snacks that he brought to Jiang Ning, leaving nothing for him. Aunt Gu was watching TV in the house. She noticed the noise coming from the courtyard. She was surprised. It was not even 9 o'clock yet. Why did her daughter come back so early tonight? She used to stay up until 11 o'clock. She put on her slippers and walked to the door of Tang Tang's bedroom. She found her daughter eating snacks and playing with a tablet. It's okay. She still knows how to eat and play. There's nothing wrong. Aunt Gu was relieved. She said, remember to brush your teeth after eating. Go to bed before 11 o'clock. Don't grow up like a little potato egg in the future. After that, Aunt Gu went back to the house to continue watching TV. Zhu Yuantang's hand holding the snacks trembled. Suddenly, she felt heartbroken. She was hurt by the words of the two closest people. She was no longer angry, but disappointed. She was deeply disappointed with the world. The world treats me with indifference, and I also respond with indifference. Zhu Yuantang secretly swore that from now on, she would never laugh again, and she would become a piece of ice. Wait until I become a cold growth machine. Zhu Yuantang's face turned cold and cold. She imagined that a few years later, her mother and Jiang Ning looked up at her proud face and begged painfully, Tang Tang, we were wrong. Smile. You haven't smiled for 3 years. And she looked at them with cold eyes. Why, isn't this the result you want? Mom and Jiang Ning chased after her, shouting, Tang Tang, no. Zhu Yuantang continued to stare coldly. Then she covered her cold face and laughed morbidly. Why didn't you think of it back then? Ha ha ha. Mom and Jiang Ning were shocked. Oh my god, how did you become like this? Zhu Yuantang was rampant. Regret as much as you can. Suffer. Imagining the scene of their regret, Zhu Yuantang couldn't help laughing out loud, and the crisp laughter filled the bedroom, and she felt happy. Next door. After driving Tang Tang away, Jiang Ning sat on Tang Tang's exclusive throne, playing the strategy game, Civilization 5. His spiritual sense observed the smile of Tang Tang next to him, and he was speechless. She is smiling like a fool. She seems to be always so optimistic. No matter whether she lives in poverty or wealth, she is destined to be happy all her life. As long as you play with her, it seems that you will be infected with happiness. Tonight, Jiang Ning played on the computer alone. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, a text message suddenly popped up on his mobile phone on the computer desk. Yazhou Meteorological Bureau announcement, good news has come. The thickness of the ice layer on the east bank of the Hushu River has reached 35 centimeters, which fully meets the requirements for skating. In order to enrich the winter cultural life of citizens, the ice rink on the east bank of the Hushu River will be officially open to the public from 2 p.m. tomorrow. We sincerely invite all citizens and friends to come and experience the fun of ice skating. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile after seeing the message. He was indeed open-minded. Not only him, but many classmates also received text messages. Baiyuxia and the twins sent him messages saying that they would see each other tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow, Jiang Ning responded. According to the previous agreement with Baiyuxia, he needs to pick up Baiyuxia tomorrow. Thinking of Baiyuxia's BMW car, Jiang Ning thought about his cool electric car. Is he a ghost fireboy? Tang Tang has been concentrating on playing with the tablet. Her mobile phone is the 5s that Jiang Ning replaced after changing to Apple 6 Plus. The small screen experience is much worse than the tablet. The night gradually deepened, as thick as ink, and it was quietly 11:30 in the evening. There was a biting chill outside the house. Zhu Yuantang and the quilt seemed to be able to hear the cold wind blowing and the whispers of leaves rubbing against each other. Oh, the leaves of the Dagwan poplar tree have fallen off. There are no leaves at all. Zhu Yuantang's little ears moved, and she was suddenly surprised. It's my mother's footsteps. In an instant, she turned off the screen fluorescence and closed her eyes in a second. The next second, as the door opened, the lights in the room suddenly brightened, and Aunt Gu stood at the door. Zhu Yuantang turned over lazily, rubbing her eyes that pretended to be stabbed, and her tone was a bit irritable. What are you doing? Mom, you woke me up. Aunt Gu glanced at her, turned off the lights, closed the door, and left. Zhu Yuantang continued to play with the tablet. 15 minutes later, Aunt Gu broke into the room again. This time, she didn't turn on the lights. Zhu Yuantang pretended to be asleep. Aunt Gu left. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yuantang pretended to be asleep very well, and gradually she really fell asleep, and this sleepiness came particularly violently. In a daze, Zhu Yuantang thought, I can't sleep. Jiang Ning hasn't sent me a good night message yet. But she was too sleepy. While she was still conscious, she took out her small mobile phone, turned the notification ringtone to the maximum, and put it to her ear, so that when Jiang Ning sent her a message, she would wake her up. As the night deepened, Zhu Yuantang curled up in the warm quilt and fell asleep. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to check. He used a magic circle to block the ringing tone of Tang Tang's phone, and sent her a message. Go to sleep, and have a good dream. His spiritual sense swept over Tang Tang. She was immersed in the dream, breathing softly, her eyelashes drooping lightly. Her sleeping face was innocent, and the corners of her mouth were slightly bent, as if revealing the joy of the dream. It was as if she had dreamed of Jiang Ning's good night. Chapter 820 Meeting Baiyuxia's family. The weather in February was exceptionally cold, and it seemed that even the air was frozen. The wheat in the field outside the house had undergone a huge change. The good news was that it was no longer green, but now covered with white frost and snow. The bad news was that it was almost frozen to death by the severe cold. Zhu Yuantang slept until 10:30. When the sky was bright, she opened her eyes reluctantly and turned on her phone. Sure enough, she saw the good night message from Jiang Ning. It was just as she had dreamed last night. Zhu Yuantang hummed, "You are sensible." Only then did she get out of the warm bed leisurely. It has been too cold recently. Mom and Aunt Hua went to work, and Chachu went back to her hometown, so Jiang Ning must have no food to eat. As the head of the family, she should always take on the responsibility of the family, so that Jiang Ning can understand her status in the family. Half an hour later, Tang Tang, who had packed up her things, put her hands behind her back, stepped on her small cotton shoes, and rushed to Jiang Ning's room. As soon as she entered the door, she heard the movement in the kitchen. She ran over immediately and saw Jiang Ning holding a rice spoon and eating wontons with relish. She took a closer look and found that the wontons were beautifully made, with chopped green onions, dried shrimps and seaweed sprinkled on the surface, which looked particularly delicious. Jiang Ning sighed, "It's great that someone still prepares meals for me in this weather." Zhu Yuantang counted all the women in the family and couldn't find the target. So the question was. She was full of anger and asked hatefully, "Which stinky woman prepared meals for you?" Jiang Ning was stunned and replied, "Choo-choo, she made wontons for me the day before yesterday and prepared some small ingredients. She left them in the refrigerator and I can just cook them and eat them directly." Ah. Zhu Yuantang suddenly felt guilty. She said embarrassedly, "Sorry, Jiang Ning." Jiang Ning sneered, "Haha." Zhu Yuantang curled his lips and argued, "I didn't mean it." Who could have known that Chachu would be so considerate? This was something Zhu Yuantang never expected. After Chachu left, he was still haunting her and couldn't forget her. He even left her breakfast for her. Jiang Ning was too lazy to pay attention to her. Zhu Yuantang kept apologizing and coaxing him with warm words. Jiang Ning frowned and said coldly, "I'm a piece of ice. You can't melt it." For some reason, Zhu Yuantang suddenly felt that this moment was so familiar. Wasn't this the scene she secretly swore to herself after being attacked by Jiang Ning and her mother last night? How was Jiang Ning able to recover? How to alleviate this situation? Zhu Yuantang had a wealth of coping plans. As long as he ignored the other party, he would recover automatically. So, Zhu Yuantang stopped talking. It happened that she was a little hungry, so she went to look through Jiang Ning's refrigerator. Sure enough, she found a box of neatly arranged wontons. These wontons were like ingots. In order not to stick together, flour was sprinkled on the surface. Chuchu is so thoughtful, Zhu Yuantang said secretly. She took out the wontons and saw neatly cut shrimps, seaweed, and scallion oil made from lard next to them. It's so complete, we can eat it after boiling it. Chuchu is so careful, Zhu Yuantang sighed. She counted out a dozen wontons, took the small ingredients, went to the kitchen to cook the wontons, and cut some coriander and shallots. Soon, a bowl of wontons was cooked. The fresh meat wontons just out of the pot look even better, with a thin and translucent skin, and you can even clearly see the full meat filling inside the skin. Not only does it look good, it's also particularly fragrant, with seaweed, dried shrimp, and coriander as the finishing touch. She took a bite, and with her skills, she could tell that the meat filling was marinated with seasonings, mushrooms and pork filling, rich and delicious, fresh and firm, and full of flavor. It's so good to eat a bite of wonton and drink a sip of clear soup. Zhu Yuantang couldn't help but wonder, where did Chachu learn this skill from? She was good at cooking, and these areas that she hadn't touched were actually surpassed by Chachu, such as making egg pancakes and wrapping wontons. These foods that were not often made were all occupied by Chachu. Zhu Yuantang was depressed. Although she was very depressed, she could still eat. She saw Jiang Ning eating alone, ignoring her like ice. Zhu Yuantang got a little angry. She finished this bowl, ran out of the kitchen, and took out all the wontons in the refrigerator. "You're ignoring me, right? I'll give you all of them." Jiang Ning's mouth twitched. This was too much. At noon, Jiang Ning was basking in the sun at the door. He contacted the twins and Bayuxia to ask about their whereabouts. When he was browsing his moments, he saw Tang Fu's updates. In the pictures, she was wearing an orange winter suit, looking very capable and heroic. There was also a pink plastic box at her feet, filled with fishing tools that looked very expensive. Jiang Ning wondered, is this idiot going to the ice as well? It made sense. Tang Fu was full of energy. She ran, played tennis, and climbed mountains. She had countless times more energy than Tang Tong, who only knew how to sleep. Now that the Yazhou government has made public the ice time, it's not surprising that she came to join in the fun. While Jiang Ning was thinking, he suddenly received a message from Tang Tong on his phone. "Jiang Ning, are you angry?" Jiang Ning, no. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Tang Tong was staying in his room. He was really impressed that she didn't apologize in person, but insisted on communicating on the phone. "Zhu Yuantang, to be honest, I didn't offend you, did I? How about this? I'll cook tomorrow morning." Jiang Ning thought, "You ate all the wontons that Chachu left for me, so it's your turn to cook." He remained aloof. "Whatever you want." Zhu Yuantang apologized. "Would you like to have pork rib soup tomorrow morning? I'll get up early and make it for you." Jiang Ning, "How dare I trouble General Tang Tong?" Zhu Yuantang pouted, feeling depressed. She took a screenshot and sent it to Chachu, who was far away in her hometown, asking, "Is my way of apology not good?" Zhu Chachu read their conversation carefully and always felt that their images were a little reversed. Logically speaking, Jiang Ning should have used this tone to coax Tang Tong. Zhu Chachu was still more reasonable. She asked, "How did you offend Jiang Ning?" This question was too beautiful, and it was difficult for Tang Tong. She complained in her heart, "I can't tell you that I said you are a stinky woman in front of him, right? 1 o'clock in the afternoon is probably the warmest time of the year in winter. Jiang Ning and Tang Tang reconciled. He told them about going on the ice and was going to pick up Bayuxia. Zhu Yuantang agreed and told him to be careful when riding. Zhang Ruan next door had just finished lunch and was playing badminton with Teacher Khan to help digest his food. Seeing Jiang Ning pushing the electric bike out, Zhang Ruan took the time to ask, "Where are you going?" Jiang Ning, "To do something." Teacher Khan, TSK, "You're quite busy this winter vacation, even busier than Ruan." Jiang Ning hadn't paid any attention to Teacher Khan yet, but the old guy played badminton after dinner, and while playing badminton he was talking, and he accidentally got a stomachache, and he held his waist and groaned. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "You're old, don't show off." After saying that, he got on the electric bike, and like a sharp sword, he pierced into the cold wind and disappeared in the bungalow. Teacher Khan sat at the door and took a while to relax, then said, "This kid Jiang Ning doesn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young at all." Zhang Ruan agreed. Indeed, he doesn't do that at all. What he could see was that Jiang Ning did not respect Teacher Khan, bullied Dang Dang, and was like a bully in Heba. His righteous father went to stop him, but was forced by Jiang Ning to make a bet. Fortunately, his father didn't care about Jiang Ning. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruan went into the house to pour a bowl of boiling water and handed it to Teacher Khan. "Take your time." Teacher Khan tasted the water and praised, "Ruan is still the best. You can tell at a glance that you are a down-to-earth person, and you will definitely live a stable life in the future." After being praised, Zhang Ruan accepted it calmly. Teacher Khan had done him a favor. He chose civil engineering as his major under the guidance of Teacher Khan. For a high school student with no connections, it was indeed a favor to receive guidance from an experienced teacher during a confused period in his life. It is now 2015. Zhang Ruan is a sophomore. He filled in the college entrance examination application in 2013. It is no exaggeration to say that nowadays, the real estate construction is in full swing. It is the golden age of civil engineering. From 2008 to now, the real estate industry has created the most rich people in the past 10 years, and he is extremely fortunate to choose civil engineering. Of course, no one would have thought at this time that this industry of passing the flower would soon cool down. Yes, I still have to be down to earth. My girlfriend likes my maturity the most. Zhang Ruan was particularly satisfied when he thought of his simple and materialistic girlfriend. Teacher Khan pointed out, even if you don't have a partner now, when you graduate in the future, you will definitely not have trouble finding a partner with a high salary, and your family will be trampled by matchmakers. Zhang Ruan couldn't help but feel proud after hearing this. He glanced at the door of Jiang Ning's house and compared it a little. In terms of handsomeness, well, although Jiang Ning is a little more handsome than him, his steady and down-to-earth personality is the most popular with his mother-in-law. Otherwise, you see Jiang Ning has no girlfriend. Although Zhu Chachu from the neighbor's house is close to him, they have nothing to do with each other. Unlike him, he has a girlfriend and can hold hands. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruan felt that he had won a lot. He felt that having a girlfriend was very superior. Otherwise, why would foreign countries impose a single tax? Zhang Ruan felt so superior in his heart. Zhu Yuantang didn't want to listen to them nagging Jiang Ning. She held her mobile phone and returned to Jiang Ning's bedroom. She took out her mobile phone and prepared to tell Jiang Ning that someone said bad things about him, but found that someone in the class group had started a group call. She checked the records and figured out the cause and effect. It turned out that Pang Jiao took a taxi to her relative's house, but after getting in the car, the taxi driver asked her all kinds of questions and even started to chat her up. Pang Jiao commented, "He is almost 40 years old, and he still has intentions towards a young girl like me. It's disgusting." Wang Yang, sisters, you must not give in. Keep the evidence. Duan Shigan. Liu Chuan Dao. Cuiu, don't dream an impossible dream. After being ridiculed by her classmates, Pang Jiao replied in anger, "I'm now opening a group call. You can listen for yourself." At this time, many people joined the group call, and Zhu Yuantang took the opportunity to sneak in, then turned off the microphone and listened silently. The driver's deep voice came from the speaker. "Little girl, do you have a boyfriend?" Pang Jiao deliberately yelled, "No, I'm still single." The driver asked again, "Then do you have someone you like?" Pang Jiao said sternly, "No, I don't plan to fall in love or get married in the future." After saying this, the driver was silent. Pang Jiao took the opportunity to speak in the group. Look, it's starting to expose the disgusting intentions. Wang Yang Iron, oh Jiao, you must protect yourself." Pang Jiao, "Thank you sister for your concern." Meng Jiui denied. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." He thought it was an act. Wang Yanan was just about to type when the driver's deep advice came from the group call. "Girl, no matter how ugly you are, you have to fall in love and get married." The subsequent voice call became very noisy, as if there were beasts roaring and snarling, and it was impossible to hear what was being said. Tang Tong hung up the phone silently. East of Huzhou University of Finance and Economics, Jiang Ning rode a cool titanium grey electric car and entered the Yuhuan community. This is a pure Western-style residential community. It is a few years old, and the facade of the building is still very new, unlike those high-rise buildings in later generations, which began to peel off in less than 10 years. The greening of the community is very good, but it is a pity that it is winter, and all kinds of flowers and plants have withered. The interior of the community seems to have been renovated, and the facilities in the children's play area are brand new. Jiang Ning bypassed the frozen artificial lake in the community and drove to the best Western-style house in the building. He looked up and saw Bei Yuxia waiting for him downstairs. The lights of Jiang Ning's electric car flashed, like blinking. Bei Yuxia stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with smile. "You're here quite early," Jiang Ning said. "You know my driving skills." Bei Yuxia smiled knowingly. She didn't know Jiang Ning could also perform violent motorcycle performances. "Leaving now?" Jiang Ning asked. Bei Yuxia had nothing in her hands, and it seemed that she had no luggage. She was going to stay overnight tonight, so this was not okay. "Let's go upstairs and have a cup of tea." Bei Yuxia knew etiquette very well. People came from far away and came downstairs to her house. It's impossible for them not to have a cup of hot tea, right? At least warm up their bodies. She was about to lead Jiang Ning upstairs, and an elegant middle-aged man came to the corner of the building. He was about 180 centimeters tall, wearing glasses, and was definitely an educated person. Bei Yuxia was stunned for a moment and shouted, "Dad, you're back." Bei Wenhan walked closer and looked at Jiang Ning. At the beginning of the year, he picked up his daughter when she was eating hot pot outside at night. He had met Jiang Ning once. At that time, I thought this boy was good looking. He looked no worse than when he was young, had good grades, and had a gentle temperament. Now, looking at him again, for some reason, I actually felt that the boy had a bit more youthful edge. "You are Jiang Ning, right? My daughter Yuxia mentioned you at home." Bei Wenhan was very polite, and he did not show any displeasure on the surface, even though he was quite unhappy that this boy was so close to his daughter. "Jiang Ning, well, I'm Bei Yuxia's classmate. This time I asked her to go to the river dam to play." He was also looking at Bei Yuxia's father. Unlike the ordinary middle-aged men with big bellies and greasy faces, he managed his figure very well, and his eyebrows vaguely revealed a lot of handsomeness. His temperament and conversation made people feel very comfortable. He was definitely a charming middle-aged uncle. Bei Wenhan invited, "Come upstairs and sit down." Hearing this, Jiang Ning looked at his cool titanium grey electric bike, then at Bei Wenhan, and suddenly asked, "Uncle, is it okay for me to park this electric bike in front of your house?" Bei Wenhan glanced at the flamboyant looking electric bike, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a little jealous. Chapter 821 Prove Your Strength. When Jiang Ning asked about the parking arrangement of his cool electric car, Bei Yuxia took the initiative to answer, "It's okay to park here. This is my parking space. There are cameras nearby." Jiang Ning, "Okay." After saying this, Bei Wenhan looked at the electric car and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. thinking of his daughter riding this electric car and enduring the biting cold wind. He almost planned to drive his daughter. Bai Wenhan led the way in front, and Bai Yuxia planned to lead Jiang Ning upstairs. She saw Jiang Ning, took out an antique jar from the storage under the handlebars. Bai Yuxia, what is this? Jiang Ning smiled. Some tea leaves. Bai Yuxia understood, but she was embarrassed. No need to be so formal. Jiang Ning, it's your first time. As he said that, he took the elevator upstairs. It was Jiang Ning's first time to Bai Yuxia's house. He stood at the door and looked up. The interior decoration style was simple, and there were wooden-like floor tiles under his feet. He scanned the interior of the villa with his spiritual sense. The space was spacious, about 130 square meters. In the past, the old house had almost no public area, so the floor area was larger than the 160 square meter Western-style house in later generations. There was a study room full of calligraphy and paintings, and a piano room with a piano. Jiang Ning had never come into contact with such a family before. After changing into slippers, he was led to the sofa in the living room to sit down. Jiang Ning handed over an ancient and exquisite jar. The wild tea I planted on the mountain is ripe. Bai Yuxia expressed her gratitude. Bai Wenhan felt that this kid had big intentions, and he was polite on the surface. You don't need to bring gifts when you come to my uncle's house. After accepting the tea leaves, Bai Yuxia poured tea for Jiang Ning. Bai Wenhan's eyelids jumped. He went to the old brand at the east gate of the community and bought jasmine tea cakes for his daughter to eat, but he didn't get such treatment. Bai Wenhan coughed twice, and Bai Yuxia poured him a cup of tea. Then Bai Yuxia unwrapped the tea cake wrapped in paper, put it on a plate as a snack for tea, and shared it with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took a bite of the tea cake. It was soft and sweet, and the smell was fresh and elegant, just like Bai Yuxia's temperament. He praised, "It's delicious." Bai Yuxia smiled lightly. "I like it too. This shop has been open for more than 10 years. Jiang Ning, it's mainly not sweet." Bai Yuxia continued, "Not sweet is the best compliment for a dessert." Jiang Ning replied, "Yeah, that makes sense." Bai Wenhan sat aside and drank tea, watching his daughter chatting happily with the little boy. Even though he had received higher education, he still felt quite hostile in his heart. Bai Wenhan, I walked to the east gate and waited in line for 10 minutes before I bought the cake, but I didn't taste it. Bai Yuxia asked back, "Didn't you have a full meal at noon?" Bai Wenhan's tone was choked. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Dr. Feng, who was dressed in a capable temperament, appeared at the door. Bai Wenhan felt relieved, and when he looked at Jiang Ning again, he was a little gloating. His wife was a doctor, and she specialized in sutures. She could be called cruel. When Dr. Feng saw Jiang Ning, as soon as she entered the room, she was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered the boy she saw when she sent her daughter to the river dam in the middle of the year. She thought, "You are Jiang Ning, right?" Jiang Ning stood up and replied, "Hello, auntie, I'm Bai Yuxia's classmate. I'm going to take her to the ice skating on the Hushu River today." Dr. Feng nodded. Usually, her daughter told her about school things, and the topic often turned to Jiang Ning. Dr. Feng had more experience than Bai Yuxia, so she could naturally see that her daughter had a different attitude towards Jiang Ning. After all, Yuxia had never paid so much attention to a boy before. Handsome, good grades, and good at sports, Dr. Feng had already established a general image of Jiang Ning in her mind. Jiang Ning took out a small wooden box and handed it over. "Hello, auntie, this is the skincare product of Changqing liquid." Dr. Feng was slightly surprised to hear the well-known Changqing liquid. Bai Wenhan discovered the blind spot, and he asked at the right time, "Don't Changqing liquid only have 2 products?" Finally caught your kid's problem. Bai Wenhan was secretly happy. Bai Yuxia reminded at the right time, Jiang Ning's parents are senior executives of Changqing liquid, so they can get the internal products. Dr. Feng stared at the small wooden box intently. She is now considered a middle class in Yazhou. Because of her work, she often comes into contact with many top executives. It has long been rumored that there are skincare products in Changqing liquid. Otherwise, how can Mr. Xiao's skin be as smooth as an 18-year-old girl? Women always care about their appearance. Who can refuse this? Dr. Feng's face, which was originally a little cold, suddenly smiled. "You are thoughtful." Bai Wenhan was melancholy. Sister Feng, your daughter is about to be kidnapped, but you are not in a hurry at all. After pleasing Bai's mother, Jiang Ning also knew Bai's father's hatred for him. To be fair, anyone who has worked hard to raise a daughter and has her daughter kidnapped by a classmate will also be unwilling. Jiang Ning disagreed. Now Bai Yuxia and Bai's mother have a good impression of him, so this little thing is not a concern. After learning about Jiang Ning's family background, Dr. Feng was already very satisfied with him because he was so handsome. During the conversation, he found that the young man was also very eloquent. Bai Wenhan became more and more depressed. He was an associate professor after all. His daughter was filial and his wife was well educated. Who wouldn't envy his family? As a result, when this kid came, his status plummeted. He fiddled with the lucky cat decoration on the coffee table in depression. Dr. Feng took a look and said, "You are playing with your lucky cat again. Why don't you just get a cat?" Bai Wenhan shook his head. "Forget it, I can't stand cat hair." Bai Yuxia smiled and said, "My dad likes cats very much." Jiang Ning glanced at the lucky cat with his spiritual sense. With a touch of his magic power, the lucky cat seemed to have triggered a mechanism and suddenly separated from front to back. With a bang, the plastic cat's back fell on the coffee table, followed by a thick stack of cash, at least more than 20,000 yuan. The scene suddenly became very quiet. Dr. Feng's eyes were blazing with anger. Bai Wenhan. A minute later, in order to avoid the disaster, Jiang Ning and Bai Yuxia, who was carrying a small white bag, left her house. Jiang Ning grinned. "Your father is very brave." Bai Yuxia was also speechless. No wonder he likes to hug the lucky cat every day. Since he got it, it turns out that he hides money. Jiang Ning, the most dangerous place is often the safest place. Bai Yuxia sighed. "It's a good thing you came, otherwise the house would not be quiet again." Jiang Ning thought, "Is it possible that your house is not quiet because I came?" Bai Yuxia saw that Jiang Ning didn't say anything. She was worried that Jiang Ning might misunderstand her, so she explained, "Actually, my mom treats my dad very well. My dad likes to practice calligraphy, and our house can't accommodate his works, so my family is planning to move to a bigger house recently. My dad likes to buy things randomly, such as calligraphy paper. My mom said that he spent more than 300,000 yuan on paper before, so my mom has been in charge of the money in the past 2 years. Jiang Ning, is calligraphy paper so expensive? Bai Yuxia, it's not expensive for ordinary people, but my dad is very picky and pursues quality. He is a member of the Chinese Calligraphy Association." Jiang Ning thought, Liu Deng has a high level of education. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not abnormal, Bai Yuxia stopped worrying about this point, lest he think that his family has a strong desire for control. Jiang Ning drove Bai Yuxia in the cold wind. The cold wind was like a sword, piercing Bai Yuxia's face. In order to prevent it, she deliberately wore a cotton mask, but at this moment she found it particularly warm. Sunshine Deer Courtyard, outside the security booth. Zhang Kai was wearing a security uniform and doing take-eye at the door. This was a skill that was taught at the 4th middle school anniversary. Other students had long forgotten it, but this guy still remembered it. Even the worst martial arts will still be somewhat effective after thousands of times of practice. Zhang Kai's fighting was fast and steady, and he was actually quite powerful. The owners who entered and exited the community saw that the new security guard Zhao Zhang actually had sharp boxing skills, and they couldn't help but feel that he was not easy to mess with. Zhang Kai is now in high spirits and has become a security guard in a high-end community. He realized that rich people are just like that. Although he is just a security guard, he can embarrass anyone he wants. Many of today's rich people are no longer the heroes who came out of the wild era. Moreover, the laws are strict now, and the rich will be more cautious. He did 3 sets of take-eye, and felt his feet warm, his whole body steaming with energy. Zhang Kai longed for a fight. He opened the class group, and found that Tang Jing secretly took a photo of him, and sent it to the group. "Classmates, who knows, security guard Zhang is boxing again." Recently, many people in the owner group complained about Zhang Kai, saying that he was a dog of the property company. Tang Jing thought he might be fired soon. Liu Chuandao commented, "Kaizi is ambitious, but unfortunately he is not tall enough. He has a good deterrent effect." Lukiki, boys who are less than 180 centimeters tall will not be in my mate selection area in the future. CUIU, thank you. Meng GUI, Amitabha. GUO Kanan, not really, there are not many people in our class who are 180 centimeters tall, right? Most of them are about 1.7 meters tall. Liu Chuandeo said modestly, hey, I'm 183 centimeters tall, but I still think I'm a little short. Tangjing at Liu Chuandeo, it is indeed quite short. Liu Chuandeo, no, do you really think 183 centimeters is short? Tangjing, didn't you say that just now? CUIU, clown. Meng GUI, +1. Liu Chuandeo was a little upset and started to curse at Tangjing, but he couldn't win. Zhang Kai looked at the group members who were quarreling over such a small matter and suddenly felt that they were very childish. Unlike him, he is now making a lot of money. Zhang Kai went to the security booth to get a pot of boiling water and enjoyed it comfortably. He now monopolized the entire water dispenser. Just as Zhang Kai was sighing at the beauty of the security guard's life, a thin boy suddenly ran to the gate of the community. He covered his blue eyes and shouted, "Brother Zhang, someone beat me." Zhang Kai looked at this little brother and remembered that on the night he joined the security guard, he sent a statement to the owners that as a security guard, he would protect the safety of the area. Zhang Kai looked up at the three ruffian youths following behind this little brother. The three of them were as thin as bamboo poles, and they looked like the kind of people who often walked around hungry. Get away. Zhang Kai was impatient. This kind of thing was the part of people he often beat when he was a substitute in the city some time ago. Fuck you, who do you think you are? Grass mud horse, you dog security guard. I fuck you. The three young men cursed very badly. Although they were wandering around blindly, they thought they were much more valuable than the security guards who were just eating and waiting to die. They had beaten many people in the past. When they chased them to their community to beat people, those security guards didn't dare to say a word. What a dog. A young man with a tattoo on his neck winked at him, twisted his butt, and spit on the ground, which was very insulting. Damn it. Zhang Kai had just finished practicing Teikai and warmed up, and his whole body was boiling. He took 2 steps back, took a run up, and kicked the whole person in the air, kicking the cheap young man away. The other 2 young men rushed up to beat Zhang Kai, and Zhang Kai swung his turtle fist and hit the 2 men so hard that they held their heads and screamed. A few minutes later, looking at the 3 people lying on the ground, Zhang Kai kicked them a few more times and cursed, "Waste." The thin boy who was bullied was full of admiration for Zhang Kai after seeing this scene. Zhang Kai took a few photos and sent them to the owner group with the words, "If you don't obey again, the consequences will be as follows." A bunch of owner gentlemen in the group who have been in society for more than 10 years were silent when they saw these photos. This security guard really beat people. When the electric car drove to the river dam, Bayuksha found that many cars gathered on the asphalt road. All of them were going to the ice on the Hushu River. Bayuksha sighed, "There are quite a lot of people." Jiang Ning, "It's normal. Given the geographical location of Yazhou, this kind of thing only happens once every few decades." Bayuksha, "Then can we be considered as witnessing history?" Jiang Ning, "Yes, I remember there was a total solar eclipse in 2009. In broad daylight, the sky suddenly became completely dark. I was still a primary school student at that time." Bayuksha, "Well, I watched it with my parents at the time. It was super exciting." At the door of the bungalow in the river dam, Zhang Ruan and his respected mentor, Teacher Kyan, were also chatting. "How tall is your partner? He can't be too short." Teacher Kyan said. Zhang Ruan, "My boyfriend is 162 centimeter tall." Teacher Kyan praised, "Not bad, not bad. It's good if he can be over 160 centimeter tall. The older generation cares a lot about height." Teacher Kyan said, "No less than 160 centimeters, like our neighbor next door." He deliberately glanced at the door of Zioga's house, implying, the kind of girl who is 1.5 meters tall will be disliked by the man, even if she is in a hurry to get married. "That's right." Zhang Ruan smiled. He thought what Teacher Kyan said was very pertinent. His net height is 175 centimeters, which is a little above average among his peers in Anhui province. Teacher Kyan, the father is short, and the mother is short too. Zhang Ruan smiled. The height difference is too big. When the two of them walk together, the boy looks like he is carrying a thermos. When Zhang Ruan thought about it, he was not envious of Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang for being close. Teacher Kyan used a strategy of alienation. Jiang Ning is confused, riding a bike with a 1.5 meter tall shorty every day. At this time, Jiang Ning's electric bike had reached the west side of the bungalow. He deliberately accelerated and turned up the volume and drove to the door in a moment. Teacher Kyan had not finished speaking. Bei Yuxia was sitting in the back seat and heard it clearly. When Jiang Ning parked the car, she got off gracefully. The slim jeans outlined the girl's round and slender legs. She slowly pulled down the black mask, revealing a pretty face. She coughed lightly. Correction, my height is 168.6. Chapter 822 Departure to the Rushu River. 168 centimeters is a very perfect figure. Bei Yuxia wears jeans on the lower body, a short black down jacket on the upper body, and a pair of snow boots on her feet. She is thin and tall. A girl with a good dance background has a soft and elegant look just standing there. Zhang Ruan, who was originally talking about Jiang Ning behind her back, opened his eyes much wider when he saw Bei Yuxia. At first glance, the girl's face is not as stunning as Zhu Chuchu's, but she gives people a feeling as calm as the lake, gentle but not to be ignored, and her gestures reveal a calmness. Zhang Ruan didn't know that this is a unique quality of a girl who can only be raised in a well-off environment and a loving family of highly educated people. Her sound personality will even make those boys who lack love since childhood and like to hide in the dark feel jealous, envious, and even twisted emotions. After peeping at her, it is clear that Bei Yuxia only explained her height, but Zhang Ruan was speechless to refute. The superiority she originally had over Jiang Ning seemed to be crushed by this girl in an instant. Yes, it's really strange. Obviously, men have more powerful strength and can easily destroy a woman in a short time, but when they see beautiful women, they still can't help but feel inferior. Because of his gloomy mood, Zhang Ruan's face turned grey. After Jiang Ning glanced at his neighbor's reaction, he smiled and said, "Let's go. Xiao and the others should have arrived." Bei Yuxia smiled lightly, not caring about what happened just now, followed Jiang Ning's figure, and walked into the main room. Outside the bungalow, on the bench, Zhang Ruan thought about the girl he had just seen. His throat was a little dry. He couldn't help but drink a sip of water, and then looked at his mentor. Teacher Kyan, the leader of the cricket duo, also had a dark face at this moment. It was so embarrassing. He just belittled Jiang Ning for only being able to bring a short and fat girl, but he turned around and brought a tall girl. Bei Yuxia's net height is more than 168. Even if it is placed in the group of young girls 10 years later, this height is still relatively strong. Damn it, what's the matter? Teacher Kyan was depressed. At this moment, the apprentice looked at him again. After all, Teacher Kyan was an old teacher who had taught for many years. He considered his tone and restored his dignity. "Ruan, look at that girl just now. What can you see?" Zhang Ruan said immediately. "So beautiful." Teacher Kyan, "I'm not blind." Zhang Ruan looked at his teacher carefully. "Do you think she's pretty too?" Teacher Kyan was convinced. "Although I'm old, I'm not dead." Zhang Ruan hurriedly said, "How old?" "Since you moved to Heba, I found that you haven't changed at all." Teacher Kyan felt relieved after hearing this. Who doesn't want to have an ageless face? It's like any person in his 30s or 40s. If someone says that he looks like he's 20 years old, he would probably be secretly happy for several days, and sometimes he couldn't help showing off to others. He was in a good mood, so he gave a few pointers. "Ruan, didn't you notice that the girl just now was different from other little girls? Can her spirit be raised by an ordinary family?" Zhang Ruan thought about it and suddenly realized that it was indeed true. When he was in high school, there was a very beautiful girl in the same grade. Although she was not as beautiful as a girl he saw today, in fact, she was almost as noble. Later, the girl was admitted to Anhui University. At the class reunion yesterday, I heard from the former monitor that the girl is now dating a very capable senior. As the former monitor of the student department, he needs to look up to the senior. Zhang Ruan, I understand. Teacher Khan is a bit experienced after all. He judged, this kind of girl is cultivated by that kind of family. The future plan must be step by step, according to the family background of Jiang Ziozi. At this point, Teacher Khan shook his head. As a college student, Zhang Ruan sighed and said, Jiang Ning is just a little rebellious against her parents occasionally. The end point is basically, to return to the life she had before. Teacher Khan praised, not bad. Zhang Ruan thought, isn't this equivalent to a lady from a noble family running away with a yellow-haired guy? Although they didn't end up together, Huang Mao still enjoyed it, right? Zhang Ruan took a deep breath and said helplessly, but I'm still unhappy. He asked for advice. Teacher, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Teacher Khan glanced at his apprentice. As a person who had experienced it, he understood it very well. Teacher Khan took a sip of tea and said, it's okay. Sometimes I go to the square for a stroll and see the charming little sister dancing with others, and I feel unwilling. Zhang Ruan couldn't believe it. Bei Yuxia came to Jiang Ning's house for the second time in 5 months. She took a little inspection and obviously found that some things had been added to the house. A large storage box in the corner, a glass bookcase, a tall hanging board on the wall, and various decorations. This level of decoration is far from renting a house, and even looks like her own home. Bei Yuxia said nothing. After entering the courtyard, Zhu Yuantang hadn't appeared yet, but her voice came first. Jiang Ning, Yuxia, you are here. Then, her little face poked out. Behind her were the twins who seemed a little hasty, especially Chen Xiaoyu, who had a trace of cloudy white on her pink lips. Experienced Bei Yuxia, countless images popped up in her mind in an instant, and her expression changed slightly. If Jiang Ning had not been by her side, Bei Yuxia would definitely have doubted it. Sister Chen Xiqing said with disdain, sister, it's stuck to your mouth. Chen Xiaoyu quickly spit out her tender little tongue and flexibly rolled all the condensed milk on the edge of her mouth into her mouth. She also tasted the sweet taste and swallowed it in front of several people. Bei Yuxia felt numb and had a very complicated mood. Zhu Yuantang was unaware of it. She shouted, Yuxia, fortunately you came early. There are only 3 strawberries left. If you came late, I would have eaten all the strawberries. Bei Yuxia, what about now? Zhu Yuantang said, now the strawberries have been eaten by the 2 of them. It's really not her fault. These are yesterday's strawberries. With great perseverance, she deliberately kept a few to entertain her good friends who came to visit. As a result, Chen Xiaoyu was greedy. But it was normal. Even a person like Ding Xuan could hardly control himself when faced with the fairy strawberries from Huqi Mountain, not to mention the twins who were naturally romantic. Chen Xiaoyu lowered her head, and her sister Chen Xiqing said embarrassedly, there were originally 3, it's all my sister's fault. I'll take your place Bei Yuxia. Jiang Ning said indifferently, it doesn't matter, those strawberries were leftovers. I didn't intend to use them to entertain you. I brought some freshly picked ones. After that, Jiang Ning walked to the battery car, opened the storage box, and picked up a tightly packed fruit basket from it. He opened it casually, revealing bright red strawberries that were larger than eggs. Bei Yuxia was immediately attracted, and a voice deep in his heart seemed to be ringing, surging with great desire. Jiang Ning's spiritual consciousness inadvertently touched Bei Yuxia, and then, there was a certain deep meaning in the depths of his eyes. He has come into contact with many people in this life, and his spiritual consciousness has roughly scanned more than 1 million people. Only Ding Xuan and Bei Yuxia had special physiques, while the others were all mortals. But Jiang Ning didn't care. What if they were mortals? It wasn't impossible to change. He led Tong Tong, Bei Yuxia and the twins into the warm little house, where the 5 of them watched a movie, ate strawberries and chatted. Jiang Ning picked up a strawberry that Tong Tong had washed. He didn't dip it in condensed milk, but ate it directly. He couldn't help but smile when he heard the chattering voices of the girls. He liked this feeling very much. They were talking about going to the ice on the Hushu River later. Their tone was full of excitement, which was an expectation for the future. Time passed, and it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang bit off half a strawberry in one bite. She stood on the sofa and took out her mobile phone. Assemble. Set off. The twins immediately obeyed the order. Zhu Yuantang secretly felt sorry. It would be great if she was wearing a yellow robe. She took the twins and Bayuxia with her and asked Jiang Ning to support them. Then she walked arrogantly to the door of Dong Dong's house. Zhu Yuantang shouted to the east, "Dong Dong, come here." Dong Dong shuddered when he heard the voice and threatened the two children who came to play in the farmhouse in front of him fiercely. "Wait for me to come back honestly. If you dare to run, I will beat your face swollen." After saying this harsh word, Dong Dong restrained his viciousness and ran to Jiang Ning very obediently. Zhu Yuantang knew that he was bullying other children and shouted, "Kneel down." Dong Dong immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live, long live, long live." Zhu Yuantang nodded and said, "Stand up." The twins and Bayuxia were stunned when they saw this scene. Is this really the Tong Tong who only knows how to sleep in school? Especially Chen Xiaoyu, staring at the thief Dong Dong. She suspected that she and her sister could not beat him. Dong Dong now is not comparable to his previous life. He was stung by a wasp and a hairy pepper during the summer vacation and was beaten by Jiang Ning. After he left the dam, he ate meat crazily to get revenge. As a result, he continued to be beaten after returning from winter vacation. Because of his strong physique, he was forced to work like a cow and a horse. His physique was strengthened again. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now the Dong Dong Plus version. Zhu Yuantang asked, "Dong Dong, although you obey on the surface, are you very dissatisfied in your heart?" Dong Dong shuddered. He hid his determination for revenge so deeply and endured so much humiliation. But was he discovered? He looked at Jiang Ning in fear, only to see him standing with his hands behind his back and his eyes cold. Dong Dong knelt down quickly and howled, "I dare not disobey. I dare not. I don't have any idea at all." This begging posture, seeing Chen Xiaoyu and others who did not know the truth, almost gave birth to sympathy. It must be said that Dong Dong is bad and tolerant, and he is simply born to be a bad seed. Zhu Yuantang stared at Dong Dong's miserable begging for mercy. With her wisdom, she would not be confused by appearances at all, let alone forgive the other party. Who can reconcile with the person who bullied him before? What if he is hurt again? Zhu Yuantang stared at Dong Dong. There seemed to be something extra on her little face. She said seriously, "Dong Dong, you know me. My mother and I are both good people." Dong Dong said hurriedly, "Aren't you used to give me steamed buns to eat? Such a good person." Zhu Yuantang thought to herself, "I gave you steamed buns with good intentions, but you still threw small mines at me." She said seriously, "Yes, we are good people, so if you feel that we forced you, you can say it." Dong Dong was surprised and happy. "Really? Zhu Yuantang, just tell me, we promise that we will not force you again in the future." Dong Dong thought about it and said boldly, "I have something else to do today. Can I not go to the river?" Zhu Yuantang refused immediately. "No." Dong Dong was frustrated and lost his mind. He asked angrily, "Didn't you say you wouldn't force me?" Zhu Yuantang smiled. "Jiang Ning asked me to tease you." Dong Dong was furious. He opened his mouth and roared loudly, turning into a little monster. Jiang Ning kicked him down and said with a face that was neither sad nor happy, "Get up and help me carry the equipment." Zhu Yuantang went home happily. On the way, she casually told Bayuxia and the twins some of Dong Dong's evil deeds, which immediately made the three of them feel refreshed. When they got home, Niuma Dong Dong pulled the tire and stood by the door for punishment, while Jiang Ning was watching beside them. Several girls were responsible for cleaning up the sundries. There was a folded big tent, which was given by Linzida before. After all, he took Jiang Ning's tea. In addition to these, there were mats, small chairs, stoves, ingredients, purified water, etc. The fishing equipment was relatively simple, a half-meter wooden stick with a fishing line tied to it, and a metal bait hook purchased online. Even bait was not needed. Tong Tong could operate it easily. Jiang Ning held the wooden stick in one hand and another in the other. In comparison, this wooden stick was harder, with an iron spike tied to one end, which was used to drill holes in the ice. When Linzida passed by the door with neatly arranged equipment and saw Jiang Ning's simple equipment, he stopped and said, "No, you." Linzida was well prepared for ice fishing. He had a fishing rod specially designed for winter fishing, equipped with an electric valve rod reel, a set of line sets, a high-power brushless electric drill for drilling holes, an alloy ice sieve, a fish hook with a rosewood handle, and an underwater fish finding camera. In comparison, Jiang Ning's equipment was a bit too simple. Linzida was a man of high quality. He couldn't say it directly, but there was a big difference between winter fishing and ordinary fishing. Jiang Ning's equipment was almost a complete waste. So he reminded him from the side, "Jiang Ning, I happen to bring an electric drill. Can I help you drill holes in the ice later?" Jiang Ning, "I'll try a few times." Linzida, "Okay." He thought, when Jiang Ning suffers, he will know the necessity of equipment. Just here, a white G-Class drove to the door, the window lowered, revealing Zhuang Jian, whose handsome profile. He shouted, "Little fatty, put the equipment in the car." Yang Kan also sat in the back seat of the G-Class, with a smile on her face. Since sitting in the G-Class, Yang Kan knew what it felt like, with countless envious eyes, and being a superior person. Linzida, "Damn, what a coincidence." He turned to Jiang Ning and said, "Let's go together, the tent is not light." Jiang Ning patted Niuma Dong Dong's shoulder and said, "I like retro means of transportation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 823, What This Man Owns. At the door of the bungalow. Retro means of transportation. Linzida looked at the short and strong Dong Dong, and was speechless for a moment. For some reason, a picture suddenly emerged in his mind. When the whistle of the steam train sounded, black smoke rose from the chimney, carrying passengers to a new era, and the nobles driving the luxurious carriages on the side, laughed and chased the train. When Linzida was a child, he thought the nobles were really pathetic, short-sighted, and unaware of the horror of technological progress. However, when he grew up, he thought carefully, the other party was a noble. What a pathetic. Okay. Linzida no longer invited. He carried a large bag of equipment and slowly walked to the back of the G-car and put the equipment in the trunk. Linzida was very tired and complained, "Why don't you come down and help me?" Zhuang Jian, who was still sitting steadily in the car, enjoying the warm breeze, "I have to save my energy for fishing. Why don't you let Boss Yang help you?" Linzida, "Today on the ice, Boss Yang is cooperating with others and has received a lot of menus. His phone is almost smoking." As he said, he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Before leaving, he said hello to Jiang Ning. Seeing that they had already set off, Zhu Yuantang said hurriedly, "Jiang Ning, hurry up, otherwise our fish will be caught by others." Jiang Ning calmly, "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Chen Xiaoyu pulled her sister over and asked, "Jiang Ning, this tent is so big, how do we transport it over?" Jiang Ning glanced at the tents that were folded into a thick pile. Indeed, the ice fishing tent given by Linzida was large enough for a family of several people to eat in. Such a large pile, even if placed on tires, would take some effort for Dong Dong to pull it hundreds of meters away. What's more, Jiang Ning was going to take Tong Tong and the others to the river. How could he walk there himself? After thinking about it, Jiang Ning's consciousness spread like ripples, quickly penetrating the wall, and continued to spread until it stopped at Dong Dong's warehouse. Immediately, Jiang Ning smiled, "I have a way." He stepped out of the door, and Tong Tong, who didn't know what was going on, hurried to follow him. Jiang Ning also took Dong Dong with him. He walked all the way to Dong Dong's house, and ordered Dong Dong to open the door of the warehouse. With a burst of dust, a pile of shabby sundries were revealed. "Dong Dong, drag that thing out for me," Jiang Ning instructed. Dong Dong dared not speak, and pulled out a rectangular wooden board covered with dust with great effort, and then moved out a pair of wheels. When Zhu Yuantang saw these familiar objects, he blurted out, "Handcart." Handcart is also called a rack cart in Huzhou, which is a kind of transportation tool in rural areas. The structure of a rack cart is very simple, a rectangular wooden board with baffles on both sides, a railing at the front, and two wooden sticks extending from the rear end, which is convenient for people to pull the cart. Unlike the four wheels of a car, a rack cart has only two wheels, which are connected by an axle in the middle, and are separate parts. The entire carriage is directly covered on the axle and it can be driven. Hand carts can not only be used as farm tools to pull food, but also to pull luggage and people. Many years ago, when many rural women were about to give birth, the men in the family would spread quilts on the handcart and take their wives to the hospital for delivery. When Zhu Yuantang saw this, she immediately became interested. She was very excited. This is fun. Since the axle of the handcart is in the middle, it can even be used as a seesaw, and she played with it a lot when she was a child. Jiang Ning was also quite happy when looking at the familiar handcart. This was the car of his childhood dreams, and he also knew some hidden ways to play with it. He directed Dong Dong to pick up the rag and wipe the handcart carefully. It must be said that Dong Dong was very meticulous in his work. Don't forget, he can rub a slingshot and a wooden sword with his hands. He can be said to be rough but meticulous. Constrained by Jiang Ning's domineering attitude, Dong Dong wiped the car with a dark face to remove the dust on the surface. Although it was still a little old, it was usable. Dong Dong pulled the handcart back to the door of Jiang's house. As soon as he let go, the handcart fell to the ground at one end due to gravity, and the body of the car was tilted. When Chen Xiaoyu saw this strange car, curiosity flashed in her eyes. It's a bit like the rickshaw in Camel's Yangtze, but this car is bigger and much shorter than that one. Bei Yuxia looked at her deskmate and found that her description was quite good. The structures of the two vehicles were indeed very different. Especially when she saw the short and strong child pulling the cart with a sullen face. Bei Yuxia found it a little funny. Is Jiang Ning that bad? Zhu Yuantang grinned. This is a rural cart. It is a product of an era, but now it has been replaced by tractors. After the cart was in place, Jiang Ning followed the display of his spiritual sense and visited Uncle Tang's house. He found another pair of old wheels from his warehouse. When Zhu Yuantang saw it, he was overjoyed. I know how to play. Jiang Ning put the two wheels connected by the axle to the handlebars of the cart and then tied them with ropes. In this way, the originally tilted body of the cart immediately became horizontal, like a four-wheeled cart like a car. Zhu Yuantang was busy for a while. She laid clean hard paper in the carriage and then put all the miscellaneous luggage in the carriage. Considering that there were still people to be transported, Zhu Yuantang did not put them all in one go. In contrast, Jiang Ning was much more elegant. He fixed the small square table to the center of the carriage, placed a tea stove on the table, and placed a ceramic pot under the tea stove. After everything was ready, Jiang Ning gave Dong Dong 2 hemp ropes and asked him to officially serve as an ox or horse. He got on the cart with Tong Tong, the twins, and Bei Yuxia. Jiang Ning sat at the rear end of the two-wheeled cart, which was the front of the four-wheeled cart. His feet were on the makeshift wheel axle. Although he had oxen and horses, he still needed to control the direction. Fortunately, this skill was not difficult. He only needed to push the wheel slightly to complete the turning action. Jiang Ning swung the whip, making a shrill sonic boom. G. Dong Dong tied the rope to his shoulder and used all his strength to finally start the cart. Wow, it's moving, look. Chen Xiaoyu was so excited. She had never played like this before. Bei Yuxia was a little nervous at first, fearing that the car would overturn and people would fall. Gradually, she found that the broken car was surprisingly stable, so she felt relieved. Tong Tong smelled a mellow aroma of milk tea. She knew it was ready, so she picked up the pottery pot and poured a small cup of milk tea for everyone. Bei Yuxia held the small and exquisite porcelain cup. She blew on it. It was winter, and it quickly dropped to a suitable temperature. She took a sip gently. A pure blend of milk and fresh tea flavors, supplemented with just the right sweetness. The taste was extremely satisfying. She sat on the trendy four-wheeled cart and slowly moved forward in the field. At this moment, the sky was high and the clouds were light. The wheat was green, and someone stopped on the high river dam in the distance. Bei Yuxia felt that her soul seemed to have been purified a little. The four-wheeled cart kept moving forward. As the saying goes, human power is sometimes limited. Because the slope of the river dam was too steep, Dong Dong, who was only a few years old, pulled a cart with 5 people and finally couldn't go against the will of heaven. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull the cart onto the dam. He even lost his strength and pushed the cart backwards, scaring Tang Tang. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had amazing control. Zhu Yuantang whispered, "Useless thing." Jiang Ning was considering whether to add some buffs to Dan Dan. A few young men strolling on the dam couldn't help laughing after seeing this scene. The dam has been very lively recently, with all kinds of people coming. Jiang Ning's cart is very eye-catching and naturally attracts all kinds of discussions. The little yellow-haired boy stretched out his hand and pointed at a few people unscrupulously, saying the most popular online language in 2015. "How dare you let a child pull the cart? I'm drunk too." The little green-haired boy saw the beautiful girl sitting on the cart and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, you're enjoying it." There was also a thin tall guy who was shivering in the cold in the middle of winter wearing only a thin coat, shouting to Jiang Ning, "Brother, you are so awesome. Do your family know?" There was a little red-haired boy who was even more awesome. He chewed gum, looked at Jiang Ning and shouted, "Hey, stupid dog." Bayuxia frowned slightly when she heard it. His quality was too poor. The young man with the pot-covered hair patted his electric car. "Beauty, come and play." The thin tall guy smiled and said, "It's not that we brothers look down on you. Why don't you come down to help push the car? Yes, why don't you let the children ride in the car?" They occupied the moral high ground and condemned as much as they wanted. Jiang Ning turned around and said to Tang Tang and the others, "Have you heard of the fable, grandfather and grandson riding a donkey?" Chen Xiao answered immediately, "I know. The story is about a grandparent and grandchild riding a donkey to the market and being pointed at by passers-by. They could only do what the passers-by thought and finally carried the donkey." Jiang Ning drank a sip of milk tea and said, "So, if an irrelevant person insists on pointing at me, then..." Jiang Ning shouted, "Dang Dang, you catch them and pull the cart and you will be promoted to supervisor." Dang Dang was surprised and happy. "Really? Jiang Ning?" "Yeah." Before, Dang Dang had to endure humiliation due to Jiang Ning's strength. He was holding back endless anger in his heart, and at this moment, he urgently needed to vent. As for being afraid, it's funny, don't forget that Dang Dang dared to slap Zhang the butcher in the face for ice cream. Dang Dang roared and ran to the dam. Jiang Ning added a magic power to him. When several young men in the dam saw it, they laughed and ignored it. 5 minutes later, Dang Dang escorted several young men who were beaten to the dam. Dang Dang is a bad guy. In order to control others, he also took away their mobile phones and car keys so that they could not escape. Jiang Ning was amazed. This thing was born to be a villain. He took out a few hemp ropes and tied them to the young men. Dang Dang was roaming in the battle, shouting, "1, 2, 3, pull." The cart that was originally stagnant, pulled by the 5 young men, drove smoothly onto the river dam. Jiang Ning waved the whip, making a crackling and harsh sound, which frightened the young men and made them extremely frightened. It was too outrageous. The short and fat kid just now was so strong that he beat them so hard. None of the 5 of them beat him. It was like seeing a ghost. Jiang Ning sat firmly in the front of the car. He pointed at the slaves and asked, "What is this called?" Chen Xiao answered immediately, "Don't commit suicide. You won't die." Jiang Ning nodded. "That's right. Tang Tang will give you tea." The frozen surface of the Hushu River. It was afternoon. The sky was a light lead gray. The sun tried to penetrate the clouds, but could only cast sparse light and shadows. The world was chilly. The surface of the Hushu River, which used to be rippled, has now become a huge, crystal clear mirror, reflecting the occasional silhouettes of birds flying by. On the ice, many citizens who came from the city were setting up tents, skating, and playing with small ice sleds. Happy laughter came from adults and children. Linzada, wearing thick gloves, was holding a high-powered electric drill and drilling the ice hard, preparing to make holes for fishing. Yang Kan took an ice sieve and helped scoop the crushed ice aside. The temperature was too low, and the air she exhaled turned into a cloud of white mist. Zhuang Jian wrapped himself in a thick cotton-padded jacket. Looking at the citizens who were fishing outdoors nearby, he shook his head and said, "They are really not afraid of the cold." Linzada also noticed it. He said, "It's okay to exercise on the ice, as you will feel warm all over. But it's too cold to fish without moving." Zhuang Jianhu, "After we dig the hole, we will set up the tent." He looked at Linzada working hard to drill the ice and suddenly asked, "By the way, I remember your eldest brother likes ice fishing the most, right?" Speaking of this, Linzada said casually, "Yes, he must go abroad for ice fishing every year. He went to Denmark for ice fishing the year before last and even caught a shark." Before Jiang Ning could speak, Yang Qian exclaimed in surprise, "Shark?" Linzada, the hole they dug was too small, so they couldn't pull it up. Later, they dug a hole in the ice. Yang Qian was really eye-opening. She had only seen sharks in the aquarium. Who knew that people could actually catch sharks? This was something she had never thought of. Jiang Ning, who was also a little envious, "It's really amazing." Before he broke his bone, he had dreamed of traveling around the world and trying all kinds of experiences in the world. Unfortunately, after breaking his bone, he always felt that his mentality had become vicissitudes. Linzada talked freely. "I asked my eldest brother to come to Yuzhou for ice fishing a few days ago, but he couldn't come because of something. He also told me a story. One of his friends is from Yuzhou. He makes the most popular mobile card game now. The monthly turnover exceeds 100 million. It seems that his surname is Shang, and he is less than 30 years old." Jiang Ning said, "Mobile games in recent years, it has indeed been an industry that creates wealth. The popularity of smartphones has skyrocketed, and users have a very high desire for games. Many garbage mobile games have a large number of people who spend money, thus giving birth to a group of rich people." Linzada sighed. "Do you know how much money they make from mobile games? They even wave their money to the island countries to buy shares in the studios that make console games." Linzada was helpless. Instead of making games seriously, it is better to study the tricks of Krypton and human hearts. Yang Qian said, "Studying human hearts is the most profitable." Jiang Ning, whose tone was flat, "It's normal. Those who work with their minds rule others, and those who work with their hands are ruled by others." Linzada, "It's like this. The rich don't directly participate in labor, but use money to control the poor and produce the things they need." Jiang Ning said with a smile, "So there is a point of view. In essence, the rich are rich not because they have money, but because they own the poor." When the few people were chatting excitedly, a sharp crackling sound came from a distance, and a four-wheeled cart drove over. The first thing that came into view was 5 miserable young men tied with ropes. They bent their waists and pulled the cart hard, with faces as sad as if they had lost their parents. Jiang Ning sat in the front of the car, sipping tea in one hand and holding a whip in the other, pretending to hit. Dong Dong trotted beside the car and shouted at the top of his voice, "The Emperor is here, get out of the way." After witnessing this scene, the surrounding citizens were all silent. Linzada was also incredulous. "What the hell?" Yang Qian suddenly had an idea and asked, "Does he own poor people?" Jiang Ning, whose face changed for a few seconds, and gave an answer, "He is more primitive. He owns slaves." Chapter 824, The Price Paid. Slave? Yang Qian couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning. He was wearing a black coat and looked very cool. He had put down the teacup at this moment. He held his chin with one hand and held the whip with the other. His right foot was on the front of the car, and his left foot was casually suspended in the air, shaking slightly as the car moved forward. Even driving a trolley is so handsome. Even though Yang Qian believed that Jiang Ning's family was not very rich, she could not hide her surprise at this moment. If he had more money, Yang Qian didn't dare to think about it anymore. The unique trolley, as soon as it appeared on the surface of the Hushu River, attracted countless citizens to stop and watch. The teams that were holding the tug-of-war on the ice also stopped their actions. In an instant, they became the center of attention. Bayuxia looked indifferent, as if she had already gotten used to it. The twins have been unique since childhood and enjoy it peacefully. Zhu Yuantang felt a little uncomfortable at first, but when she saw her companions so calm, she quickly told herself in her heart, "You are the emperor. Fearless." Jiang Ning waved the whip again, and there was a sharp crackling sound. The 5 young men were frightened and increased the speed of pulling the cart. Passing by Linzada's tent, Jiang Ning nodded to him. Linzada looked at the fashionable wooden cart with complicated eyes. He admitted that he was a little envious. Seeing the yellow-haired, green-haired, and red-haired people pulling the cart, with bowl-cut hair and tall and thin bodies, he was even more envious at this moment. After Jiang Ning's special car drove away, Yang Qian wondered, where did he find people to pull the cart? There was another thing she didn't say. Those young men with dyed hair of various colors were definitely not good people. Yang Qian always kept a distance from such people. Linzada guessed, I guess he caught them specially. Zhuang Jian, whose mouth twitched. Why did the tone of Xiaopang's description sound a bit like the European colonists going to Africa to capture people in the 15th century? Yang Qian was even more puzzled. He wants to arrest people. Don't others know how to resist? Speaking of this, Linzada and Zhuang Jianhe recalled the bleak night when they were attacked. Zhuang Jianhe said with difficulty, I'm afraid we can't resist. Jiang Ning was able to defeat the desperate criminals, and dealing with a few ghost fire youths was definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. When they were talking about Jiang Ning, Linzada's cell phone rang suddenly. He took out his cell phone and heard Wang Yang's voice. Brother Lin, I'm here. Where are you? Linzada raised his eyes and looked at the river dam in the south. He saw a black Audi driving slowly on the dam. Linzada raised the electric drill in his hand and signaled, I see you. He said, Jianhu, Wang Yang is here, and he brought 2 girls. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Qian's face changed suddenly. She thought she was the only girl, but Wang Yang actually brought people. Is he sick? Yang Qian smiled unnaturally. Why did you call him here? Zhuang Jianhu glanced at her and said indifferently, if I don't call someone over, who will grill the fish I caught? Can you do it? Yang Qian stopped talking. Brother, you are so cowardly. The little yellow-haired man pulling the cart made eye contact. The little green-haired man pulled the cart hard and responded with his eyes. What can I do? They are so tired now. The ice is hard and slippery, and it is easy to slip when walking. While pulling the cart, they need to share some strength to maintain balance. Fortunately, the fat kid tied them together with a rope to increase stability. For this, Chen Xiaoyu praised, in ancient times, KO's navy had iron chains linked together, and now we have 5 horses linked together. The little yellow-haired man roared in his heart, I will cut you into 5 pieces. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do it, because it hurt too much when the fat kid hit people. Dong Dong shouted, what are you daydreaming about? Run faster. He was a typical person. After being caught in the rain, he would also destroy other people's umbrellas. Dong Dong applied all the miserable treatment he had received to the will-o'-the-wisp. The cart was galloping on the ice, causing a huge sensation wherever it passed. The scene was really too outrageous. At a gathering place on the ice, everyone surrounded an old man who was ice fishing. The old man was wearing a black Arc'teryx down jacket, with a fat body, a majestic face, and a woolen hat on his head. As the fish bit the hook, Tang Yaohan lifted the rod and caught a crucian carp the size of a palm. Compliments were immediately heard from the side. Boss Tang is really skilled. It's only been a short time since he opened. The director of the product department, this fish is really beautiful. It's really like white egrets fly by the Beishu pond, and crucian carps are fat at the foot of Langqiu mountain. Tang Yaohan is the father-in-law of Yang Fei, the owner of the farmhouse, and the boss of a local private enterprise in Yuzhou. Private enterprises in small places always find it difficult to escape the family system. More often than not, they are judged by their closeness, rather than their ability. The senior leaders of several companies nearby praised Tang Yaohan with all kinds of flattering words. It's not that they don't want to be ashamed. Life is like this. If they can gain benefits by saying a little good thing, most people are always willing to do it. Tang Fu, who was wearing an orange winter suit, stared at the crucian carp. Unlike the fish she usually fished, this fish was motionless. She couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, you didn't catch a dead fish? Facing his granddaughter's question, Tang Yaohan rebuked, nonsense, ice fishing is like this. The water temperature is too low and the fish are not very active. Tang Fu, oh. Tang Yaohan taught her a lesson. You practice sports every day and your brain is gone. He was too lazy to pay attention to his granddaughter. Instead, he stared at the crucian carp he caught and said sadly, the fish is good wild crucian carp, but it's a pity that it has too many bones. The director of the sales department reacted the fastest. He immediately said, "The fish is delicious, but has many bones. The work is good, but has many ups and downs. However, under the leadership of Mr. Tang, the work will taste as delicious as the fish meat in your mouth, but without a single bone." The leaders of several other departments immediately exchanged glances and secretly said, "Damn old Wang, no wonder he is good at sales." After hearing this, Tang Yaohan felt quite comfortable and laughed. "Haha, Xiao Wang, you are indeed the top leader of the company." Minister Wang was excited. The company and the factory had hundreds of employees. Tang Yaohan was the real boss. His words were final. He felt light all over when he could get his approval. Now that the company was undergoing restructuring, seeing the gradual rise of e-commerce, the e-commerce department was originally a separate small department. Minister Wang was extremely envious. If he could rely on pleasing President Tang and get this independent department under his control, wouldn't his power within the company be even higher? Tang Fu looked at her grandfather like that. She didn't like it. She was so big, but her voice was soft. "Do you know why there are so many thorns? Because grandpa, you love to find fault the most." Tang Yaohan was originally quite happy, but he was so angry when he heard what his granddaughter said. Tang Fu pouted, not afraid at all. Don't look at her grandfather's majesty, but Tang Fu is a real tyrant at home. She is not afraid of the King of Heaven. Even her father can't beat her. When several executives were speechless, they suddenly heard a noise in the distance. They turned around immediately and saw 5 young people pulling a vintage cart whizzing by. Even though they were well informed, they couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw such an outrageous scene. Tang Fu's eyes gradually widened, and she shouted, "Jiang Ning, I'm here." Without waiting for the other party's response, she picked up a snowboard and ran forward quickly with a pair of extremely beautiful long legs. When the speed reached the peak, Tang Fu threw the snowboard to the ground, and she stepped on the snowboard. With the help of strong inertia, her whole body suddenly moved horizontally on the ice. Tang Fu's figure drew an elegant and handsome trajectory, like a big swan, elegantly blocking the road of Jiang Ning's retro cart. There was a smile on her lips, her hands were folded on her chest, and her orange winter clothes made her particularly dazzling. Zhu Yuantang gritted her teeth. Damn it, she admitted that she was impressed by his handsomeness. Why doesn't she have a pair of long legs? Tang Fu's coolness lasted only 3 seconds. She stared at the young men and then looked at the cart. Not bad. Jiang Ning, are you so good at it? After Chen Xiaoyu saw the idiot, she sat high on the cart, feeling very accomplished. This is a cart that Jiang Ning made specially to entertain us. You haven't played it before, have you? Tang Fu had indeed never played it before. She asked a few more questions and planned to get on the cart to experience it. Unfortunately, there were not many vacancies on the cart. Tang Fu left with regret and said that she would visit again when they found a place to put it. After Tang Fu left, Zhu Yuantang was very happy. She said with a spiritual victory, "See, being small also has its advantages. It doesn't take up space." Tang Fu stepped on the skis and returned to her grandfather's base. After seeing Tang Fu's excited behavior, Tang Yaohan paid special attention to her. In fact, he had more than one grandchild, Tang Fu. His other grandchildren were also good and obedient. However, Fu often quarreled with him and was still happy after the quarrel. But this granddaughter was the one he liked the most. I remember when Tang Fu was only a few years old, Tang Yaohan was hospitalized after drinking. At that time, he thought he might be paralyzed in the future. You can imagine how he felt. But it was this girl who accompanied him in the hospital, using an automatic mixer to make porridge for him. She was always silly. Now seeing his granddaughter running away with someone, he felt very complicated. Tang Yaohan had an impression of Jiang Ning, the young man. Before, he went to his son-in-law's pond to fish, and they almost had a heart attack. When Tang Yaohan saw his granddaughter coming, he said in a gentle voice, "Fu, listen to me for a few words." Tang Fu understood her grandfather's temper, and she said, "Grandpa, he is not a poor boy." Tang Yaohan was hit hard, and his heart ached. Ice surface. Chen Xiaoyu nudged Jiang Ning and looked at a piece of ice in the east. The location there was very good and spacious, and there was a stall selling candied haws next to it. Sister Chen Siking hesitated. It's good, but there is an auntie who put a small stool and a speaker and has taken up the space. Chen Xiaoyu thought carefully and decided to give up. Indeed, that auntie is so fat and looks so fierce. She must be very good at scolding people. It happened that two children ran to play nearby with candied haws in their hands, and the auntie yelled, "Go play somewhere else. Don't come to hinder our dancing." The two children ran away in grievance. Chen Siking, sister, you really guessed it right. The appearance is determined by the heart. She is really very fierce, not a good person. Chen Xiaoyu was unhappy. Yes, the river dam belongs to everyone. Why does she take up the space and drive the children away? After seeing this, Jiang Ning made up his mind. He waved the whip and pointed the front of the car at the position of the vicious auntie and galloped away. Chen Xiaoyu couldn't believe it. Jiang Ning, she is not a good person. Chen Siking reminded, don't be impulsive. Jiang Ning didn't explain. Bei Yuxia glanced at the stupid twins. Her expression was extremely calm, but she was complaining in her heart. She saw everything Jiang Ning and Tang Tang did today and had a new understanding of them. The twins only thought that the fat aunt was not a good person, but did they think about it? The aunt was a shrew, so how could Jiang Ning and Tang Tang be good people? The fashionable and cool looking cart slowly drove into the area occupied by the aunt and rushed straight towards her. Dong Dong shouted, "Back off, back off." The vicious aunt who was chasing the children just now, when she saw the group of yellow-haired, green-haired, and red-haired young men, she didn't say a word, picked up the small stool, and hid away quickly. The shrew was just shrewish, not stupid. She thought this place was good and was going to call her sisters to dance square dance. They dare to bully students who play basketball, but if they really have conflicts with hooligans, they must think twice, because the hooligans really dare to hit people. Chen Xiaoyu was stunned when she saw the vicious aunt moving away in a panic. She couldn't help but look at Tang Tang. Tang Tang curled his lips with pride. Chen Xiaoyu suddenly realized, the bully is me. After parking the car, Jiang Ning fulfilled his promise and asked Dong Dong to return the car keys and mobile phones to the young people. The little yellow-haired and the little green-haired had a sour nose. They finally escaped. The 5 young men didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away, faster than rabbits. After running a few hundred meters, the little yellow-haired boy said sadly, "Boss, it's so frustrating. I feel like I'm not a human being." The little red-haired boy complained, "Yeah, I was running in front. He was waving his whip behind me, and the little fat kid was still yelling. I felt like a dog." The tall and thin guy recalled, "Too much." The pot-covered guy, "Revenge, revenge." The little yellow-haired boy, "Can we beat them?" Everyone was silent. The little green-haired boy lifted his hair and cheered up. Although they won, they exposed their fatal weakness. Although we lost, we couldn't hide our kingly style of leaving at any time. The little yellow-haired boy immediately clapped his hands in agreement. Big brother is right. After stopping the cart, Jiang Ning began to move the luggage, starting with the tent given by Linzada. The ice surface was very cold. After sitting in the car for a while, the girls' eyes were full of expectations, but their cheeks were all frozen red. Jiang Ning set up the tent, and Zhu Yuantang immediately went in to enjoy it, followed by the twins and Bei Yuxia. As soon as they entered the tent, they immediately felt much warmer. Zhu Yuantang lazily lay on the mat, looking at the tent cloth with dim light. She said, "Xiaoyu, Siking, Yuxia, do you know when girls are most comfortable?" After this, Chen Xiaoyu, the 3 girls' faces changed, and their eyes flashed with many inappropriate pictures. For a moment, they were unable to answer. Without waiting for them to answer, Zhu Yuantang smiled and said, "When I was a child, I lay on the plank bed in the yard in the summer, enjoying the cool and staring at the stars in the sky." After hearing this, Bei Yuxia felt ashamed in her heart. So the price is really a pure soul? Chapter 825, Cause and Effect reappear. Today is cloudy, and it is winter again. Yuzhou is located in the eastern part of the country. It is quite cold in winter, and has not yet implemented central heating. At this moment, the temperature outside the tent is estimated to be -10 degrees, but the tent is exceptionally warm. The tent given by Linzada has excellent cold-proof performance, and a cold-proof foam mat is laid on the ground. Chen Xiaoyu took off her down jacket, revealing a tight white sweater that wrapped the girl's immature curves. She took out a deck of playing cards and prepared to win against Bayuxia. Zhu Yuantang lay for a while, then she ran out and moved the small wooden table and charcoal stove into the tent. She quickly tidied it up in an orderly manner, creating a camping atmosphere. Bayuxia wanted to help, but unfortunately she didn't know how to do it. Chen Xiaoyu directly praised Tang Tang for being so capable. Zhu Yuantang was busy back and forth. She saw Jiang Ning holding an ironwood awl and chiseling the ice surface, making a clang 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 sound. She squatted beside her curiously and watched. Jiang Ning, who was originally chiseling ice by himself, looked at the little cotton padded jacket squatting on the ground, and he smiled inexplicably. Zhu Yuantang touched the ice chips with his hand, and it was cool. Jiang Ning pointed to the calendar beside him and said, "Help me scoop out the ice chips." Zhu Yuantang looked at the spoon and felt that the shape was very familiar. "Isn't this the spoon for filtering oil at home?" Jiang Ning, indeed. Dang Dang contributed voluntarily. Zhu Yuantang, really? Jiang Ning's tone was unquestionable. "I said he volunteered, and he volunteered." Linzida, who was about 20 meters away, saw Jiang Ning chiseling ice by hand. He wanted to bring his high-power brushless electric drill to show off, but unfortunately, his younger brother Wang Yang came with 2 girls. Wang Yang was born in a compound, with an ordinary figure and ordinary looks. He didn't have any sharpness. He looked a bit stable, and gave people a feeling of being unpredictable. Yuan in the class once said bad things about her classmates behind their backs, and Bayuxia overheard. Yuan said that Wang Yang was very scheming. Although he was very nice when talking to him, Yuan felt that he must think that his classmates were childish. Brother Lin, Brother Hui, Sister Yang. Wang Yang greeted them familiarly. After Yang Kan responded, she looked at the 2 girls behind him, and her expression changed slightly. One was a girl with an oval face, with a sweet look, and a smile on her face all the time, but she had a few pimples on her forehead, which made her not so stunning. The other one made Yang Kan's heart alarm bells ring. This girl was about 170 centimeters tall, wearing a white bossadeng down jacket with a waist design, black leggings with white edge on the lower body, and slender and attractive legs. Her face was a standard melon seed, with cold white skin, and her appearance was obviously 2 levels higher than Yang Kan. Zhuang Jianhu and Linzida were also looking at this girl, secretly thinking, Wang Yang was able to find such a beautiful girl, this guy's really a hidden talent. Wang Yang introduced the sweet girl with an oval face. "She is Zhu Wenyi, my cousin, the same age as us, now practicing dance in Ancheng, and taking the art exam." Zhu Wenyi grinned. Unfortunately her teeth were crooked, but she was still very beautiful, which made people feel good about her. Linzida praised, "You are a dancer. No wonder I think your walking posture is very beautiful." Zhu Wenyi was surprised. "Ah. Can you see the change after I practiced dancing?" Linzida boasted. "Of course. I have a professional eye." Then, Wang Yang introduced the cold white-skinned girl. He said, "This is my neighbor, Lao Keek." He also added, "A student of Nanjing Normal University affiliated high school, also a sophomore, with very good grades." Linzida said, "Nanjing Normal University affiliated high school, I know. It is one of the best high schools in Jiangsu province. Amazing." Before he finished speaking, Lao Keek's voice like frost floated out. "I emphasize that Nanjing Normal University affiliated high school is not one of them. It is the first." Linzida was stunned. "What kind of thing is this?" Wang Yang was very embarrassed and quickly tried to smooth things over. "I'm sorry, Brother Lin. Keek has depression, so she is a little cold to strangers. If you get to know her, you will find that she is still a good person." He had no words to express his pain. Alas. Linzida didn't argue with her on the surface. "Well, I can see that you are very proud of your high school. If he hadn't come to number 4 middle school, he would normally be promoted to Ansheng number 1 middle school, which is also the best high school in Anhui province. Of course, the education in Anhui province is not as good as that in Jiangsu province, and naturally not as good as the affiliated high school of Nanjing Normal University. However, Linzida thinks it is boring for people to be proud of their high school. They are very much like those netizens on the internet who like to compare which city is more developed. They are proud when they win, and find all kinds of excuses when they lose. But have those netizens ever thought that no matter how developed the city is, does it matter to them? They still earn a few thousand yuan a month, and even in the worst cities, there are still a group of billionaires. If we really compare the grades, Linzida is firmly in the top 5 in number for middle school, and it is still easy for him to get into a medium level 985. Who is better than who? Lao Keek didn't notice his sarcasm. Her expression remained neutral. Thank you. Zhuang Jian, who added, you are excellent. After hearing this, Lao Keek glanced at the handsome Zhuang Jian, who, she was still unmoved. Let me say first, I have a boyfriend. Zhuang Jian, who, Yang Qian was almost laughing like crazy. She was originally worried that Zhuang Jian who would like Lao Keek, who knew that he was so straightforward and didn't understand the ways of the world. She relaxed and regained her confidence. However, she never thought that, even if there was no rival in love, Zhuang Jian who might not like her. Linzida moved his eyes to Wang Yang. It was so cold that Wang Yang was almost sweating. He actually had some selfish motives when he brought Lao Keek to Heba this time. Lao Keek was his neighbor and lived in the same compound, but his father was very successful in his career, and he worked his way up to the position of deputy director of the municipal bureau. He was less than 40 years old and his minimum retirement rank was a full director, which was much better than his family. Unfortunately, every family has its own problems. Lao Keek is not an only daughter, she has a younger brother, so she is rarely cared for. She did not stay in Yazhou for high school, but was arranged to the affiliated high school of Nanjing Normal University. A girl who has lacked love since childhood, living alone in a foreign land, is naturally easy to be taken advantage of by bad men. Lao Keek fell in love with a boy in Yazhou online at the beginning of the year. During the National Day, Lao Keek went to meet him in person, and Wang Yang followed him secretly. As a result, the online love object turned out to be a ghost fire youth riding a modified electric battery car. Wang Yang's eyes were about to burst, and he gave up his principles on the spot. He took a photo and sent it to Lao Keek's father. Before Lao Keek got on the ghost fire, she received a call from her father, suffered thunderous anger, and then was called home, criticized verbally, slapped, and her mobile phone was taken away. But at this age, the more unrecognized the love is, the more stubborn the girl is. She bought a spare phone and secretly contacted the ghost fireboy. It was agreed that they would meet again when she was on summer vacation. As a result, not long ago, Lao Keek received bad news. She received a message from her boyfriend's brother, claiming that the other party was killed in a car accident while racing on Nanhang Road. Lao Keek also saw the news report. She was far away in Nanxi and broke down crying. From then on, she sealed her heart and locked her love for her late husband, and she also suffered from depression. Bang, bang, bang. The ice pick continued to chisel the ice, opening an ice hole as big as a bowl. Jiang Ning, are there any fish? Zhu Yuantang tilted her little head and looked at him cutely. What if there are no fish here? Wouldn't we have worked in vain? She was worried. Jiang Ning counted with his fingers and deduced the secret. The next moment, his heart moved and his eyes shook, so he moved to the beautiful girl opposite Linzida. Cause and effect? Jiang Ning was puzzled. Immediately, he didn't care. He never believed in cause and effect, all because of the great power gathered in one person. At this time, Jiang Ning didn't know that, because of his casual prank, the world had created a wife who called herself the dead husband. Zhu Yuantang stamped her feet. Humph, what are you looking at? He is bold now, how dare he ignore me like this? Tang Tang was furious. Jiang Ning looked at the ice. Where I am, there are the fish. Zhu Yuantang, humph, you are getting more and more arrogant. Jiang Ning, wait and see. After Wang Yang learned that Lao Keek was ill, he combined facts and speculations to roughly restore the whole process. He shouted on the spot, fuck. If she was not Lao Keek, her family background was not so prominent, and she was not so beautiful, Wang Yang would not look down on her at all. Fuck, she can date Wang Meo, what good is she? Helplessly, Wang Yang's view of her was very strange. On the one hand, he was a friend. On the other hand, he felt sorry, and there was a trace of guilt. After all, if he hadn't called Lao's father at the beginning, Lao Keek wouldn't have her father slapped, and maybe she could continue to live happily, and she wouldn't get sick or hurt herself. But if he thought that Lao Keek and Huang Mei were together, he wouldn't regret it at all. In short, even if Wang Yang was as mature as he was, he still couldn't sort out his complicated feelings. This time he took Lao Keek out, and he also had the idea of compensating the other party. Why did he take her to see a truly outstanding boy and help her forget that stupid Huang Mei? Wang Yang, brother Hui, she doesn't have a boyfriend. Lao Keek emphasized, I do. Zhuang Jian, who was too lazy to listen to their argument, he waved his hand. It has nothing to do with me. His eyes were sharp, and he said bluntly, can you grill fish? Lao Keek still had a cold face. No. Zhuang Jian, whose mouth corners curled up slightly, and it was scary quiet. He just asked, do you not want to grill it, or you don't know how to grill it? Lao Keek was about to answer. Wang Yang's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, brother Hui, I will grill the fish. I'm a master at grilling fish. He was really sweating. In terms of status, even if Lao's father became a regular rank, he was still far behind Secretary Zhuang, who could rank among the top 3 in Yazhou, not to mention the entire Zhuang family behind him. Zhuang Jian, who saw Wang Yang's anxious look, and he didn't make things difficult for Lao Keek anymore, still curling his lips. Okay, then I'll trouble you today. Wang Yang, hey, no trouble. Seeing that Jian, who was not looking for trouble, Linzada handed the ice drill to Wang Yang. Let's go together. There is also a set of fishing gear in the tent. Then, he asked Zhu Wenyi, do you want to fish or skate? Zhu Wenyi has a cheerful personality and his smile is very contagious. I'll see how you fish first, and then go skating. What about you? Linzada looked at Lao Keek. At this time, Lao Keek's eyes were on the distance. The ice was full of laughter. Many adults and children were pushing various kinds of skates, playing happily, and a few children were holding candied horse strings, laughing. Lao Keek said, I'm going to skate. Linzada pointed to the bag beside the tent and said, choose one yourself. Zhu Wenyi saw that Lao Keek was not welcomed, so she immediately said enthusiastically, Keek, I'll help you choose. Lao Keek chose an ice sled. The structure of the sled was very simple. People sat on it and then used 2 ice spikes to help slide, just like paddling. Wang Yang saw that his neighbor had an ice sled, and he reminded him, Keek, pay attention to safety, don't fall down. Lao Keek had depression, and she was neither sad nor happy. If I fall, I will fall down. The worst that can happen is that I will die. Zhuang Jian, who thought to himself, damn, what's wrong with this woman? The ice cave was dug. The winners Bayuxia and Shen Saiking sat on the plastic board, and the loser Chen Xiaoyu pulled them hard to slide. While pulling, she complained, it's so cold, and I still have to serve you like a cow and a horse. I'm really a sweat blood horse. Gradually, she dragged the 2 people away. Zhu Yuantang was eager to join in, but she was more greedy for the candied horse sold next to her, but she had no money to buy them. She thought for a while and said, Jiang Ning, guess what I dreamed about last night? Jiang Ning was used to it. I annoyed you again. Zhu Yuantang, you guessed right. You said goodnight to me last night, but you ended up. She started to bring up the past. Next to her, Lao Keek, who was playing on an ice sled, passed by here. Seeing the happiness of others, she felt even more sad. Once, her boyfriend was like this, saying that he would protect her for the rest of her life. Now, he has gone to heaven to protect others. Why is God so ruthless? When she passed by on her ice sled, Zhu Yuantang thought of Jiang Ning looking at her just now. She pouted and said, Jiang Ning, can I tell you a story? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.